Is July 19, 2023. The time is 8 o'clock a.m. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete. Everybody get that? Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, if everybody could take a moment to look at their cell phones, make sure they're on silent vibrate or powered off. And City Manager, do you want to get us introed? And then I have a couple housekeeping things and possible suggestions once we start getting into this.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to do my introduction now, or, okay. And I would like to start the process and thank the commission for conducting this session today and really orienting towards the future, which is where I think we're at. And that's how the budgets have been structured. And I'd like to begin, if I could, the 23-24 budget process by describing how I see city government, how it's changed, how the Flagler Beach city government has changed over the past several years, and how I see it continuing to evolve over the next several years, because I think that's really the foundation for the 23-24 budget. The City Beach, or Flagler Beach city government, historically, as many small cities, has been a very small organization with a clearly defined and limited mission with clearly defined responsibilities. It could function very well with a very small administrative structure. Problems could be easily addressed across the departments because the problems were not complex at all. They were pretty well defined. Issues faced, as I mentioned, were not complex, and if the primary person that was responsible for it was not available, someone else from another area could very easily step in and address the problem. Today, the complex problems the city is tackling, and I'll give you a few: the beach erosion, peer destruction that we've experienced, new requirements for water and wastewater treatment, sea level rise and the impact on stormwater flooding, the new societal challenges that we see to public safety require new levels of training and knowledge by city employees. Today, cross-functional approaches really require technical, collaborative actions across the departments, and not only within the city, but across agencies, across governments, as we've seen on the beach, where you've got the federal government, the Corps interacting with the county and interacting with DOT, interacting with the city, and trying to solve the many complex problems that we have. This is a foundation employees now must apply to their jobs. And success today requires highly skilled employees who complete their frontline work, as well as those who support the frontline workers in administrative support roles. Addressing this new world, the 23-24 budget builds upon the strategic actions that you have taken over the past year. In the past year, you as a city commission have taken very bold, in my opinion, very bold action in furtherance of the city vision. And to give you some specifics of what you've done that really have set the goal or set the groundwork, I think, for today's budget meetings. You have addressed the pay competitiveness and pay equity issues, which fulfills your strategic goal of recruiting and maintaining qualified staff. You have established a process through countywide meetings to address building intergovernmental bridges. You have authorized the use of expensive capital to address the stormwater infrastructure problems that we are dealing with. And you have continued the expensive proactive steps to protect and rebuild the beach and pier. Those actions have really, I believe, set the foundation for where we are today and what the actions that we'll take today. So the budget I'm recommending for 23-24 continues investing in our government operational and administrative infrastructure so that we can effectively address the complicated problems we face today and will continue to face tomorrow. While Flagler Beach is a small town, the services we provide and the issues we must address are more appropriately, I believe, identified with mid to large-sized cities. To be successful, we must have the capability to solve those issues that we're going to continue to face in the future. And I would like to, if I can, point out several initiatives that I'm asking you in this budget just to support and that will continue to build our administrative and operational capability in 23 and FY 23 and 24. The COLA and STEP program that's included in the budget. The City Hall architectural program that where you can look at how we should be designed as a physical infrastructure at City Hall in the next several years. Adding an HR assistant, adding a grants administrator, purchasing the vacuum truck, which has been very successful in addressing our stormwater problems, incorporating new budget software that will allow finance department to be able to upgrade our budgetary process into more program-oriented budgeting. To purchase the the less lethal weapons proposal that will enable the police department to have another alternative other than lethal force. To purchase cell phones for police officers. Currently they're using their own, and that should not be. We should be providing cell phones for all our operational people. And then second, the last is to prepare to pave city streets. An issue with that particular proposal, and one of the areas that will be part of our exploration if you approve that expenditure, is if we are going to pave city streets, those who live on those city streets and will get a direct benefit, should there be an assessment where they help pay for a portion of the direct cost of that resurfacing on the street. So that would be part of the exploration that you would do if you approve that particular program. Two vital programs or expenditures are not included in the FY 23-24 budget, and that's the assistant city manager and the engineer with a PE. These are, in my opinion, very necessary additions that the city will have to undertake. But I believe that, and I thought it best to defer those because I think that the new city manager needs to have time to take a look at those positions and structure the positions as he best feels would fit the needs of the city. So the FY 23-24 budget is funded through a millage rate of 5.6 mils, which is a 0.15 of a mil, or 2.75% higher than the rate that supported the 22-23 budget. The rate asks our citizens to invest approximately $193 additional in their ad valorem tax in support of city operations, and this is about a 6% increase in what they would pay next year versus what they are paying this current year. While this investment in revenue, with this investment in revenue adjustment that we were able to make yesterday, and we were able to do some recalculations on our revenues and increase at what those revenue projections are, there's a positive balance of $335,053 in our revenues over expenditures. During your review of the budget, you may consider these funds as available to support unfunded decision modules included in your budget package that you believe are essential for FY 23-24, and you can consider reducing the millage rate. I would ask you that of that $335,000, you do set aside $25,000 of those funds to be tentatively approved to support the public safety compensation plan I will bring to you on the 27th. So $25,000. I would also like to point out to you that this year's budget includes departmental goals and objectives within each one of the departmental budgets. These goals and objectives explain the programs and plans for the department in FY 23-24. And as you review the budget, I would encourage you to reference the goals and objectives written in the department, written by each department, to see what the budgeted money that they have that you are asked to approve is designed to accomplish. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions, and I'll tell you one sideline little, as you know, my career before I came to Flagler Beach was in academia, and you probably have seen my right hand as I've talked to you as this introduction doing this. And the reason for it is, in academia, you don't talk unless you have a PowerPoint. And Rhonda talked me out of the PowerPoint, said, Mike, we really don't need PowerPoints for this presentation. But my right hand, as I talk, keeps wanting to punch that PowerPoint, and it's not there. I keep looking at the screen, and it's just not there. So I hope you'll excuse me with my right arm. It's still in academia mode, so.
Oh, we can give you a clicker. We just won't turn it on. You can have it.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have before Rhonda.
Questions for the city manager?
Before we delve into all the departments, and I'll save most of my questions for as we hit each thing, but I'm used to seeing a salary, the police department has these number of officers, and I know we haven't settled police, so that's a bad example, but we have this many officers, and this is what they cost. Each department. Are we going to get such a thing? Because I see salaries, and I see this huge number, but I don't know who it's going to.
Well, I mean, if you would like to see the numbers by department, we can break those out. It would be a little bit late today to get a breakout on it, but we can show those to you. But any new personnel above what we have is it pointed out to you within the budget.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. But so we have not pointed out what we've already had. We consider that as kind of a base. But if you desire that, we can break out the number of personnel.
I don't know how other people feel, but that was like a glaring thing to me. So.
Do you want a copy of that? We've had it in years past. Well, if anything, if you can just get Commissioner Mealy a copy, and the others can just be copied on it, and give hard copies everybody, because that's easy. So you remember doing that in years past, right? It's just a little spreadsheet with position and wage.
Yeah, I can pull it together for you.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions for City Manager? Rhonda?
Did you want to go before I did? You said you had like a plan? No, we're good to go? Mike, sorry.
The plan went away.
Well, I'll go after.
Did you see Rhonda's right hand? She's sitting there trying
I'm already starting.
Yeah, she's starting.
Or maybe a nervous twitch, I'm not sure. Okay, I think where I'm going to start today is to kind of review kind of property values overall, seeing where our final property values were for last year, and then what they're projected for this year, and then just kind of go over the budget summary, mill rate, what we've got in there, and then go over revenues by fund. Will that work?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so on property values, which is reflected in page 82 of your binder, you can see that on this particular slide that our overall preliminary property values for 23-24 are over $1 billion. We're $1,049,809,229. That is an increase over our final property values of over $75 million. Where we did take quite a big hit was in Volusia County. Our prior property values in that area were over $11 million, and when they were assessed for our preliminary values, they dropped down to $4.3 million. So we really, we've got that small little piece of Volusia, but boy, did we sure take a hit there. But overall, we're seeing about a 7.8% increase in our property values, even with the 62% shortfall or lowering of our Volusia County property values. So I just want to kind of so that's going to be our starting point as far as our mill rate and our budget. So as Mike had stated, we're proposing a 5.6 mill rate, and that's approximately, as far as expenses go, in our budget, our expenses are 12.7% over prior year, but please keep in mind that includes about $347,000 of decision modules that are already in the budget that we've put in to start things off, okay? Mike had also stated we have about $335,000 that we can use to either lower the mill rate or fund other decision modules. As well as the other thing to keep in mind is for each tenth of a mill that we either raise or lower, it's about $99,000, okay? After we looked at revenues yesterday, and just doing a review, it was an increase over what we originally proposed, but I wanted to point out that if we do drop the mill rate to 5.45, which is where we were at last year, you will still have approximately about $191,000 available to fund other decision modules. So if we keep that mill rate the same at 5.45, we'll have $191,379 available to fund those. And based on what we do have in the decision modules that is currently not funded in the general fund is $892,000. So just as an information there. So like Mike had said, the effect on the tax bill would be $193. If we do go with a 545, that impact will only be about $103. So, trying to think, I think that's pretty much it. Is there any other questions as far as like an overview on the budget summary at this point, or?
Questions for Rhonda?
I just had a quick question, yes. So I guess probably for everybody up here too, is just remember there's that $25,000. I'd put an asterisk mark on that just to, maybe as a reminder for everybody that that's being proposed. So, just maybe deduct that if we're going to consider that as well. So just a thought.
Commissioner Valhumer?
On page 1, your transfers in, is that
That's capital.
money we didn't spend last
That's
year?
capital. We fund all of our capital from the reserve. So that's all the capital that's currently in the budget.
Thank you.
So any kind of capital is not funded by a mill, a change in mill. So it's all funded out of reserves.
Any other questions for Rhonda?
Not right now.
Not right now? Okay.
Well, I guess I do have one.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. What do we have in reserve?
As of the last budget report, and I know that I owe you one, I've been working on budget. So right now, in our general fund reserve, unrestricted cash balance is a little over $6 million.
If I could interrupt just a minute. The chief has got somewhat of an emergency situation that's developing. If you wouldn't mind, if we could kind of go to him first with any questions or comments that you have, because Lance is also there, so that would allow him to go to the scene and take care of that.
Or how about we just wait till he can come back?
Or that's fine,
Yeah,
too.
are you good with that, chief?
That way it's not rushed.
Yeah, I think it will end up taking too long.
Okay.
I think that would be.
Yeah, and I don't want to try to go through chief's budget when he has an emergency. That's,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
yeah, and then whenever you get back, we'll just, fit it in.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, any other questions for Rhonda on the overview?
Not right now.
Not right now, okay. All right, so we'll go into the various fund revenues. That's starting on page 2 of of your budget book. Overall, our general fund revenues are actually showing a decrease of about 3%. And then I'll go into exactly where that is. So in our ad valorem sales and use taxes, we're actually projecting an increase of 13.82, which is the ad valorem, mainly driving that increase there. Licenses and permits were have increase of little over 18%, or $221,000 there. A big driver in there is like some plan review fees. We've been doing a lot of plan reviews and passing that revenue and fees off to developers, so we're seeing quite a big increase there as well.
Rhonda, before you leave that page.
Yes.
I have a question. Under licenses and permits,
Yes.
you have engineer review, city engineer review, and engineer review fees. What's the difference between those? Is one like meat hunt and one is?
The pass-through fee is the
Pass-through
engineer
fees.
review fee, and the engineer review fee is the pass-through fees, and it might be some of Lee's review
Correct.
too for stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
And it wouldn't be for necessarily stormwater, since it's the general fund penny. If he looks at any kind of like residential plans and that kind of stuff, so that would be passed on.
Yeah, and we're probably going to need to go page by page.
Okay.
Because I have questions about the page that we're on, because you're already moving on to page 2, right?
Yeah, I am, but
Okay.
if you've got
So,
questions.
does anybody have questions about page 1, other than Commissioner Mealy?
No, that was page 2.
We're on page 2.
Yeah, sorry, page 2.
Oh, all right. So on page 2, we have the intergovernmental funds, which we're actually seeing a decline in, and that mainly has to do with the FEMA money that we're recognizing due to the storms.
Hold on, Ron.
It's page 3.
Yeah, I
Page
have
3.
questions about page 2.
Okay, I'm
Does
so
anybody
sorry.
else have questions about page 2?
Okay.
You didn't talk fast enough.
Yeah. All right, so nobody has questions? All right, so my question is, first of all, discretionary state infrastructure surtax. That's the money we get from state in the sales tax revenue, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what that was. So, commissioners that didn't know, when we talk about the sales tax revenue that comes from businesses, currently budget is 265. So questions about licensing and permits. There's multiple categories that are being budgeted for incoming funds significantly down. Number 1 is LVTRs. Number 2 is fire inspections, rental permits, and doggy dining license. I would assume all of those would be up just because we have more businesses and we definitely have more doggy dining going on at these businesses. And then oddly, the fire inspections incoming money is being budgeted way down. Are we not doing that much anymore?
Well, our original budget was $2,500, and then what we have seen so far, as far as activity forecasted out, we haven't really seen a whole lot of revenue there. So that's why I basically kept it the same as our 22-23 budget.
Well, so the last accounted for year, there was $10,500 in fire inspections. And we're only going to do $2,500 in fire inspections is what we're planning on?
That's what we budgeted last year.
Let me,
So, I mean, I guess the question is, are we not doing them? Because the fire inspections, I believe, are like $50 a piece. So we're only going to do 50 of them?
let me
And-
see what the
And
activity,
I guess just in general, all the LVTRs, licensing for doggy dining and rental permits is all showing down, which kind of goes against what I would think they would be doing. So, I was just kind of questioning how we get that rationale.
And that was, like I said, that was basically, the projected activity was based on the activity year-to-date and then forecasting out for balance of year. So let me take a quick look.
And, so projected activity of the current year we're in, I'll just use doggy dining license as an example. We're only showing $200. That just means that the business owners are no longer in compliance, which, that's an issue.
Yeah, because right now, and specifically for the doggy dining licenses, we've only received $100 year-to-date.
So that's a problem. Because there's a lot of that going on, and everybody's doing it without a license is basically what's happening. But I don't know, I don't think we should budget for, I am of the opinion that I don't think we should budget down because we're out of compliance. That just, to me, seems counterintuitive. Is it something we're just going to not enforce anymore, or, So that I think we should budget for the correct amount and then actually enforce it. Or we as a commissioner are going to have to take this issue up and say, are we not going to do this anymore?
Well, I did notice the drop, especially in the doggy dining. And I assumed that people just weren't renewing their licenses.
But they're still having the dogs on the patio.
So I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And, the question about, and I don't want to hold the process up, but, the question about going from 10,500 fire inspections to 2,500 in fire inspections is, to me, is, that raises a flag.
Is
So,
that something Bobby can address?
did you want to come up and address it real quick? This way we can keep moving?
Yeah, I can speak to Fire Marshal Goki. As I think most of the board's aware, he is a part-time employee that works full-time in Daytona and is on the SWAT team in Daytona. With that being said, in Rhonda seeing the forecast that we may be at that point right now, but what Mike does, if he's got to play catch-up before we go into the new fiscal, he will do that every year to hit our 250-plus businesses in the city. So that number, it should be close to what has been budgeted in the past, to my estimation. So we may be down at this point, but we still have, like I said, 2.5 months till we get to the end of this fiscal. So.
Yeah, because I thought you had, somewhere I read that you wrote that Goki was going to do all the businesses every year.
That is the plan every year, yes, ma'am.
So if you hit 250 businesses with a fire inspection, that's 12,500.
And I may be off on my number a bit. I'm making a guesstimation there. I know we're over 200 businesses in the city, so.
Right.
10,005 sounded accurate to me.
That does.
Yes, sir.
That seems realistic. That's why the 2,500 threw me off so much.
Right.
That would only be 50 inspections.
Well, and then what she's seeing right now, it may be that number, if you do a forecast, would stand to reason. But if he's playing catch up at the end, we get back to the more of an accurate number of 10,005.
I definitely don't want to hold this up, but I wanted to put those call outs out there. And Rhonda, you can kind of just make some notes for discussion later. Any other questions about this?
Just got one more thing on revenues. I know the county was talking yesterday about the feasibility of another half-cent sales tax.
I know, I was going to ask about that.
So that might be something we could plan on in future.
Well, that would help. That would be, from the way I read it, we would have to pay them an additional amount that it was going to cost us.
I don't know if that's of any benefit to us.
No, the way I read it was everybody in the county was going to have to pay. and it was going to cost us. Now, maybe I read it wrong.
I heard there were options, but that's certainly not carved in stone. It's just a conception at this point, so
Also be a referendum too, would it not?
possibly, yes.
Okay, page 3, Rhonda.
Okay. All right, for intergovernmental funds, this is the area where we're really seeing the decline, and that is mainly due to the FEMA money that we have received in regards to the hurricane, as well as the ARPA funds that we basically have spent pretty much all of our ARPA funds, so that's where the biggest decline is there. In the other areas of like state revenue sharing and then the half-cent sales tax, I had updated those numbers because I finally got the numbers from the state. I'm still missing a bunch of the other ones, so as those come in, then I will update those accordingly. So that's where you're seeing for the state revenue sharing, those are actual numbers, so an increase of 10% there, and then the half-cent sales tax, there's an increase of almost 8% there. I did keep the FDOT landscape maintenance. I did keep that the same. The motor fuel rebate, I kept that the same as well because that's pretty consistent around $7,500 for the year. The lifeguard grant, that's the money that we actually receive from the county. And what that is based on is a rate plus CPI. So that's what I had actually calculated that out because when we budgeted this year's, the CPI was actually higher and then the forecasted for next year is lower. So that's why you're seeing the slight decrease there. And then we've got the FDOT highway lighting money there, which is dropped a little bit to $57,550. Anything on intergovernmental?
Okay, questions on page 3 or comments? Comments I had is, so, and Rhonda, you might be able to help explain the difference. So there's 2 different fuel taxes. There's local option fuel tax and there's half-cent local government sales tax. What is the difference with those 2?
Okay, so the half-cent sales tax, we get that actually from the state, so we get a portion of the state sales tax back to us. And then the motor fuel rebate, that is actually based on our usage. So we do a quarterly report that Holly does, and it gets sent to the state, so we get a rebate back on the actual fuel we purchase.
Then what is state revenue sharing municipal fuel tax?
State revenue.
If the local option one is the one based off usage.
Yeah, that, I'm not too, Mike, do you know what that one is by chance? Yeah, it's the highlighted one there.
That's what we use for road improvements, correct?
Well, it goes in general fund. That's, so, and you led me to my point is, just as a best practice, this body might want to think about either the local option fuel tax or the state revenue sharing municipal fuel tax, earmarking one of those for, just dedicated road repairs, because we haven't had a program like that where there was money set aside all the time for.
I thought that's all it can be used for.
Well, it's in general fund though.
Well, roads and streets are in the general
Roads and streets is
fund.
in general fund.
Right. So I don't know if is it being set aside for that?
I always thought it was.
I don't know that it's set aside, but in your capital plan, you have road repair, I think it's about $120,000 that you program out over a 5-year period every year. So you've somewhat dedicated some money to doing that, what your thought process is.
We're kind of there, just not formalized.
Yeah, it just doesn't have it linked back to a specific revenue source.
Got it. The only other comment I had is I noticed and Chief's not here to speak to it, but parking tickets were budgeting down over the last counted year. I thought that was a little bit disappointing, especially we have the new ticket things that we just approved last year, and we have more labor than we did, so to budget that down. Of course, the last thing I want to do is get into any type of quotas or anything and say, hey, you didn't hit last year's number. But you would think, especially with now with society the way it is, that tickets will go up. That was the only other comment I had.
Commissioner, for the parking tickets, which is near, our original budget this year was 50,000 and I'm budgeting 70.
You're going off budgeted. I'm going off actual. I'm going off the last calendar year. 72,464. That was what was, and his parking tickets were written in 21, 22. I look at actuals versus like budgeted more. That was all. Are you all ready to go to 4?
Mm-hmm. Okay, in the miscellaneous revenue area, you can see with the biggest increases has to do with the interest income that we're actually seeing on our investment accounts, which has been great considering in the past, last year, we actually lost money. So I basically have requested and forecasted out to basically stay the same, knowing that, you know, the interest rates will continue where they're at there. The interest on the ARPA funds, that I basically kind of kept the same. We do have some money still left in our ARPA funds. All the dollars have been identified and projects are continuing to move forward with knowing that all the projects need to be completed by the end of 2024. Miscellaneous revenue, we may have some opportunity there based on what the projected activity, and now that I see what has actually been requested, we may have some opportunity in that area as well. So total miscellaneous revenue we're showing is up 36%. Any questions on miscellaneous revenues?
Question, Commissioner Bellinger?
Yeah, the SBA interest income.
Mm-hmm.
Why did that jump through the roof? What is that?
Well, it's basically the interest rate that we have on we have our FM IVT plan, and then we have the SBA interest account. So not only have the dollars increased, but the interest rate itself has been through the roof.
Well, it's nice to see that.
Yeah.
From 45,000 up to 240,000.
Yeah, we're making a lot of money on our investments now.
Okay, so there's no real change. It's just other than the interest rate.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on 4?
Okay. All righty, so let's go over to utility. On
Where are you,
page
sir?
45.
Page 45.
45.
I don't know how we get there already.
I'm just going over the revenues for
along,
right
Rick.
now.
Come on, Rick, you got to keep up.
I'm going to go over all the revenues and then we can go back and do expenses if that's okay.
Could we do them by department? I find that jumping.
Well,
If you tell us the utility income now,
Okay.
which of course we have in front of us, but wouldn't it make more sense to do
Each one half dozen.
Incoming and outgoing to me are separate. I'm okay either way, really, it doesn't matter.
All right, just me. Okay.
Commissioners, you got a preference?
Could do it one time or another. Might as well do all the revenues while she's at it. Makes sense, I guess.
Just not the way my mind works, but okay.
Yeah, we'll go through all the revenues and then we can go back and do expenses and then the department heads can kind of address any of that.
Last thing we want to do is confuse our finance director.
Probably wouldn't go well.
Confusion is a constant state some days. All right, utility revenues, on page 45, on the intergovernmental side, we're seeing a pretty big increase, well, we got to see an increase, and then we're going to see some offsets there. In the federal and state grant for FEMA, we're actually budgeting in the utility fund about $3.5 million, and that has to do with the HNWAG grant, which is the $4.5 million.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so that's split between, we've got money in lift stations, and then we've got money in the wastewater treatment plant. So that's what, based on the forecast that we have gotten from the department heads, is that's what's planning on being spent next year. We are spending a little bit this year for like design services and whatnot. A majority of it will be spent next year, but then should have some rollover into the following year. So, and then so we've got that there, but we're going to see a decline in some other areas with the St. Johns River Management grant. We did not get the grant for 23-24, so we did not budget any money there. And then with the 850,000, where did I have my notes there?
Renner didn't give us another 850.
Right, right. And then as far as charges for service, we did include an 8% increase on all of our utility fees across the board. So that's base fees for water, as well as flow, sewer, water and flow, stormwater, sanitation. So, and that was the recommendation when we had that rate study by that Revtelis company. They suggested we take an 8% again this year, with the next following budget year at a 3.5%.
Okay, I'm going to have some questions when we get to that. We're going to go over that again.
Yeah, we can. We can go over that now, because that's where I was headed.
Oh, okay.
If you would like.
On where are we at it?
The utility rates.
Okay.
Not for the actual number, but like how it's, I know we agreed to the 8%.
Right.
But what page is that, do you know?
Oh, the actual, but let's see, the utility rate sheet's on page 85. This one here? That one?
Yeah, that's the one.
How'd we get to 85 already?
Well,
We done
so
45?
questions on page 45 before we move on.
Well, it's related. It's not, she talked about the water rates and such. So my question now, and we don't have to answer it till later.
Okay.
In the decision modules, there's a whole bunch of things that are partly coming out of utilities. If we agree to any or all of them, will this 8% increase still apply? Will we have to raise it more?
Now, based on what we have in the budget, the 8% should be okay.
On what's already in the budget?
What's in for 23-24? Yes.
But in looking at the decision modules, the funding for parts of them come out of utilities.
Yes.
So,
As well as the fund balance.
right.
Yes.
So will that 8% be adequate if we raise, and maybe I'm not speaking
If you
English.
said yes to every decision module, is 8% going to cut it? Is that?
Yeah,
Decision modules are already built in.
some are, some are.
Some are already built in, others are not.
You'd really have to look at the decision module by decision module.
Right.
To make that decision.
So it would
Well,
change.
yeah, I know,
It
but,
potentially could change,
okay.
depending on the decision module.
So 8% might not cut it.
Right, and that's, I think, would be half one of the decisions you would make, is a decision module important enough that you're able to go back and take a look at potentially a rate structure So it may not, but it may. You have to look at decision module by decision module.
All right, like just taking the biggest, the million-gallon tank, that's $2 million. So if we said yes to that million-gallon tank at the water plant, will the 8%, that's what I'm asking. So the 8% would probably not be enough.
Million-gallon tank, that one's part of that 8%, I believe.
I believe so, yeah.
I think that's part of the 8%.
All right, will we know more when we get to that page? We'll
Yeah,
know
well, we
more
can-
definitely. All right.
If I remember right, going back to the rate study, it incorporated capital projects, but that's something that y'all are gonna have to probably take a look at until we get, until we get.
Right, and when we were talking with Ben, he actually suggested to do another rate study itself, just to make sure that we are on track to meet all the demands of the capital requests.
Okay.
So,
All right, we can talk about that more later. All right. Okay, so we're still on page 45.
Yes.
Okay.
So Commissioner Belhumeur?
Yeah, water meter connections. With the new houses coming in, Veranda Base going to be building this coming year, they're going to be making connections. You got the apartments all over there. Are they all going to be individual water meters? If they are, we're going to have a lot of water meter connections there. I would think that might be a bit higher than it has been in the past.
well, over at the apartments, it's only going to be a master meter,
Okay.
which they already put in. So that's going to be in next year. So so as far as like the Beach Park Village, those will be new water connections.
And Veranda Bay as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're supplying water to them. Not that if it's just the houses. Sometimes you have individual meters for apartments, but if it's all one meter, I guess.
Yeah, the apartments is it's a master meter.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Your comment was the same as mine. I didn't think that we should budget the same as previous years when we have two large potential subdivisions going in this year that they broke ground. In the other years, they hadn't broke ground yet, but now they're breaking ground. They're going to start building, which is when those connections come in. And I thought that we should have budgeted higher than just saying it's flat. Any other questions or comments on 45?
I'm not sure I agree with budgeting more money, not knowing when we're going to see that money. You know, it'd be nice that if we budget that we're going to have more money, then we'll either spend more or have more left over. But it'd be nice to have the surprise, I guess, that we get more money than we budgeted, rather than we budget for more and then don't get it. That's my feeling. I think Karen, you want to say something?
Thank you. According to
Is your
the
mic on?
plans... Is my mic on? Oh, sorry. According to the plans that Beach Park Village has right now, they are applying for their permits, building permits for the homes, based on the ILA agreement that we have with the school board.
Mm-hmm.
They're going for the 30-30-30 split.
Oh.
So the first few homes that are actually going to be built are only going to be close to 30 of them. And that is not going to happen probably until the beginning of next year before they can actually finish those homes. So budgeting conservatively, I would not count on all of them coming in next year at all because of the way they've decided to pay their impact fees for the school board. They want to space them out. So I just wanted to let you know.
But impact fees don't affect connection fees.
No. What her
Yeah,
point is
they do because they can't get a permit for a connection fee
Right.
without getting a voucher for the school impact. That's what I'm trying to say.
Got it. Any other questions on 45?
No.
All right. Moving on, page 123. I think one person got that.
I laughed.
Yeah.
It's the last page I seen.
Okay. All right, page 46. Okay, fines and forfeitures. This is, we're anticipating a bit of an increase, and this is basically late fees and penalties on the utility bills. Unfortunately, we are seeing an increase. That people are being late and not able to pay their bills. So, I mean, so that's not necessarily good news, but we have seen an increase over the last year. Miscellaneous revenue, we are seeing like an increase in our investment. You can see it here in our interest income for our investment accounts. And then for the SB, let's see, it's the other funding source here, we do have, that's for the SRF loan for the wastewater treatment plant. We just keep that in there to make sure that we keep an eye on it. We had in the plan $8.2 million this year. We haven't used any of it quite yet, and based on the new phasing with Ben and Johnny, we're forecasting and planning to spend a little over $6.3 million actually next year.
All right, I'm sorry, you went a little fast for me on that. That was one of my questions. What are these other funding sources?
That's the SRF loan for the wastewater treatment plant. So as things are getting, the wastewater treatment plant is being built, we would show the expense in the wastewater treatment plant expense line items, but then we would offset it with the revenue from the loan. So those are basically the loan, once we submit for the expenses, and we have to recognize the money from the loan.
Well, that's a good sign, because that means they're going to start the wastewater treatment plant next year.
Yeah, I kept seeing little things in there that made me think, gee, maybe we're actually doing this.
We good on 46? You had a question?
I think this is what you did before, but my head didn't keep up with you. The municipal investment interest, why is that so much higher? The third line down?
So interest rates went up.
Because interest rates went up that much?
So there's a couple things here. So in Fund 401 is all the utilities. In Fund 402 is all of our impact fees. So rather than doing a separate schedule, I just combined it into one. So you'll see at near the bottom is 402. So that's all the interest on our impact fees that we've collected, as well as the forecasted water and sewer impact fees for next year. So that's out there. Because normally it has in the past been part of utility, but is recently split out into its own separate fund.
Commissioner Bellinger?
Again, why aren't our water and sewer impact fees going up substantially? The anticipated revenue.
Well, I understand that, we're going to have a lot of building. The biggest impact fees that we're going to be probably collecting will be for the apartment building, which we should see this year. And then as far as like the impact fees for Veranda Bay and Beach Park Village, we, kind of taken into account, where we had budgeted this year and kind of kept it the same, not knowing for sure what, permits will be issued for sure. So, I mean.
So, water and sewer impact fees will have to be paid when permits are pulled typically, right?
Correct.
So I know Veranda Bay is a good 6 months ahead of the other development on Roberts. So they're going to be building over there like gangbusters before you know it, because they're pretty close to paving their roads. So again, I just thought it should reflect an increase.
I mean,
I know that's not within our city limits, but we're making the water connections.
Well, it's within this budget.
Right. I guess I think overall for the revenues, I kind of wanted to stay on a conservative side, because if we plan such a big increase in revenue and we don't get it, then we're behind.
Well, you're not planning any.
Yeah.
You're planning zero increase. And we know that we have growth coming, and I think the point is that intelligent planning, you should plan something, not nothing, because we're not going to have nothing happen next year as far as building goes. That was my only comment.
Okay.
All right, any other questions on 46, comments? All right, all you, Rhonda.
Okay. All right, let's go over to sanitation, which is on page 57.
I'm sorry, Rhonda, when you talk to the
57.
book, I can't hear you.
I'm so sorry, 57.
57?
Yes. Okay, for the sanitation revenues for the intergovernmental, we didn't plan anything in 23, 24, because what we had realized there was Hurricane Ian expenditures, so that's where that 135 comes into play. And then as well as the ARPA funds, since that was for the employee bonus, that of course won't be happening next year, so we didn't budget anything in the intergovernmental at this point in time. Charges for service, we are showing a little bit of an increase there. We've got special pickups. We just really haven't seen a whole lot being charged there. Last year we had received $1,440. I did increase that a little bit over that particular year, but based on our projected activity, we're only going to be about $2,000. The recycling fees and then the garbage fees. The recycling fees are basically the revenue that when Rob drops off like cardboard over to the recycling center and that kind of a thing. I am showing a little bit of an increase there. We may have a little bit of opportunity there. Rob may be able to provide a little bit more information on that as far as what he's going to be seeing with the use of the baler and that kind of a thing. The garbage fees, we did include an 8% increase on those fees. And then the recycled glass, I had that at $4,000. It is down below budget. And because we had budgeted some money in the CRA, $20,000 that I don't think Karen is going to be using this year. So, and as far as like any other plans that Rob has, we may be able to talk to him about the impact of the NASA project and that, to see where we might potentially be able to make some adjustments there. The fines and forfeitures, basically the same as far as it's like late fees and penalties on utility bills. And then the miscellaneous revenues section, you can see where we're continuing to see an increase in the interest on those accounts. So let's see, and then the miscellaneous revenue, which is for the sale of tipper carts. I did budget a little bit of an increase there. And then the roll-off licenses, we're not seeing a whole lot so far year to date as far as activity, but So that's why I budgeted at $5,400. We may have a little bit of opportunity there to increase that line item as well.
Questions or comments about page 57? The only comment I had, it's not a new comment, and I'll probably be talking about this when we get into the budgeting, but recycled glass sales is a bust because the city is overcharging for the product. I've said it ever since day one when this program came into existence. The taxpayers bought the machine, they bought the infrastructure for the machine, they're paying the labor to run the machine, and they're being charged way over cost of what it costs to make the product. So much so that the appetite for what was a great thing just plummeted. And when everybody got prices to buy the product, they got sticker shock. You'll see one of the initiatives later in the sanitation budget is they're trying to find somebody to do a good deal to do bulk buys, but why aren't our citizens getting the deals that people that do bulk buys get? They should be able to get it for cost. They bought the machine, they're paying the labor. So I'm not going to do that now, but when we look at incoming, that line would be much higher on incoming if the city wasn't trying to overcharge its citizens for a product that they basically are buying now. It's almost like, it's more than even double dipping, it's almost like triple dipping on it. That was my only comment on that page, though. Any other comments? All right.
Okay, page 61 is
61.
stormwater revenue. So in the intergovernmental revenue section, we've got the $2.1 million, and that is made up in the capital plan. Lee does have a resiliency grant expenditure included in there, and he's going to definitely go after grants in regards to that. So if he can find grants, we will recognize about $1.5 million in grant money receipt. And then also included in that number is $621,000 for the HMPG grant there. So that's
sorry, for what?
The HMPG grant. Okay. And then for charges for service for the stormwater fees, we basically took an 8% on top of that, so that's where the 790 comes into play there. And then the penalties and local ordinance, that's the late penalty fees and late penalties, on the utility bills there. As far as the miscellaneous revenue for the stormwater fund, we are seeing an increase in the interest income on those accounts as well.
Questions on 61 or comments? You got off easy on that one.
Okay. I think that's it for revenues. I think that's it.
All right, so you all want to start with fire? I had a few suggestions when we get into the budgets, and everybody got a copy of the explanations on some of the high variance items this thing?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on this page, on the budgeting page at the bottom is capital projects, and I wanted to see if y'all are okay with this idea. Is traditionally, we have gone through the budget for each department, and then at the end, we've gone through and then done the whole exercise of debating capital projects. But because while we're already on the page and capital budgets is listed, are y'all okay with covering the capital budgets that are listed on this sheet while we're on the current budget And we also have the subject matter experts here to talk about it. Are you all okay with?
I think so.
I'd like to do the whole department. If there's something on the, I like what you said, plus if there's a decision module, rather than waiting to the end to do the decision.
Also do the decision modules also.
If there's a decision, if there's a decision module that affects that department, I would like to discuss it then. We don't have to we don't make decisions till the end, and we don't make decisions today anyway because it's a workshop, but you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and while we have if there's questions for the department heads, we'll have a chance to ask them while they're here.
Okay.
Are you all okay with that? We got
In both
consensus?
cases, yes.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good call out.
Those pages you have out of those 75 through 78.
This is capital is 75 through 78. Okay.
And to throw into the mix from our May 3rd meeting, when we spent the whole day here, there are some things in there that either are or are not reflected in this budget, and I have some questions in some cases about that too.
Okay. It's
So
all fair game.
in case you don't have enough packets in front of you.
Yeah.
Penny, you've changed.
All right. And then, so what we'll do is we'll cover the budget, then we'll cover capital, and then we'll cover decision modules on each of these particular departments. You all okay with that? Yes. All right. All right, Rhonda, we on 16?
Yes, sir. So,
Now, did you want to take us through this, or did you just want us to, if we got any call-outs?
questions.
All right, let's go right into questions. Questions or comments on page 16? Commissioner Mealy.
Okay, just starting at the top, this is a place where I would have liked to see, we're talking $661,000 in salaries. If I saw the breakdown, that would be a lot more meaningful to me. That was just an example. So, questions. And some of them got answered, so. Okay, my first question got answered yesterday about repairs and maintenance. And that got answered in one of those packets. So it's the additional air conditioning and industrial fan for the bays and the cleaning the air ducts. So we don't have to talk about that one. Operating supplies, my question got answered in the packet we got yesterday. Actually, all my questions got answered except for the salary breakdown. Yeah, I'm done. No, really, between all this stuff, it all got answered. All my questions got answered.
All right, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Bellinger?
No, like Jane, a few of my questions were answered with this sheet that we got yesterday. I'm curious, and like Jane was saying, it would be easier to understand the salaries if we knew who was what and why there's an addition to overtime. Are we fully staffed? Is that the reason that overtime's so high? I just over the last 3 years, our fire department's gone up $400,000, and it's just
Okay, so the question is, why is overtime so much higher?
that's my main question.
Okay. Rhonda or Chief, either one.
Yeah, so the overtime issue, and I had kind of spoke to this when we did our PowerPoint presentations a couple months ago. Unfortunately, it is a staffing issue, and the part-timers that we have to ease the overtime, it's a must that those folks be experienced people that come in to fill the gaps. They can fill any role, whether it be a firefighter, a driver, engineer, or a lieutenant. That's the mindset. But being that these people work other jobs, other fire jobs, last-minute call-offs is near impossible to get those people to come in at the last minute to cover. So scheduled vacation, trainings, those type of things that we can cover with part-timers is great. But, you know, as people work here longer, they gain their time, they do take time off, they are going to take sick days. We have been behind the curve in overtime. So the way we've been making it work is not the way that we really should be looking at this. The way we've been making it work is shortfalls in staffing, moving money from salaries or moving money from training that was not utilized to make the adjustments for overtime. The goal is to retain our folks, and if we're going to stick to that goal, the mindset in this budget going forward, looking at the forecast and looking at the numbers of the trends that have been there the last 2 to 3 years, is that increase to overtime to $10,000 to make it work. So.
Yeah, but this year so far, well, you're projecting out that you're going to be well on your way to double what you had budgeted for overtime this current year. Why are we throttling back for next year?
Well, you're saying that the projection moving forward this year.
The projection's 105, that's what I'm looking at.
Well, we're hoping to scale that number back. You know, we've had some people out that were hurt. We've had some extra training, newer people this year. So there's been some, extenuating circumstances that the goal is always to keep overtime down. If we get newer people in, that's another thing. They're not going to be taking time off right away. They're going to have to earn that time. That'll went into the mindset for the number next year. The goal is we're not trying to totally tax the budget, but get the number as near accurate as we could be. That's where the 10,000 increase came. That was the mindset.
And Tim just provides a little bit more information as well, as Bobby is spending the overtime, but he'll be seeing favorability in salaries. So if you look at the projected salaries, his salaries are going to be favorable to what his plan is versus an increase in the overtime.
For this year?
For this year.
Right.
Yes.
Is that your only question?
Repairs and maintenance. Here. So what you got in your repairs and maintenance?
That would be what Commissioner Mealy was referring to.
Okay.
There's a request in there to put a standalone air conditioning unit in the workout room. With the salt and the dirt, it's really wreaking havoc on our exercise equipment. Plus the guys, when they're in, the ladies, when they're in there working out, which we encourage them to do, it's like 120 degrees in that room. So the standalone unit, I think if number serves me right, was like $1,200 we were requesting.
That's the bay behind the area behind the ambulance bay?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So
the other additives to that line item were, again, with the mindset of training, we utilize the big 3 bays for down firefighter, rescue training, what have you. When they're in their bunker gear and training, that even with the bay doors open, that those bays are extremely hot. So the request was to get a large industrial fan to put in that bay to make it a little bit more comfortable for them when they were doing their training sessions. And then the final thing that was added to that line item was for the AC ducts throughout the building to be cleaned, and that was a little over $2,000 for that.
Is that all your questions?
That's all good for now.
Any other questions or comments? So is there something wrong with the air conditioning vents that are in that workout room?
There are none. It's an open bay. It's on the back side of the ambulance bay.
Okay.
So we're just, but we've got the opportunity to close the back bay door and just put a divider between the ambulance bay and the standalone AC. The mindset would be that we could preserve the exercise equipment and make it a little bit more accommodating to staff when they're utilizing that room.
Okay. And then question on the the rescue board. I guess I'm trying to figure out, because I know our guards all have rescue boards as well. And how many times has the rescue board that you have on ladder been deployed in a rescue?
I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but it'd probably be higher than you think because, you know, keep it in mind, Ocean Rescue and Fire, we work hand in hand with each other. But, you know, if those folks are in season for 4 months, the rest of the year is us. And our first line of defense to get into a swimmer in distress is those rescue boards. So in talking with my officers, the thinking was there is a rescue board on the ladder. So if they're utilizing that truck, they're fine. They can switch out into swim gear, get in the water, and they can expedite that recovery. If the additive was to outfit the engine with the same rescue board. And I think, Commissioner Chair, if the number serves right, with the racks and the rescue board, we're looking at like $1,400, $1,300. I didn't consider it astronomical,
right,
but it covered our basis on both rigs, was the thinking there.
Got it. That's pretty inexpensive.
Yes, sir.
And just as an overall comment, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Bellhumor on the budgeted overtime. It's like we're, you know, overtime is one of the #1 controllable expenses that as management has. And, you know, if you have an issue with call-outs or anything like that, or staffing issues, that, you know, to budget almost a 20% increase in basically staffing problems is basically what we're saying there, and I don't agree with that theory. That's a controllable, and, you know, if anything, it should go down, because keep in mind, hurricanes is not part of the budgeting process. That you spend, you get reimbursed for. This is just day-to-day, I'll call it problems, because that's what overtime is. It's a staffing problem. Any other?
If I may add to that, just a quick comment. This is not a new development. This has been gauged for the last 3 or 4 years, and even the forecasts that Mr. Whitson saw to get to the point we are now, I cautioned that there would be shortfalls, and there have continued to be shortfalls. So Commissioner Bellhumor called it. I mean, if we look at the projections right now, I'm not even in the ballpark of what we could potentially be looking at this year. And the only reason we're making it is because we don't have staff in other areas, and we're stealing from Paul to pay Peter. But moving forward in the next year, I mean, if you don't add the money to overtime, it more than likely would be a budget amendment, is the only thing I'm trying to say. If you look at trends, that's my only point.
Okay. Any other comments?
I think fire is different. Fire and police are different. I agree that, I don't know, in the building department, so we can't go do as many inspections, so we can't, you know, there are things we can't do as quickly as we would like, maybe because somebody's out sick. I don't want my house burning down because he doesn't have adequate fire, or I don't want a robbery to, you know, all the robberies you have.
I don't have any.
Oh, well, right. People borrowing stuff without asking permission.
Oh, that type of stuff.
those.
Theft, okay.
Because Matt doesn't have enough overtime to pay. I think varies from department to department, that outlook about overtime.
All right, you want to move on to capital? All right, so questions on capital expenses for fire department? Nothing?
Yeah, I guess
Commissioner Bellhumor?
I'll start. Fire truck reserve. We hadn't done that for several years now, apparently. When's the last time we did fire truck reserve?
We only took last year off. We've been doing it every year up until then.
Funny, I thought okay, I misread something then. I thought that it had been like 3 years we hadn't done it.
No.
So what do you got in that reserve now?
There's nothing in that
There's
reserve.
nothing there, right?
We spent it last year.
So we're talking about, geez, I put so many notes, I don't know what page I wrote them on. So we collect 100,000 for the next, what is it, 8 years? 4 years.
And you could use the mark of 7 to 8 years. The only thing I would point out in that capital reserve is the board is more than aware that we lost our 2006 fire engine. We do have 2 reserve trucks. Well, one's a park truck, one's a reserve truck coming from the county that once they get their new rigs in, that was board approved a couple months ago, to the tune of $20,000, which was a great pickup for us. But I would also caution that that truck that we're bringing in, albeit a reserve, it's older than the truck we lost. It's 19 years old. So the ladder now is sitting at 8 years. And with the cost of raw materials, the percentage of increase, I believe we're doing a disservice to the city if we don't steadily reserve that $100,000 each year in either direction we're going, whether it's the ladder truck or whether we have to look at this reserve truck to replace it. You're going to need on average 6-7 years to get to that cost of paying for another truck outright. So the request that came from city administration when the new pumper came in was, could we take last year off? If I had my druthers, we wouldn't have. I think that we need to consistently be reserving that $100,000 every year for a 15 to 20 year replacement plan for each truck. So, I mean, we were there at one point, and then the time was requested that we take off.
You're going to replace the ladder with a ladder?
That is the plan, yes, sir. But we're still, you know, you could call that 8 to 10 years out on that truck at least.
As you know, I'm not a fan of having quite so many trucks in that building over there, but with having so many, maybe they should last longer.
Well, there's also the question of if you're looking at that 15, 20-year window, we're getting absolutely nothing on trade-in value for these. When they still hold value, maybe that number could lessen if we're still getting something in return when these trucks go back in. Because when we're trading in a 25-year-old truck, on paper we've got $2,000 for it. So, you know, the trucks, every one of them have a point to me. And even like when you talk about, we lost that reserve truck in last year's hurricanes, in my mind, we don't have an expendable truck. The other truck we have is heavy water supply pumper, and then we have our aerial attack unit, which both trucks have very specific needs. We are fortunate to get this reserve truck coming in from the county, and I hate to use the word expendable from a truck, but if we do go into high water, we do go into a hurricane, that will be the first truck out. So the point being is, and I understand where you're at, Commissioner Belhumeur, but
we should make the other 2 frontline trucks last longer.
Absolutely. I agree. I'm in full agreement with what you're saying with that. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
All right,
Any other questions about capital?
No.
All right, and I don't think there's any decision modules for fire, correct?
I think there is one.
There's one decision module.
What is the name of it?
Paramedic incentive.
Okay, oh, I see it. So that's page 37. All right, questions or comments on paramedic incentive?
Make me do all the talking again.
Well, you got some?
I do.
All right.
I just think the city of our size cannot afford advanced life support in their fire department. I'll leave it at that.
And is that, is
That's
this,
the goal.
okay,
It's in his material in several places.
Right.
That's their goal.
So I had a
And
question.
I don't think a city this size can afford it.
I have a question, kind of going off of what Rick had said. Becoming an ALS agency, it's going to cost our city in total $300,000, and if it would have to be supported to get the rooftops by annexation. Is that what you were saying in here?
That was the original goal, and some of that ship may have sailed, and some of these developments that are out there. And 300,000 is only a ballpark. I mean, truth be told, when we get to the point of if we were to seriously look at advanced life support, it could be up significantly from that number. But I would go to the point of mentioning, and I've said this in the past, there is state funding, there are grants out there that are obtainable to, for at least a time, get out of the gate and open up an ALS program. The city would have to come back at one point and own it, but the big hit is to, out of the gate, is to buy the drugs, buy the equipment, the things that were needed for advanced life support that we're not doing in BLS. The only push with the paramedic incentive now, and it's the same mindset with the medical director, the level of training has to be there before we can ever even talk about ALS. And ALS may be, if we ever get there, several years down the road. But what our folks are doing right now is they're spending that year and a half, and they're going and they're making the sacrifice to become paramedics, which is a huge sacrifice. They also have the liberty under the medical director to work with the county medics within that ambulance to assist. So it only benefits our residents to not only have 2 medics on a significant call, we could have 3 medics on a call. So the only thing that this module is trying to accomplish is let's pay them for the sacrifice that they've made and the higher level of training that they're bringing to the city. Take ALS aside out of it right now. Because the only thing we can do, if we're ever going to get there, is to get our people certified in this training. We have a handful of people. Right now we have 4 full-time members that are paramedics. The incentive would be $4,200 a year to pay them. Roughly, the exact number is $16,892 for the 4 of them. Within the plan, there was also an option to phase it in. If not want to do it, could we pay them $2,100 this year, pay them $2,100 next year to a get right? They would be whole at that point. But it is a big sacrifice for folks to go to paramedic school, and they are taking on more responsibility. That was the mindset with the incentive and that being placed in a module.
did that answer your question?
Yes, I just kind of felt like it was, we take the firefighter, we overwork them, and it even says in here, it's a 12-hour shift, then they still come back and they work, which affects in the overtime, which we just added $10,000 for, and then we pay them more.
They're not paid overtime to go to medical
Well, I'm
school.
saying, but then you have more call-outs, you have different things like that.
You're right.
Because now they're tired, they're
Sure,
overworked.
sure.
And then after they're still done, it's more taxing on our budget for in salaries. I just didn't see where it was going to end up being beneficial in the long run, especially when you said we have 2 paramedics and we could have 3. How many paramedics do you need?
Well, I mean, depending on the call, if I had my druthers on a heavy call, I'd love to have half a dozen paramedics on the call. But, each call is an individual. Sometimes you don't need, you're getting by just fine with EMTs. But I just feel like all your bases are covered. It's an insurance policy. I hate to use that word for our residents, that you have a higher level of training here. I mean, it is the goal of the department to continue to progress and improve, and paramedic is a part of that.
So I need to ask a question. If somebody is a paramedic now, do they get anything?
No, sir.
Okay. But all the neighboring municipalities, according to the sheet, do.
That's correct.
We're the only one that does not.
That's correct.
Okay. And our wage study does or does not account for that certification.
It would not.
It does not, but, well, the simple answer is it does not. That's the best way to answer it.
And when we look at wages in other municipalities, because that's what the study is based on, is their higher rates of pay accounted for in that study?
The ALS is not. You would compare what the base rate is versus the base rate. ALS is an add-on.
Well, and I guess to me, it's a little muddy. Are we talking about paramedic, or are we talking about ALS, or are those two terms one and the same?
And Mr. Abels will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think based on the study that had come through, if you're talking agency to agency, they're looking at firefighter EMTs. They're not looking at firefighter medics. Firefighter medics would fall in the line of ALS. Am I speaking to that correctly?
Yes. Well, is a medic ALS? Are those two terms that we're using separately the same?
Medics are capable of providing advanced life support, and EMT is not.
Okay, that answered that. All right, any other questions or comments on this? And should we make a decision on these decision modules now, or do you all want to wait till the end and run through it?
I think we should do it now. I was going to say do it now.
Well, we have one for now, one for the end. Who else has a thought?
We're already kind of covering the topic. Maybe we should just go ahead and run through it now. I don't know.
Except that I think we need to see big picture, you know.
Figure out how
right?
all the others are going to affect the mill rate?
Yeah.
That's true. Because if we make a decision now, we could get to the end, and then we're going to have to
We probably should, especially the ones that aren't in it.
Okay,
right.
we'll wait on that.
So make a note,
Suggestion.
vote on
City
it.
manager?
If you prioritize the ones that you have the majority opinion, think that you would like to consider it, then at the end, you could put all those together and then reprioritize again to decide what ranking you wanted to make them. And that way you wouldn't have to go back over all the decision modules. You'd have your priority. You'd know which ones that the majority of you wanted to go with. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
We don't make final decisions today anyway. It is a workshop.
Well, on the decision modules, though, I think this is our one shot, right?
No?
You can make it, but you're going to have to give us an indication of what millage rate we're going to put into it.
Yeah, so this is...
Therefore, we need to know what your budget amount is going to be.
All right.
And that's based upon your decision on where you want to go with decision modules. You can change everything else. I mean, you can change again when you go into your public hearings in September. But you've got to give us an idea of what you want for your millage
you have
today.
to give out the trim rate.
I think
All right, let's just cover decision modules at the end. You all okay with that?
Yeah, can we also do a part where because this one's not funded in the budget, but then there are ones that are funded, so do we want to differentiate those?
All the ones that are funded and unfunded in the budget are all part of the decision modules?
Okay, yeah.
And they'll all have an effect on mill rate pretty much, except the enterprise funds.
Okay.
All right, so we are done with fire. Any comments on fire?
Thank you, Bobby.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we will move to page 21. Okay, comments on page 21. More thoughts? Who wants to go first?
Yep.
Commissioner Mealy?
I don't know if we need to get, I'm drawing a blank. The guy in the blue, Tom.
Come on up, that guy.
Sorry, Tom. You don't do this to me in the morning.
That guy, Tom.
That guy in the yellow shirt.
Lifesaver dude. Yeah.
Other salaries and wages, is that the year-round lifeguards, or what is that? Or Rhonda?
Yeah, if you could explain salary and then the next line, what the difference is.
So the salary line is basically Tom's. He's split between beach and recreation, so the salary is is his expense, and then the other salaries and wages are the lifeguards.
All the lifeguards.
Yes.
And okay, I had a question about subscriptions and dues, but that got answered on the stuff we got yesterday. And so did the equipment under 5,000. So that was all.
Any other questions or comments?
I do.
on this page? Mayor?
Reserve for dune protection, 60,000. Was that the 60,000 we put in last year for sand fencing?
It's another year, so we budgeted 60, we'll put that in the reserve for this year, and then it's another 60 for next year.
Okay, how much, what's
Then
the,
why would we need a decision module for it if it's already budgeted?
well, I was wondering why we needed a decision model. when
Well, yeah, we already
had
had a consensus like 5 times on that.
And the money was coming out of the reserves.
Well, yeah, and we'll be getting to that, I guess.
Dune protection means what? Sand fencing or what?
Sand fencing or plants, it's one or the other.
Rhonda, that was for
Creating a
physical
reserve.
barrier for the dunes, is that what that was?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So it's physical barrier for the dunes, is what that is.
Okay.
And we're creating a reserve for that.
It's already been created.
It's already,
Continue.
it was created
Continue.
in this year's budget, in the 22-23
Right,
budget.
okay.
William wanted the consultant, remember, to do the dune fencing?
No comment. Any other questions on page 21? I had comment, why such a large increase in lifeguard salaries and wages?
That's basically reflecting the minimum wage going up. Eventually, it's going to be $15 an hour. So we're trying to step it up $1 an hour each year and get there gradually instead of waiting to.
So there's
We have
no
to
other,
do it.
like I saw in the overall tactic, it was listed that we were going to want to start running a crew all year. Is this a reflection of that tactic that was indicated?
No, it's the same hours, and we still have the contingency budget for off-season. But it's basically reflecting, trying to get up to that minimum wage.
Okay, explain to me contingency budget for off-season. Where is that? Or what would that be on this page? Or that's just in this overall?
Yeah, that was something was in the overall, and I believe that's something we're splitting with the county also. It was 15,000, 7,500 from the city and 7,500 from the county.
Is this a new tactic, or is this something that's put aside every year?
That's been decided, it was probably 7-8 years ago, we decided to put that in.
Okay.
And it's basically for spring break, winter break. Sometimes we use it, sometimes we don't. It all depends on the weather and what kind of beach crowds we get during those times.
And we have $12,460 listed under improvements. That's not capital, though. What is that?
That's for the overhead door replacements over at his building, because they're all rusting and falling apart.
Is that a capital project? Or did I miss where
It
that's
is.
listed?
It is.
So that is a capital project? Why wouldn't
Yes.
it be listed under, okay, so we're just, improvements we're calling capital projects. All right, got it. Okay. Any other questions on page 21?
No.
All right, so let's go to capital projects for this department then, which is on page 75. And questions or comments on these items? All right, if none, I had questions. So each year for vehicles, we're budgeting 9,500 for, I guess, what is an ATV, or is this?
Yeah, that's for a new ATV. We're right now going a rotation of 3 ATVs, and every year we trade one in and replace it with a new one.
Okay. So the 95 is basically the cost of a new ATV to be replaced every 3 years on a rotator?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's ATV lights and sirens, the whole package.
All right, those are the only questions I had.
Oh, it's cheaper than a golf cart.
It's a lot cheaper than a golf cart. Do we have decision modules for this?
I don't think so.
Not that I remember.
Tom, you don't?
I don't think we do.
Okay, so we have no
Oh.
decision modules.
Sand fencing.
All right, let's cover that since that falls under there, which is going to be page 29. I guess I don't even understand why this would be a decision module. This has already been a consensus item for multiple years in a row now.
And we have an agreement with FDOT.
And we have the money.
And it's been in our strategic planning since forever.
Could I address
City
that?
manager, yes.
It would be, in my opinion, because of your priority on sand fencing. We do have an agreement with DOT for sand fencing. We're currently working with the county. We've got an issue of what do we do with the area north of 7th Street, north to Beverly Beach. I proposed to the county, and they acknowledged that they thought it was a good idea, although I have not received a commitment yet, that we form a team that will go out immediately, because we don't need to wait for the beach renourishment that's going to be completed by the Corps and by the county to look at that area to immediately start. The sand fencing that we have dedicated, I don't know how much that it will be. If we need more than that, we need less than that. So I would recommend that, being a priority as it is, that you seriously consider putting a reserve aside of potentially $50,000 that would be used for any expenses that we, at this point, do not recognize that may be above what we would have a pledge from DOT. And that way we could use that either for sand fencing. I'm sorry.
We do that. We're putting 60,000 aside every single year.
And I'm saying potentially another, because we may need additional monies for labor to go 7th Street North. I'm a little concerned with what the expense could potentially be for the city as we move independently with the county to do that. We're going to need labor costs, and we're going to need potentially more sand fencing.
But we had a quote. That's where I'm confused. We had a quote for the labor, and DOT was giving the materials on a cost sharing. So we had a firm number.
And that's the 230.
Okay. And, all right.
What was the area coverage for that?
Well, the area coverage has shifted. So that's what I'm saying. If you go 7th Street North, we don't really have the parameters for exactly what you would need, because there's a lot of vegetation that you do not want to interrupt that would be in that area. So you'd probably want a hopscotch.
Absolutely. And down between South 10th and North 10th, you probably really don't need much of anything, because there's enough walkovers that people don't feel the need to go over to Doom, because they only have to walk from here to there to get to a walkover.
Right.
So it's where the walkovers really get spread out, and you've got, so that I think we can trim that number considerably.
Oh, I do too.
By just, targeting the weak areas.
And that's why I asked, I'm trying to form a team that would go out there and make that joint decision that would say exactly where we want it, because we can start that project this year. We don't need to wait for the sand renourishment, whereas we do, I believe, to the south of 7th Street North, because of the fact that the Corps is going to come in and the county's going to come in and do that sand fencing as part of their overall project and dune restoration. So it makes sense to go north. But I would think that we probably need to really work with a team to do that, and that's what I'm trying to form.
My opinion is, I would just stick with the original plan from the end of the boardwalk to the south of town. The area where you're saying that it's thick and there's more dune walkovers in between, the dunes used to be thicker in other areas too. I would just keep it concise, one look throughout the entire city and go from the end of the north boardwalk all the way to the city line on the north up by the car wash. That way it's just, you can see it's a physical barrier. There's not areas where people can have confusion because someone will say, oh, there wasn't a fence there. We can walk there, because that's what people do now.
Okay.
I don't even know why we keep having to discuss this. We had a consensus, and we gave direction that there was going to be a physical barrier of sand fencing put in from city limit to city limit in every spot except where it wasn't practical. That direction was given.
And we were going to go into reserves if necessary to do that.
And actually, we don't even need to really go into reserves much, because it turns out we've been planning for it under capital. We're under, I don't know how many years has this been, the 60,000 been put in the capital?
Just in 22, 23.
And so we have some money already there, so which reduces that by a bunch. And we're sitting here talking about maybe future projects that are going to be coming, and hopefully sometime in the next couple of years, even though we've been talking about them for 20, which is the core project. And but the bottom line is there is a absolute high priority need to put sand fencing in immediately for all the dunes except where practical. And where practical is, you're going to end up causing more damage because the vegetation's so thick. Putting it in is what's already there. I mean, are we going to deviate from that, or are we going to stay the course?
We're going to get it done.
Yeah, my thought is, I mean, that we were absolutely unequivocal in direction on that. I even referred to it as the Johnston fence. You know, whatever you know the Corps is not doing, we're doing the rest. You know, all the way up. And I've seen no deviance or
the thing is,
deviance.
We need to do it now. Otherwise, we're going to be required to get permits. And us doing this project, piggybacking on DOT and the Army Corps of Engineers, the purpose was because we weren't going to have to get permits. We were going to fall under their emergency operation, their order for it. And now we're going to kick the can down the road for so long, and we're not going to be able to do it because now we're going to need permits. It's going to cost twice as much, and then FDOT is going to pull out and not give us the supplies.
All right, so I think we have a pretty good idea on this decision module, but this is more, I think, for this year project than it would be for next year's project.
For last week.
I hope so. I hope we can do that.
So I think that answered, did that answer on this decision module?
No, sir. I want to make sure I'm clear on what your direction is, because currently I am interpreting going from the end of the county core project, which is 7th Street North, up to Beverly Beach.
Correct.
That's the area to look at, and I'm clear on the zone. Okay.
Yes.
That's not my understanding of what consensus was. We were doing city limit to city limit.
And
are we not going to, but like, we don't even know when those other projects are going to start. Are you going to wait a year or two and leave those areas unprotected?
No.
No, because that's part of the reason that we had the washouts down the south end, because people were tearing up the dunes, trying to get down to the beach in areas that there wasn't sand fencing.
The original consensus was city limit to city limit.
Yeah.
Well, also to your statement, the south end of town was the least monetary portion of the project because the Army Corps of Engineers had it. It was only tiny segments. The north end of town was what was the biggest cost. So just stick to what the consensus, do the whole thing.
And if it's important to realize that if we do the whole thing, That means that the core project and the county project is going to begin probably within a year. That's their target. If we put the sand fencing in, they're going to take the fencing out. And then the sand fencing has to be reinstalled, which is going to be a duplicate cost back to the city, potentially. So, and the damage, you're going to have a damage to that sand fencing. So it would be, in my recommendation, it would be very ineffective if we put the sand fencing in border to border at this point, because what is going to happen, we put the sand fencing in, the Corps and the county are going to come in, take it right back out within just a few months as they start the project. And then it has to be installed back in because of rebuilding the dunes. That's part of what the project that they're doing. Whereas if you go 7th Street North up to Beverly Beach, that area is not part of the project and will not be taken out. So the sand fencing that's there will be installed and stay. It will not be taken out, so you're not going to have a duplicate expense. That's why the recommendation. And it's important to remember too, the sand restoration has really been an evolving project. At first, the county did not have the I believe, 35 million appropriation that it just received within the last 30 days for their portion of the project. So it was a matter of where was the Corps going, which was to 7th Street South, and then the county's picking it up from 7th Street South to 7th Street North as part of the money that they received. And in discussions with them, the sand fencing is going to be part of their project, and dune restoration, part of the beach renourishment, is my understanding of the way the project's being put together. So my only caution is, if we put sand fencing in that area, it's going to be taken back down again very, very shortly.
Thoughts?
I was going to say,
I have some.
Start on the north side, and then when the Army Corps, after the Army Corps project commences, fill in on the south end is my thought. Go ahead and start with phase 1 now, this fiscal year, and then do a phase 2 once the project is done on the south side to fill in those gaps. That's my thought.
It's like a block and a half. When you start splitting hairs, I can get the exact square feet here because the DOT already installed majority of it. It's tiny little sections. And at that point, what's the point? Might as well just finish the project.
Any other thoughts?
Can we just say that we want it ultimately to be border to border, and that we continue putting the money in and do it as we have the money?
No.
No, okay. I'm trying to get away. I agree with what Mike said. We're putting up fencing that's going to get taken down, that's going to end up costing us.
Well, it's just like the mayor just said too, that there's only small sections in the south end. Most of it's been done by FDOT already. And what they put up's coming down too. But there'd only be a few short areas in the south end, whereas the entire north end, like you say, city manager says that it would be a full stretch from 7th Street north. Mm-hmm. So I think, like Chair said, we've already got a consensus on this, and we're just not getting it done.
I don't believe the funding for the core project, the new funding because of the additional sand, has been approved yet. Is that correct?
I don't think they're totally done with the
It has been approved?
yet.
What is the new ETA of the start date for it?
So the start date.
So we have a group that sits in these meetings every 2 weeks or so. So in May, June of 2024, all of this is going to start.
That is the hard number.
That's the hard number. We've got flow charts that are timetabled for different permits, where the process is. They're moving along. It's very organized. It's well discussed. And it is happening. So that's something definitely to take into consideration, because they are going to remove everything that's there.
And there's a lot of coordination that has to happen because the pier is part of that project. So we are on top of that because it affects everything that's going on here. The other thing is on the north side, and I understand the need for the sand fencing, so I'm not anti-sand fencing, but we have vegetation that is well developed on that north side. So is this going to damage the existing
No, we've already talked
vegetation?
about putting it everywhere except where it wasn't practical.
Right, except for where it's not practical, okay. But on the south side, yes, that's where the project's going to start and go down. It is happening, so.
Okay, so we have a hard date and it's funded, correct? Okay, thank you.
And just for the commission here, I went through the email, and the amount of sand fencing on the south side of town would be taken down is only 6,700 square feet.
Here's the thing. I'm just of the mindset, if somebody wants to leave the sand fencing off of just that small section of Army Corps area, that'd be fine. I'd be okay with that. But other than that, it needs to go up. And everywhere other than it's practical. That's my opinion, though. But we need to get this wrapped up and get direction to the city manager so he's clear on what to do. What y'all thinking?
I agree with that.
We got consensus on what? What are you thinking?
I say all of it, including the 6,700 square feet that will have to come down later.
Square feet or linear street, feet?
Sounds
Linear.
like linear.
Linear.
Are you referring to the Army Corps project area?
Yes,
Okay, so
because that's where our washout was just at because of that purpose.
any other thoughts?
I'm okay with the mayor's proposal.
Any consensus?
Agreed. Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
Commissioner Bellinger?
Going north and not worrying about the south.
We're going everywhere, is
Going
what
everywhere.
they're proposing.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. That's what we agreed
All
to
right.
start with.
So that's consensus.
Okay, I want to get this restated, so
Putting sand fencing everywhere except where practical.
so that would be in the core area, in the county area, as well as 7th Street North. That'd be everything. So realizing that within several months, it's all going to be pulled back down again. Okay?
We're going to fill in all the blanks that we've got.
Everything. So, in core area and county area.
Is that y'all comfortable with
Excluding the boardwalk area.
I'm really not, but
I don't know
I'd
why
like
we
to
need
move
to
on
do the
with this.
boardwalk.
No, we're not, excluding it, making sure, like, putting that.
So from like 7th to North 5th or whatever it is, right?
Okay, here's what we'll have to do. I will contact DOT to get a commitment
We don't have
on,
public comment right now.
get a commitment from DOT on what fencing is available. We'll get the total linear feet that it's going to be required. It will have to bring a contract to you for putting the sand fencing in, and then that'll come at a subsequent time on the cost, which could be additional more than 60,000 that's in the budget right now or being programmed for the budget. So that would be additional expenditure, and I would therefore recommend that you take at least 50,000 out of what you currently have for an available balance to put that with 60, because I think you're going to need it to do this project the way you're envisioning it.
I agree with that, Mike. But we had agreed that if we went over what we had saved so far, that we would just pull it out of reserves and get it done.
That was the previous direction.
Is that what?
That
Okay,
was the
previous.
direction.
Okay.
We're going to have to wrap this up, though.
That would probably likely be on your August agenda.
Anything over 60, we're going to take out of reserves.
Yeah, we're going to have to. but
All right, so we can debate it further when it comes up to agenda 2.
balance we had.
That way, because if not, we're going to be here till midnight. Any other questions on beach before we move on?
No.
All right, thank you, life-saving dude. Named Tom.
Are you going to move on to recreation, or?
The guy in the yellow shirt.
The guy in the yellow shirt. So what page is that going to be? jumping around.
I
Just to make my switch.
I'm 44, but I'm here, you don't have to.
No, we'll get you done. You're already up here. Okay, questions or comments on page 44? Mr. Mealy?
Yeah, a couple of things that I thought should have been on here that weren't. We talked about at that May 3rd meeting, we talked about movies in the park. Have you dropped that idea, or is it in here somewhere and I'm not seeing it?
It's in there, yeah, we've talked about getting the equipment and getting it up and running again.
And so where does that,
I've got it in under operating supplies, buying the necessary equipment we need to get it back up and running again.
because operating supplies has gone down considerably. So what are you not buying that we're adding more movies in the park, but you're still dropping?
It's got to be something I bought last year that
you don't need
is already purchased and we don't need to buy it again. And most of the movies in the parks, materials are already in place. We've got the screen, we've got the projector, we've got the PA system. So we just have to actually try to figure out how to build a screen, a portable screen we can put up, depending on where we want to do it.
And the licensing that we have to show the
We're
movies.
doing a partnership with Vern at the radio station so we can go under his licensing. And that was the big step.
Okay. And you had fixing the 4th Street building doors. Where does that?
Yeah, we
That
just
was a
talked,
capital thing. Yeah, okay.
I think they're older than I am.
Any other questions on Commissioner Bellinger? It sounded like you had questions.
Yeah, just so you got a volleyball net in there somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Just another comment on the operating supplies. What was included in the operating supplies in this year's budget was the 4th of July expenses, which we pulled out because that's a decision module.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions on page 44 before we go to capital?
Which is page.
All right, capital, this is going to be for recreation, middle of page 76. We have just reserve fund of 50,000. What is that for, Tom? What exactly does that reserve cover?
Task order improvements.
Yeah, I believe we started looking ahead at refurbishing the tennis courts.
Ron, is this the first year that's hit, or did we get it in on previous years?
Next year.
It's for next year.
24, 25.
It's for next year.
Deadline is.
Well, we have reserve and then we have tennis court improvement.
Because we had budgeted $25,000 in this year's budget, and I believe that was for the tennis court improvements. I can double check.
That was in the year that we're currently in. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah, I
Tennis
see
court
that.
improvement is $50,000 in 24-25. Where are you seeing?
Well, she's referring to this right here in this budget, 25. But the question is so in capital for 23, 24, and actually every year, there's a $50,000 reserve fund. And there's also a line for tennis court improvement. The question is, what is the reserve fund for? It's not for the tennis court because that's already on capital and it's in the current year's budget. So what would the reserve be for?
So in this year's budget, we had Wickline Park Playground and Park Seed money for startup.
That's under CRA.
That's what's in the budget in recreation.
I thought I could be wrong on a place, but I thought it was for we have other parks outside of the CRA that do deteriorate the equipment from the salt air.
I believe you're right. So that's for repairs for that. Now, so the question is, Rhonda, on the park improvements reserve line, was that also that was not in last year's or the current year's budget? This upcoming will be the first year for it?
That is correct.
I'll just start. Okay.
No, the year we're in's the first year, right? Or the year upcoming?
I thought we put 50,000 aside.
Yeah, well, that's what it's showing
too.
on here. It's showing on here, we did this year. It's in the current budget.
23, 24?
That's what it says.
Where?
But this is,
Reserve fund,
For next year?
Recreation.
For
that's
coming
for
year?
next year.
23, 24. I'm looking straight at it.
Yeah, but it's not in the current budget that we're looking.
Current, we're only showing
Okay, sorry.
25.
Right, okay.
That stinks. Okay.
No apologies.
Any other questions on capital? Do we have a decision module for this that we'll need to work through quickly?
The 4th of July. is
Okay,
decision
4th of
month.
July, page 26. Any questions on the 4th of July or other expenses that are listed? Scott Spradley, you sit on it. We'll let him go first. He's Captain 4th of July.
No question.
Well, that was easy. Jane.
Captain. Just for clarification, we're not talking about having fireworks somewhere in Flagler Beach this coming year, since we don't have a pier. So this money is like what we did in the past, this last month, early this month. That seems like a year ago already. Where we gave money to different groups.
Rotary, React, Vern.
All the
and-
people that make it happen. And I'm good with that.
Any other thoughts? All right, we're good on that?
Yeah.
You have a consensus on that? All right. So that wraps up that. Guy in the yellow shirt, did you have any other departments you're in charge of? All right, that takes care of that.
Going back.
Sorry, Tom, that just.
Moving forward, you're gonna be guy in yellow shirt. So don't ever change it. All right, so we are going to page 22 now. Questions, comments on page 22? None?
Yeah, no, I do.
Go ahead.
Beginning with, when I hear building and zoning, that's different from planning and zoning, correct?
Well, building is its own enterprise fund. There's the building fund, and then there's building and zoning.
So, yeah, the building is like the code enforcement and that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So
Well,
again, it would have been helpful to see who's under this department.
Yeah, what
so that-
positions are under
Yeah.
the salary
Right.
department, Rhonda?
So this is going to be Bonnie. It's going to be John Gifford, who's the
So code enforcement?
Yes.
And then we have admin, right?
Yeah, that's Bonnie.
Yeah. Anybody else
All right,
under
so
that?
wait a minute. It's Bonnie, it's John Gifford, it's,
Let's say
Yeah.
let's
It's not
do
Marlene?
positions.
No, Marlene is in the building code.
Okay.
Right, along with the inspectors are in building code. So that's
okay,
Rick.
and where is Rick?
Rick is in building code.
So he's not here.
Correct.
So this 88,000 is,
Is John Gifford and part of Bonnie's salary.
okay. Okay. I always find that confusing.
Let me just make sure, so I'm not, because John Gifford's salary will fall into that other salary and wages. Let me just verify, because part of Bonnie's salary is in this building and zoning, planning and zoning, one
Bonnie
and the
can't be
same.
making 88,000.
No,
so
that's
that-
what I was just going.
So something's screwy.
Yeah, that's why I'm just going to bring up my file real.
the projected planner.
Oh, that's it.
Salary.
Yep, that's
also
it.
Partially based to utility, stormwater as well.
Right, that is correct.
I'm sorry.
Planner would be the CRA too.
Partially planner.
Okay, partially planner.
Partially Bonnie. And then John Gifford is in other salaries and wages.
So then what is other salaries and wages?
That's John Gifford.
Okay.
So you got, so in the regular salary line, you will have a partial planner and a partial admin.
Okay. And then the 51,000 is John.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, professional services went down almost 100%. What?
Right, so what is actually hitting there are pass-through fees. So it's the expenses that we would pay up front for, like Mead and Hunt, if we need to contract and use their services. So when we do that, then we offset it with revenue. So that's why we don't know what we're going to be needing to use professional services for next year. But we will always have revenue to offset because that will get passed on to the developer.
Okay. And
I had one on improvements.
well, travel, I have one more, travel and training.
I know that they, I'm just kind of filling in for Rick and just trying to remember what we had discussed, but I believe that.
Rick isn't on this one.
I thought you said Rick wasn't in charge.
Well, no,
of
he
it.
isn't, but he's in charge of this department.
Okay.
In charge of
Yeah.
code.
Yeah, he's in charge of
He's
the
in charge of
department.
the department, but we don't pay him out of this budget? Okay,
Rick's over like 8 departments.
Right.
anyway, okay.
Right, so for the travel and training, I know that if I'm remembering what he had stated during our budget meetings is that he wanted to provide additional training for staff and if, especially for John and maybe potentially for Bonnie. And then once we get a full-time planner involved, there may be some certifications and training that person may need to take.
Was he more specific than that about what kind of training? Like, is it cross-training so they can help each other with it?
That would be more a question for Rick.
That would be in-house as well.
Yeah.
I can't hear, Penny.
That would be in-house.
In-house training, which means what?
It wouldn't be a seminar or a.
Or cost.
They pay to go to.
Oh.
I thought I read somewhere that he was looking to get the code enforcement officer some more training.
Some more licenses. This is what I heard, because there's a certain amount of licenses you have to.
Okay, all right, that's all I have.
Okay, any other questions on page 22?
Yes.
Mayor,
Improvements?
we're going to begin the capital.
Oh, okay. Nope.
Page 22? All right, we'll go to capital, Mayor.
What page?
Hold on.
That's going to be
75.
We got
75.
building and zoning, which is on capital is called planning and zoning, correct?
Looks like it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm seeing here.
yeah, it's at the bottom.
And a little bit of 76.
Yeah, one little line on 76.
All right, questions specific on capital, Mayor?
I see wick line renovations.
That's for the renovating the restrooms over
Okay.
there.
The bathroom, didn't we do that?
Restrooms.
Oh, we did that last year.
I thought we did that 2 years ago.
You gave them-
Never did it.
You gave them a portion of money and told them to do as much as they could with that amount of money.
And they did the
And so now they need 155,000 more?
they haven't done anything on the bathrooms. I know that.
Lee, you want to speak to that? Sure. That'll mean we're going to have $200,000 bathrooms. Old thrones.
What Penny said is absolutely correct.
You got to turn your mic on, please.
what Penny said was correct. When we did the renovations up there, we could only do a certain amount with the money we had.
Because it was like 40,000 or something, right?
It was something like that, yeah. But we never got to the toilet rooms. Those things are awful. They need to be
That's what
totally
the money was
renovated.
for. What did y'all do with it then?
We built that whole section on the west side of the building. That's what we did.
So we authorized money for the bathroom repairs and then you did something else?
No, the bathrooms were not included in that, okay? But we didn't have enough money to finish some of the portions of that original work.
So, hold on, Penny?
Nothing. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm just their notes. You were asking 155 for wick line renovation and 18,000 for paint for the building is what they have in their notes for capital.
We had 130,000 budgeted 2 years ago. It got pushed to the last year, and now it got pushed to this year. So that 130 that we had was included in this 155. That's been a number that's been carried over for 3 years.
Because your presentation to us a couple months ago was that you wanted to do the restrooms this year. That's how I remember it. But why are we painting the building again? We just painted it. $18,000 to paint the
Just
building?
looking at what the notes say, I wasn't part of their budget.
Just like 2 years ago or something?
I think what we should do is wait and have Rick come, and Rick needs to answer these questions.
He's at a doctor's appointment, so I'm not sure when he will be able to be here.
And he's the only one who can answer these questions.
Other than Lee was involved with it.
Well, some of it may have been involved with finishing the vestibule in the front, because that, for years, has been a really problematic issue because it wasn't up to code. So that's why we built that vestibule in the front out to make it come up to code.
It's being paid for with this current year's budget.
Yes, correct. Correct.
All right, well, then we'll have to wait. Hey, ask Rick somehow. I just don't get why we're painting the building again already.
Agreed.
It just did.
I'm not sure what that is.
Commissioner Striley?
I'm still confused on one point. Lee, the 130 or 135,000 that has been carried over, was any of that earmarked for the restrooms?
I believe so, yes. At the restrooms and finishing up the original project, which we didn't have enough money to finish. And that included trim work that was never done. Now, if you go up there, you'll notice that there's no shoe molding. That had to be taken off and discarded when they did the floors.
I understand. It's just, it would be helpful to know how much of that 155,000 to be spent on the restrooms.
I'll talk to Rick. I'll get together with Rick and give you a breakdown of that 155.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I remember last year we had a very, and I'm, for us that were up here, we had a very detailed conversation about the restrooms last year.
Yeah, absolutely did.
And I remember.
We even talked about the tile.
We did, and I specifically remember we all agreed that there was a certain amount of money that we did earmark last year. I guess my question is, what happened to that money? Why is it that, I'm confused. I know there's playback for it. I know it was a very heated conversation, and I remember specifically that money, we were very specific, that little bit of money was to be used for the restrooms.
I remember that too.
Yeah, and that we budgeted $19,500 this year, 22-23.
Did we have any questions for Lee while he's up here, or can we sit him down?
I'm done.
Okay, so you're good. Thank you. What questions did you have?
I just remember, well, yeah, I did anything get done on that kitchen? You're supposed to build out the kitchen on the south end, right?
Come on back up, Lee.
So that wasn't part of the money that you have in this year's budget?
No, the kitchen.
We're going to do bathrooms for $19,000.
The kitchen idea went away. That was a Larry Newsom requirement. That whole thing went away.
Oh, okay. So
And we're
you
using
live
that
in
as
the
office space.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just to, for Commissioner Spradley, they've been talking about finishing this off because they had they used a lot of building department funds to build out a lot of what's been done, but then they could only spend so much because it had to be related to the building department because they were using their funds for that. So they did what they could, and they've been waiting, as Lee was saying, they've been waiting for 3 years to get it finished. So it wasn't like it was in the budget and it didn't get done. It just never got in the budget yet. So, and you weren't going to get any, if we had, what was it, 19,500 or something this year?
Yes, sir.
So you weren't going to get any bathroom renovations?
No, I know what you're saying, but we specifically said it was for the bathrooms, and
And it was actually for the peel and stick tile because someone said that we were going to have a workman's comp claim if someone tripped over the tile that was peeling up.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was a huge amount of money, and I challenged why is it so much ridiculous amount of money just to do some bathrooms? Because we gave $40-some thousand. I was like, I'm pretty sure you can get a bathroom fixed for that. And then that was kind of what the agreement was. I remember it, like it was yesterday, unfortunately, but my overall thoughts on this, and this seems to be a recurring theme almost annually, is this building is a improvement albatross, and I don't think we should move forward with any capital improvements on it until the new city manager can get in, evaluate it, and write a plan, because this has been going on for multiple years, that the money that we have asked to go to certain things, for whatever reason, I'm not going to blame anybody, doesn't make it there. And then all of a sudden the building still needs work, and then we need more money. And we go through this same exact scenario every single solitary year where when this whole concept of even moving staff over to that building was brought up, this goes back before a lot of you, we were given a number and said, this is what it's going to cost. And it wasn't that big a deal. And then it ended up ballooning into a staggering, ridiculous number. And then we've been fighting that exact battle every single year since. That's just my 2 cents and my thoughts on it. Because this is a sieve. I don't think there is a methodical approach to what this building, like what is being improved. And I also don't know how well that blends into any future projects that are surrounding this building, which is another decision module. So I'm just of the opinion that this, because of, we just budgeted $40-some thousand for bathrooms last year and nothing's done. I say yank the e-brake. We're going to stop until there's a thorough plan put in place on where this money is going to go. That's just my thoughts. Commissioner Spradley?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's asking too much to have kind of a master plan for the Wickline Center. And just to make sure that Mr. Martin has enough on his plate, then it's probably a good idea.
We got to make sure he's earned his money.
I agree with your proposal.
So do I.
All right, any other questions or, and also the only other thought I had on the thing is $18,000 to paint the building we just painted a couple years ago.
Unless it's something that we didn't paint. It may not be. I'd like when Rick comes, Rick say, this is what we're actually going to do. Maybe he knows why the bathrooms didn't get done.
Yeah.
We're shooting in the dark here, and I don't, it's kind of a...
Yeah.
You're right. There's not enough information.
So, make a note that when Rick is available, we come back to this.
Okay, and so that brings us to decision modules concerning this department. Did we want to cover the design for this? Is that under this particular, is that under building and zoning, Rhonda?
No, I
Or,
thought that.
or is that going to be under just building?
It's going to be in general government.
All right. So do we have any decision modules under building and zoning?
No, I don't believe so.
No. All right, so we will move on to page 23. Comments on page 23. Commissioner Mealy.
Professional services, that's the facilitator for the strategic plan?
Yes.
Okay. The capital plan has City Hall design a relocation. Should that be included here, or what are we going to do with this building? Does that belong?
General government.
That's general government. Is the Citizens Academy included in here somewhere?
It is under promotional activities.
Promotional activities, that's where I thought I'd check. We had talked about new cameras. Is that in here somewhere?
That is under,
There's a capital project.
Yes.
It's not till, not the next year, but the following. There's a $90,000 capital project.
no, that's for improvements to this room, but decisions need to be made about this building first. 1 second.
Didn't we just do cameras?
I might have put it under city clerk. No, I spoke to you about the cameras when we made our budget projections to you.
Penny, what is your website under? Is that under city clerk as well?
That's under city clerk,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to just make a comment.
But Penny hasn't answered my question yet.
She can talk while I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to just make a comment on just if we could start to just be cognitive of travel and training. You look, we've gone up since 2020 from $3,700 to $17,000. I understand we have it here as a light item that we have an increased activity number of members attending the conferences, and we did discuss that, but let's just be cognitive over that. Price is elevating at a rapid rate.
Well, it was 13.4 and 21.22.
Still just getting crazy. Making sure we can do as much online as we can. It's expensive.
A lot of that comes with more activity going to Tallahassee, and that is an important trip.
I know some can't be, we discussed like that in the commission, just the way the voting is, but maybe kind of work together on that one somehow.
And also a part of it is 4 of you are on the legislative committees, and I think they meet quarterly or 4 times a year.
3 times.
3 times. One is in Orlando usually, and then one is always at the League of Cities annual conference. So that's why their attendance has increased for that.
Any other comments while Penny's looking?
Yeah, when are we going to get a salary study?
Did you copy off my notes? I actually have that written there.
No,
We need to-
You want the
I mean, we've done the whole
151%
city
increase
except-
that Palm Coast got?
Well, we're the worst paid employees in the city. I think
We don't
maybe-
even get any benefits.
You could. I think you can sign up for the insurance.
We cannot.
We cannot.
No, you can't.
No, we tried to get medical benefits one year and
You
we were
shot it.
outvoted. Yeah. You were against it, and so were.
Yeah, I know, I'm not in favor of it, but I thought we could.
Right, we
I
should
think
work
I
this
might have
job and
forgotten
not
the
get
cameras.
benefits.
I think I
You
might
choose to do this
have. Let me look again.
for all the
Sorry.
wonders that come with it.
Well said. If I would have another suggestion while Penny is looking up, I would say we do not do a full strategic plan, take that 1,500 out, because we have a very good strategic plan now that we could just simply take on as either a workshop or a agenda item and just update it, scrub it, update it where needed. I know we have a new city manager coming in. However, we have a very solid, robust strategic plan that to pay a facilitator to have us come full circle back to all the initiatives that we laid out that almost none of them got done, I really think is not a good use of money.
But we would get to see Mike again.
Mike will come back for free.
I just,
I don't want to spend a lot of time on $1,500, but I think it's well worth having somebody who's not involved anymore in the day-to-day, which by that time he won't be. And is there something in our current strategic plan that our new city manager might be not so in love with, or that times have changed and we need to update? So for $1,500, I think we should keep it.
Penny, did you get you're still looking?
I'm making sure it's not under capital, because I think if it isn't, I might have forgotten it.
All right, so comments were brought up about...
I left it out, I'm sorry.
Okay, about commission salaries or benefits or any of that. Is there any other thoughts other than what was already tabled? No? I have an opinion that commissioners should give medical benefits just like any other city employee, but I've already, under a different commission, brought that up.
We're not employees, we're elected officials. There's a difference.
Why do we get workers' comp then if we're not employees? Why are we paying for, why is the city paying for workers' comp for us?
Why am I paying Social Security and Medicare when I'm already receiving them? It's the way it is.
Because we're employees.
We're employees. We're paid by the city.
Yeah.
What about the spouses that aren't employees, if you want to get technical?
I have no idea where we stand with what we get paid in comparison to somebody else that does the same thing, but I mean, we just studied everybody else's pay. Wonder why we didn't do ours.
Well, that sounds like it's going to have to be something that get tackled maybe under a future budget. Then I'm not hearing a consensus on either one of them.
I think it's something that could be, may want to be addressed. I mean, I think each year you're going to get the COLA increase, but I mean, maybe we do look at some similar municipalities and, just throw it out. It doesn't mean that we have to.
Palm Coast just gave themselves a 151% increase. You want to get into that?
No, I'm not saying 150%.
Thing like that.
I think just knowledge is power, and that's costs nothing. But we're getting to the point where we are we're going to eliminate any prospects of elected officials if we don't get ahead of it, and we're going to find ourselves having to catch up in the rears like Palm Coast with 100 and something% increase. So I think it's something that is good to look at.
So for this side of the room, are you proposing this year, like the budget we're in now? We look at making a change, or are you proposing that this be not this year and the following year? We got to decide if this is going to be a conversation now or not.
No, I'm not necessarily speaking of this year. I'm just bringing up the fact that everybody got a salary study except us. And if another one comes around, maybe we ought to be included.
I don't know if we need a study. It'd be easy to figure out the amounts.
Just take some.
Mr. Spradley?
I agree with the mayor that whether you call it a study or something else, just get something comparative with what other municipalities are doing for next year. We got enough on our plate.
The league has the information.
Well, then we need to get it and circulate it.
All right, so you're not in favor. I would be in favor of it this year.
No.
We got to decide, are we talking about this now or not?
Why wouldn't we do it for this year? That way we have it, all the employees for this year and the commission for this year, so it has the same 22, 23 on it, instead of commission being
Let's just
separate.
figure out if we have a consensus or
I
not.
guess that's why I brought it up.
So who, Are you wanting to talk about this now or not?
My thought is to get it done. I mentioned a minute ago, I said next year, but if the consensus is this year, I'm not adverse to that.
You're part of that consensus. You have to decide.
I am part of that, and I agree this year.
Okay, so you're saying this year. Commissioner Mealy?
I'm against
Is
it.
against
I
it?
don't think people should be wanting to be an elected official because of the money.
We're not saying that. We're saying we just know what the salary study is for the position. Just have the knowledge.
Go on the leagues.
Commissioner Bellhumor, are you wanting to talk about this now or not?
Yes?
Yes now or yes later?
Now.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Now.
Okay. So there is a consensus to talk about salary now. So now the question becomes, how much are we talking?
I don't have anything to compare to.
If I could possibly make a suggestion, doing a salary survey for elected officials is really not difficult. What we can do, we can do that, I believe, at the staff level. Survey Volusia County, Flagler County, maybe St. Johns County. So you've got a 3-county comparison. We could look at just what, there's not a lot of different salary structures built into elected official salary. We could then provide you just an overview of what those salaries are in those 3 counties. And then would have to also consider what the charter dictates with respect to how you can make adjustments. The charter typically will govern how you make adjustments to elected officials' salary, and then that could be brought to you. I do not think if we're not able to come up with those numbers, we may have a lot of those numbers now, and we could bring those to you in a report format, let you know what the charter requires, and then you can make a decision what you want to do at that point. I don't think it's going to require a detailed salary study.
Okay,
if you agree to those 3 counties.
Good suggestion. Commissioners?
I think that's a great suggestion, because right now we have no information, so.
Right.
Well, I believe that the charter limits us to whatever the employee increase is.
It says in your charter, you cannot have a raise higher percentage than staff received.
I just think it vice versa. It's just only fair we do somewhere down the road. We've been getting a COLA.
Yeah.
Along with them, but now everybody else has gotten squared up with, but.
Right, we got a consensus that he's going to pull data.
Yes.
The other thing that was brought up was benefits. Is this something that you guys want to explore now?
Might as well.
Well, that's not something that needs a study. That's either. We'll just go down the line. Commissioner Spradley.
I mean, my thought on that, it's the same, which is what are other municipalities doing on that,
Right.
And I would like to have that information.
I could send out a question to my region of city clerks and get that information along with their charter requirements.
Thank you.
Yeah. My only thoughts on that are I'm not interested in changing salary at all. That's not a big deal to me. What I'm interested in is that we be able to take advantage of the same benefits that a regular employee would. I mean, if it was up to me, I would put it on here this year, but it's not. Any other thoughts?
I agree with you. We're employees like everybody else, so I don't know why we're excluded from that opportunity. Not that I personally need it, but could be something that would bring qualified individuals in the future.
Commissioner Sherman?
And keep those that we have now.
I'm okay with exploring it and seeing what it leads to. Like kind of what Commissioner Bellhumor said, maybe it'll bring more qualified individuals to the table.
So it sounds like we have a consensus that be part of what you bring forward next round? Okay.
I would also like to add, In every other department, we use benefits as a retention and recruitment tool, and it could be same for the rest of the employees that are up on the dais as well in this department.
I mean, heck, county commissioners get pensions and stuff. They get retirement or whatever if they've served through terms. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things.
Dictated by the state, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Take a break for a little bit.
Well, let's wrap up this item. Okay. So do we have any CRA, any capital?
I did not include my cameras. I don't know how or what happened that I forgot them, but I do not have them in capital.
Do they need to be included? Or this is a working document?
They do need to be included.
And that is how much?
This year's. I can probably get them for around 10 if I look.
Okay, so under commission,
How much, 10?
10,000 is the proposal from Penny to bring in new cameras, and the rationale for that is?
These are about 5 to 6 years old, and they're already starting to act up. I'm having to reboot frequently and freeze. And these are also the ones that were China made, and we have the requirement to get away from that, from legislation and federal.
That's part of that too?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's a legal thing then, like the
Yes.
drones, okay. And that would be in budget FY 23-24?
Yes, sir. And I apologize about that.
Okay, so discussion on the cameras or thoughts?
I think when I talked to your previous meeting, I thought it would be around 15, but I've looked around a little bit. I think I can get them both for about 10.
It wasn't, so it added to page
Yeah, we have
23.
to add it to page. You got to handwrite it in. Thoughts on this?
Have to do it.
I have no issues with it.
Unless you want me to stop streaming.
That's going to go really well.
No, I think
I like your streaming.
Okay, do we have any, it sounds like, well, we definitely have a consensus. Do we have any decision modules on commission other than what apparently now will be future ones?
I'm sorry about that. I'm
It's
sorry,
okay,
Rhonda.
Any decision modules, Rhonda or city manager? Okay, before we go to break, so the time allotted for general, you're gonna love this. We are at the time that has been allotted for general fund, and we are only halfway through. I think everybody probably saw that coming. But if we take a break, when we get back, we're probably gonna have to talk fast and maybe figure out how to speed this up. So
that each of us has asked the questions that concern us. And like you said before, this is our one shot at getting.
we just gotta ask them quick.
So.
We can't talk about the ones we already got the answers for.
All right, and how long you want?
5 minutes. Go to the bathroom.
10 of.
That's enough.
7 minutes.
All right, so let's meet at 5 of. Let's be realistic. 5 of.
Rick, so.
All right, you can turn your mics off. Okay.
And it's higher than our monthly salary here. And that was in the 70s. He was a county commissioner.
Fun yet? All right, let's get resumed. So before we move into the next page, we have to go back and do a couple homework pieces. And one of the pieces was Rick McFadden from Building Department. There were some questions that were brought up. So I guess if we could go to capital projects for building and planning department. Rick, if you could come up. And there was, under capital projects, we call it, well, planning and zoning. There was $155,000 for WIC line renovations, and $18,000 for paint building. If you could take us through, well, so the easy question was, $18,000 to paint the building when it was just painted a couple of years ago. That was the first thing that was brought up. What was your feedback on that?
It's been almost 5 years since that building has been painted. And it's, rather than wait until the paint starts to peel, we just like to keep up the maintenance on it.
Okay, and then there was $155,000 for renovations, but we didn't know what exactly that was for.
Okay, the men's and women's restrooms, we've been talking for some time now about leasing out the little conference rooms. The bathrooms are disgusting on a good day. When we have meetings, pre-construction meetings, I'm ashamed to have the contractors have to go into those bathrooms. That's how bad they are. And we're looking $25,000 to $30,000 a piece to have those done. We have not completed the renovation for the building, trim. There's still a lot of work to be finished up.
Okay. Commissioners or Mayor, do you have any questions further on the renovations for WIC line?
Yes. We had discussed up here on the dais and just looking for further clarification. Last year, I was under the impression that I thought that we had earmarked money to go towards the restrooms. Was that used?
No.
Okay. There was no replacement of the floor done. We talked about the floor being a trip hazard and workman's comp issue. We had put money aside for that.
We had building maintenance come in and sprinkle a little glue under the tiles and glue the tiles back down.
Okay.
So does that mean that the 40-some thousand, that would have rolled over back into reserves, so that can still be used, correct, City Manager? Because it did it get used? Did it not get used? I don't think it got used at all, right?
It did not get you. We had 19.5.
Okay.
That is correct. So if it doesn't get used this year, then it will go back into fund balance.
Okay. So where did the 40-some come from?
I don't know.
Okay. So 19.5, so that got unused, so that would go towards that particular project. So the budgeted amount, or the capital project, really, if you were to do it, you would reflect, you would want to have it reflect a lower amount because of what's coming,
Well, we
what's rolling over?
would want to capture the full amount because we will pay for the full amount when we do the renovation. But I would have to take part of that out of the reserve. So when I would do a budget amendment, basically.
Okay. And commissioners or mayors, is there any questions for Rick?
Yes.
While he's in the room? Okay.
All right, Rick, if you spent 40 grand on each restroom, then you got $75,000 left. You gonna spend $75,000 on trim?
No.
Okay.
That's high.
So why is it so high?
Well, it was a number plugged in at the time. Costs were going up so fast, and it was a shot in the dark. We're probably closer to 120, 110. I would think after.
So 120 is $40,000 worth of trim. I mean, what else are you needing to do in there besides trimming out?
We still have some flooring that needs to be fixed, baseboards, quarter round, And people aren't working for chump change anymore.
Yeah, I get that.
Don't forget the 19,500 we have in there too. So we should factor that into the,
That will roll back to reserves unless you start the project in this fiscal year.
Okay. A lot of that's been spent anyway on the entry, right? Wasn't part of that money used on the entry repairs?
No, I
Renovation?
believe we used the grant money for hardening the building.
Okay.
Any other questions for Rick, so we can get back to work?
I had one on travel and training.
Okay.
I looked that up, but you had moved on. That was all, the 5K was for FACE training, Florida Association of Code Enforcement for John.
Okay.
one last question about the $18,000 for paint of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have staff paint the building and just pay for the paint? I mean, save some money somewhere here.
I think that is one of the few buildings in Florida with a basement, and they can't reach it up. There are ladders. I think they would need lifts.
Yeah, I don't think it's a crazy amount of money to paint the building. However, I just didn't think it needed it done just yet. But can we throttle that number, that 155,000 back to what? What's
110.
realistic? 110?
Yes, sir.
I also just have one suggestion or comment. If we're going to have money set aside to paint the building of the building department, can we also have it in line to paint the library, so at least that whole entire section's all done at the same time, and not one's one color, one's another, one's old, one's new, just to make the project cohesive?
Yes, they do, and that was done intentionally
Right.
by Larry Newsom.
I thought one was older paint and one was a newer job.
No.
Okay.
Well, the library was done first.
They're different times, but they're also different colors.
Yes.
All right, questions for Rick?
So it's one last one. Can part of that money for painting the building come out of building department funds?
I wouldn't see why not.
Okay.
We live there.
So we could split that in half and half?
I'd be very careful about that. It's very specific as to how those building funds can be spent.
Okay.
Well, in the discussion around the capital projects, it's a question of, does the body want to move forward with a particular project or not?
Okay.
I mean, my thoughts on it are unchanged. Any other questions for Rick so we can get back to work?
Mm-mm.
Okay, any other comments on this capital project at all?
No. Do you have a consensus to reduce the 155 down to 110?
Do we have a consensus to reduce 155 down to 110?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Rick. All right, and let's jump all the way back to police. Chief, you ready? Which,
We cutting Rick loose, or is he's gonna come back for building, right? Okay.
all right, so page 8, questions or comments?
I have one on overtime. It's almost a 50% jump. And so I have that for overtime, just a question to explain that. And then
Let's
also,
get that answered. Chief, can you give us some insight on that?
On overtime?
Yes.
Well,
50% increase.
salaries have gone up, and so have the salaries of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office that we utilize during the summer months from Memorial Day through Labor Day. Law enforcement costs, to be honest with you, are going through the roof. I get it, it's not just here, though. And with a 20% increase in our population with the developments on Roberts Road, I thought it was necessary to put the maximum amount of cops we could add on the street.
Okay, my second question is, are we fully staffed with the amount of officers that we have budgeted for?
No, ma'am, we're 3 short.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on page 8? Commissioner Mealy?
All right, so you just said we're 2 short, so that's three short, so we had 15?
We're down to 14 right now, we're budgeted for 17.
Oh, 14, okay. So professional services and contractual services, what are those?
What line item are you talking about, Commissioner?
Well, it's
On
called
page
professional
8,
services.
it's the
303-100.
303, 100, and 400.
Professional services, if I don't have the specific one in front of me, but it's contracts with like our copier, any other services that we get. I know the radios are not underneath there. You probably saw a huge increase in the radio budget. I'm sure Chief Pace talked to you about that. What's that?
Or
Do you have
if
it
you could
pulled
just
up?
tell us,
If you
if
could
any.
just tell us, Penny, I don't have it in my...
web hosting, archive social, sheriff assistance, 3 major holidays, Power EMS related to policy rewrite and policy rewrite. Did the software cover this expense? Question. Oh, that one doesn't count. That's out.
That doesn't count. We did the policy rewrite ourselves. Power DMS is the software we use to store all of our policies, legal memos, and training.
Chief, if you could just tell us, how did we get to a 700% increase in radios?
I can tell you we got a memo from Flagler County saying that they were going to go up very minutely, and then in less than 30 days we received a letter. I say we. Neither Chief Pace nor myself received the letter. Penny received the letter. Sent a letter saying that the radios were going up 700%.
But what was the reason for that?
I guess sins of the father. I guess they were paying for shortfalls from before.
So they're
nothing to do with
back
us.
collecting from us?
Maybe Mike can shed some light on it, but I was not involved, nor was Chief Pace involved in any of the discussions. We weren't consulted. The letter was sent to the city clerk.
Yeah, city manager, that's concerning because we had all this on the front side when these radios came in because they were very expensive, all buttoned up and agreed on, and this is very different than what was agreed on.
Very interesting. We sent a letter of protest to the county manager saying that really we can understand rate increases because what they were doing evidently is they have in the past been subsidizing the cost. The actual cost has not been passed through to the municipalities. So this year they made a decision that they were going to pass 100% of the costs through that they said was attributable to the radios, which we have. And that's in police, not only in police, but also in fire. So you've got it in both departments. It came to a 500% increase, and we did what we could do administratively to try to defer the expense. We said it would be reasonable for if they wanted to do a 15-20% increase, but not a 500% increase. But the charge stood. So in order to maintain the radios and operate with the radios, we have to pay the fee.
And we have to use their radios because you need to...
We're all on one system.
So $875 per radio is what it costs to have those radio, that's true cost every single year?
Yes.
That's the same as what the cost would be for sheriff, and so we're just paying the same amount there.
Everybody else got the
Yes.
same letter. They went up $700 a piece. They were $175. They went up to $875.
Any other questions for Chief?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Travel and training is, no, not travel, is it? All right, the telephone, you wanted to get new
The
phones.
decision module, yes, ma'am, for
Okay, that's a
phones for
decision
everybody.
module. And operating supplies is also a decision module.
Yes, ma'am, less than lethal shotguns.
Okay, so my other question was the radios. Not a question, comment, was the radios. So for now, when we get to the decision modules, I'll have more.
Commissioner Bellinger?
Retirement. We're talking about projected activity this year, 250, and we're going to 375. What's the big change there?
That's a finance question, Commissioner. I don't have anything to do with.
No, it's finance lady.
The rate for the city's portion to pay into the pension went up 12%. Based on the
12%.
actuary information that we received.
Performing as well as to create that increase in our share that we contribute.
Well,
You're on the pension board.
There was
Rick.
also changes to their retirement
Right.
plan, which made it go up quite a bit. But that was all agreed on and voted on by commission.
Yeah, Rick, remember?
Yeah, I get that. I remember, been going to the meetings, so, but I just didn't realize, it budgeted last year 165, now we're at 375 the year after that. I didn't realize it was that dramatic. I mean, that's way more than double.
And that's paid on whether it's overtime, gets paid, any payment to the officers, that's included. Salaries, overtime.
So,
Can't change it at this point.
yeah, good, okay. Just wanted to,
The only other thing I could think that would attribute to it is when the officers work off-duty jobs, that counts towards their pension.
That 36 an hour that they get, or whatever it is.
Correct.
Yeah.
so we put money towards the
So we bill the vendor
deputies.
$50 per
Are
hour.
we paying money towards the deputies' retirement as well?
We pay whatever their overtime rate is.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure it's built into that.
But if we have an event like, Surfers for Autism, and there's an officer out there, then we bill them $50 per hour, and then the officer gets paid whatever their overtime rate is, so.
Okay, it's all good.
Any other questions on page 8? Okay, we'll go to capital projects, which is page 76. And questions or comments on the capital projects?
I have one.
Mayor?
Body cameras, doesn't everyone have a body camera?
We do, that's just putting money in reserves, so that when we have to replace them with a new contract, we'll have the money instead of hitting it with one fell swoop.
Okay, and that's the same for like tasers?
Yes, ma'am.
How come
And the
the
good
body
thing about-
cameras only had 2 years of reserves?
We only just got them a couple years ago, so hopefully, we just got new cameras. The money for the body-worn cameras is not in the cameras themselves. The money's in the storage of the data.
But wouldn't this 25,000 carry out further years and just,
It should carry at least 3 years. I don't know why it's not in there. But
okay. That's kind of a
You want
Scrivener
to
thing.
add
You can just add it.
further out?
Right, yeah, that would just be a Scrivener thing.
I mean, it's a great insurance policy to have those cameras, and, we greatly appreciate the availability of having them.
The license plate readers, those are good. We don't need to be replacing them.
No, not for at least the next 4 or 5 years, hopefully.
Okay, good.
And the good thing is we lease those, but we already paid up front for that. So if a camera breaks or gets damaged due to a storm, then they replace them.
Comments or questions?
And what's the story with the signs that bad that you need a new sign?
If you go by the police department, if you look southbound, it looks great. If you're headed northbound, it looks like you got hit by the Swamp Thing. The whole south side of it.
I know.
I don't know if mold got under there from a storm or
that's what happened.
or something, but I mean,
It has
Commissioner Bellheimer
has a
came over.
plastic coating on it, and the weather got under it.
I know Commissioner Bellheimer's been over there trying to power screw. It didn't work, so.
I got one more question. On the citywide cameras, have we done anything in the?
We have not. We have not. I'm trying to build up, we know it's going to be expensive. But we're working with county IT to try to build a plan where it's cloud-based instead of having to go to individual places. Like right now, the cameras at the library. We have to send somebody from IT down there to go pull that video camera.
Oh.
We want to get it to where it's cloud-based, where we can log in at a location and pull that up, where it's buildable and expandable.
So like a Ring kind of thing?
Kind of like a Ring, but if you had cameras, say at Wickline Park, Wadsworth, and Veterans Park, and then you wanted to add additional cameras, say down by the water tower, it would be an expandable system that's cloud-based. That real-time an officer, and we would also give it to the real-time crime center at the sheriff's office, has the availability to go in and look at that data real-time.
Okay.
Comments on capital?
Well, you say that you haven't done anything yet because you're building up the reserves. Can we do one building at a time, or
We're
is
just
that
waiting
not-
on a quote from IT.
I'm sorry?
We're just waiting on a quote from Matt Rivera over at IT.
So you don't have to have all of it?
No, I mean, if I had to put one in a city park, I'd like to do City Hall first and then Veterans Park. It was my preference. Those would be the two places that I would start.
Okay.
The only comments I had on capital is that same thing I had last year. I think the money for citywide cameras is overly aggressive and should be phased at a slower pace. That's just my thoughts. All right, so we have any other comments or questions on capital? All right, decision modules. And we have, looks like, page 17. So, questions or comments about the cell phone initiative module?
No issues.
No issues.
Same, no issues. No issues.
Okay, let's move on to the other decision module. Shotguns.
Page is that?
That's going to be 23.
I had one question.
Really?
I know you have no idea how often they would be used, but my question was, how often would we need to replace the munitions?
Relatively infrequently, they're beanbags.
Oh, yeah?
So we would have training beanbags when we would go to the range that we would utilize, but as far as probably once a year.
Okay, so this $2,500 would be an annual expense?
Possibly. It could be a little bit less. Captain Blanchett's got a really good contact down in Titusville, so.
All right.
Actually, the bill for this will probably be lower with trading in some other pieces of equipment as well. It's a great tool. It just gives us
I'm
another.
not arguing that.
Just gives us another, utility on Batman's belt where we don't have to go to lethal force.
Okay, so all these other things are one-time buys?
Yes, ma'am.
And the munitions is what you
Would
have
be-
to keep replacing?
Correct.
Okay.
In training.
Or the training would be for
And the training is
any
great
new
because we've already got
officers?
certified instructors to do that. Captain Blanchett and Sergeant Bingham can do the training annually. So you don't have to pay to bring in somebody else to do the training.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments?
No.
What are we thinking on this decision module? The only comment I had is I'm not for it this year. I definitely think it's something to do. And the reason why is just because of the and factor. So when we look at all the things that are going up, it's and, there's a strong consensus on the cell phones, and it's just the and at some point, and I'm at that point where I would say, okay, this probably would need to get looked at next year. That's my only thought on that. I think it's a good initiative. I am more concerned about the macro vision of our budget and how much we are going up in a lot of different areas and being able to balance it. That's the only reason why I'm saying I don't think the initiative is off base at all. Any other thoughts or comments?
Well, if he's 3 officers down, that means you got, how many of them are going to be needing?
You got a budget for your positions, though.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Okay, makes sense.
I think Scott has something.
Yeah, I mean, my only comment would be, I'm very super sensitive to budgeted amounts and that sort of thing, but if we're talking about something, a less than lethal force situation, it's no less important now than it is next year. To me, it's a higher priority.
All right, any other thoughts? All right, we are done with police. Thank you, Chief.
No, we have the extra officers.
But we also have number,
The big one.
page 44.
Oh, that's right, we got more decision models. I'm trying to jump over things. What page is that?
44.
Okay. Questions or comments on this decision module?
I do.
Mayor?
You
We're
said
down.
Page 44?
Yeah.
In decision
Of the
modules.
decision
I was
module.
going to say, because page 44 on mine is recreation.
That's all the same.
I guess my question would be, why would we be creating a swing shift when we can't, would it make a difference in the officers? Because we're 3 down already, and I feel like we're always down officers.
We are. I think we may have been fully staffed for 18 minutes in the 10 years I've been here. It seems like we're always understaffed. The creation of the swing shift is just to provide maximum coverage during the peak times. Between 6 and 10 in the morning, it's not super busy, and then from maybe 3 or 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning, it's not busy. The swing shift will put out the maximum if we could hire folks that would want to come here. So, and again, recruiting and retention is not just a Flagler Beach problem; it's a problem throughout law enforcement.
Yeah, I read it.
Any chief you talk to in Volusia and Flagler County, it's the same thing.
Would you task them with particular, like, look more at parking issues? or-
Yes, ma'am. So that they would handle a lot of the traffic complaints that we get, more parking complaints, those type of issues, DUIs, especially working later on in the evening hours to kind of supplement both day shift and night shift. So it's kind of like your power squad. So we actually have an officer that, because of vacations and vacancies right now, that's working a noon to midnight shift, and he's doing a really, really good job. So everybody knows Evan. Evan's on the swing shift right now. He's doing a great job. Creative scheduling on our part.
Can you clone him?
He's probably out writing a ticket if I know him. He's actually off. He's off today.
Comments or thoughts?
I don't think now's the time, that when we're down so many officers.
And if we don't do it this year, it's something that we should look for in the future.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
We're looking at a
great
20%
concept,
increase in
but-
population, but, my heart tells me to get the positions that we have filled, but always I'm not one to come in here and say, I need 15 officers when I only really need 3. I think you all know that about me. If I tell you I need something, it's because it's going to be the betterment of the department and the safety of the community. Getting the 3 officers that we're short is the main priority right now. So if we have to push that back.
So if we put it off, your heartburn wouldn't be too much?
He's still going to have heartburn.
Well, I'll have heartburn.
I have a little agita, but I
said-
wouldn't say heartburn. I mean, I fully understand the process and how much it costs. And I know that, to get an officer from the minute you decide to do a background till the minute they hit the road, it's about $150,000 an officer. And that's a big burden. But right now, being 3 people short, the priority is to fill the spots we have.
I agree.
And if we do get it filled, then, the overtime can supplement that because we wouldn't be paying, additional benefits to the other officers. But, we could bring that back next year if need be.
Well, and this kind of goes back to a conversation we had in the beginning where we budgeted no increase in water connections and all these other things because all these neighborhoods, it was determined that are either going to go slow or won't be ready this year. And that's why the increase of all those things was budgeted flat. So this, if it was to go to next year, it sounds like the timing might be a little bit better to me.
I think so.
And that'll also give Chief a little easier bite of the elephant. You can get fully staffed and ready to rock and roll.
I didn't know I was eating an elephant, but was it back in the break room? I must have missed it earlier this morning.
Three officers is an elephant. That's
It's a lot to ask for. I totally understand.
Maybe a rhino.
You never know. And to Commissioner Spradley's, point about the shotguns, it's mental health in this country is a pressing issue. And this morning it is a great example of that. You'll see a news release that came out this morning. That's why I had to leave. In less than 5 days, we've had 2 citizens commit suicide, one in Varn Park and one in our city. And if we had to go up to those individuals armed, less than lethal is a great option. Unfortunately,
Yeah, no, I'm all for that. Definitely in favor of that.
not a great week to be the police chief in Flagler Beach. But that's what we do, so.
Okay, so that takes care of that's all the decision modules for police.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then we go to page 9, Victims Advocate. Questions or comments on page 9?
So we're staying with the 75%?
Yes, ma'am.
Because then we can spread out what the use of the...
A perfect real-time example was Donna came out yesterday for the missing person down on South 27th Street.
Oh, did they find that woman?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, the news release is not good news.
I'm sorry?
Unfortunately, the news release I sent out this morning was not good news. She was located and deceased. But Donna spent hours with the missing person's daughter yesterday, and missing person's not a crime. So if we were to go by the letter of, Donna would not have been able to help that woman yesterday, and she's out there today. She's been out there since about 9 o'clock this morning, and she'll probably spend all day with the victim's daughter and family. And if we didn't do that 75-25 by the letter of the grant, we would not be able to provide assistance to a family that is obviously in need of help.
Well, what happened today, she would have been able to, under the original grant. No, that's not a crime.
No, ma'am.
Oh.
Unfortunately. That's why.
Well, that's true.
When you went to 75-25, it was an absolute blessing to this community because our, angels over there that deal with victims every day can render services to people that are in the worst times of their life, like the poor woman.
Yeah, God bless them. I don't know how they do it.
Questions? Page 9?
I do.
Mayor?
I just asking about overtime. I notice every single department has overtime, and I was just wondering.
That's just for call-outs, and, sometimes they get called out, sometimes they don't. But with the 75% match, most of that's paid for by the state.
Okay.
And I'm sure I don't know if Commissioner Spradley's familiar, the way that the budget goes for the victim advocates does not go the way we do our budgeting. You have to submit everything and totally differently. So the grants are submitted before We do this portion, we have to send them into the state.
I remember being in your building one time when Donna was working on the grant, and she was like, Donna, who's usually pretty calm about things, she was definitely pulling her hair out.
And they've changed the way that you submit the grant. It's a very tenuous time. You have to do, I know Rhonda's probably got a couple dark hairs.
Okay. It's a vodka grant for a reason.
Yeah, it's the VOCA grant.
We can discuss how the budget, or how the grant works offline. You can take some questions on the budget here. So does the Victims Advocate have a vehicle?
It does.
Okay, so that's why we got the repairs and maintenance. And
It does have a vehicle. We bought it 6 years ago when Larry was here. But we bought it used. We didn't buy a new car.
Right?
It's a very small SUV, a Chevy Trax, that we bought locally here probably 6-7 years ago.
I just learned something. Okay.
You see one of those little smart cars going around.
The vehicle they had before that was an old police car that didn't
Is
have...
that Exploder, right?
No, it was a white Crown Victoria that didn't have reverse.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I remember that.
They'll need a Victims
That was
Advocate to
Liz's
drive
car,
it.
wasn't it?
Yeah, so not having a reverse is a problem.
Hey, I learned how to drive in a car that didn't reverse.
Okay.
Parking was interesting.
So we have, any other questions on 9? And there's no capital projects and no decision modules for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now it wraps up, please.
Thank you, I appreciate your time. Thanks
All right.
for letting me come back later in the day.
Jump back to 29.
Okay,
24.
I thought we finished city clerk.
it's 24.
Executive. we did.
Oh, yeah. We gotta do 24. Okay, so questions or comments on page 24?
Nope.
My question is on overtime. That's a salary position. How do we get overtime?
That's for Katie's position.
Got it. Okay. So we're assuming that overtime will be needed, is what we're assuming. This is, overall, there's a big trend with overtime across the city. And I'm going to call it out. I don't think it's a good trend. And I noticed a very, very large increase in travel training. Could you take us through that?
One of the goals for Katie when she comes back is going to be to work with Matt to take some of those PIO responsibilities. And we have contacted I can't remember the name of the associations, but it's basically a PIO professional group, and we need to program Katie in training as well as to have her involved in that PIO association. So there is additional cost that's involved in doing that. That's what is involved with that extra expense.
Okay, good info. Any other questions on page 24?
No.
And I don't believe we have any capital under that. Okay, and do we
need to put a crib in there somewhere.
yeah. Do we have any decision modules under executive?
Where would grant administrator fall?
That's going to fall in general government and
Okay.
spread across all the funds.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we're done with that.
Was this it?
Did we cover 27? I know we covered, okay, so we jumped around, and all right, so we already covered your capital, so we're at least a step ahead. Questions or comments on 27? Anyone?
I had questions, but I think
Repairs and maintenance, Penny.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you can take us through, it looks like there's a
got it on
large
here, yeah.
increase on repairs and maintenance.
Laserfish.
That is the Laserfish going to cloud-based, which I talked to you about in our budget proposals.
Okay.
Yeah, my questions all got answered by that
And the
packet we
sheet,
got yesterday.
yeah, sheets were helpful for some of them.
So, and this year, in this current year, I had 13,000 budgeted in capital for a new server to replace our current Laserfish server. And with the cost to move to the new cloud-based platform with the new licensing module, they don't offer my current one anymore. I'm going to start the project in this year in late August or September and use the 13K that I was going to use for a new server, which I won't need now with the cloud base, and move and start that project this year with that 13, and then I'll use this 18 to complete it after October 1.
All right, the website redesign and the upgrades that you talked about in Civic Plus, we talked about back in May.
So
where are they, or are they?
The website redesign, Civic Plus has already started on that. We should be rolling out a meeting schedule. I'm trying to push them off. They wanted to start earlier, and I've pushed them off a little bit just because of the activity we've had around here.
Been busy.
And time didn't allow, and a change in staffing that, as you know, I've had. I'm down a person. I do have Kate 2 days a week. However, so we paid an additional $1,800 annually to receive a new web design every 4 years. So I don't have to pay that capital up front. I've been paying for it every year. So they're doing the background work now. And you and the mayor and I and Kate will come in when it comes to the part of the design choices and exactly how we want it to look and operate. So,
okay, thank you.
Just one question.
Okay.
We don't expect that we might have this land development code rewrite done by the end of next fiscal year?
I hope it will, but,
I mean, talk about kicking a can down the road.
I've budgeted the extra cost for codification for that for the past 2 years, and I'm to the point, it's a pretty hefty amount. So let's just do a budget amendment. I mean, if we need
If that's
it.
easier for you.
Yep.
City manager.
The goal is it's going to be finished before the end of next year, so that's.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
It's not at budget time.
You've heard Larry's given you the indication of the time, and that's not going to be, it's going to be wrapped up this year.
And the past 2 years of that money has rolled back to reserves. I haven't spent it on whatever. I'd have liked
So
to,
just
but I
be a
did.
budget amendment to pull it out.
Correct.
Okay, questions on 27?
Just hope he doesn't come out with it when we're in the middle of 45,000 other things.
I waited that long, I can wait some more. All right, and we already covered capital. There is no decision modules for city clerk. HR, page 29. Questions or comments on HR?
Yeah. On salary, that does include if we approve the assistant.
Correct.
That was one of the decision modules that is included in the budget.
Yep.
That got answered. Everything else got answered by that wonderful packet we got yesterday.
Any other questions or comments? I'm assuming the equipment less than 5,000 is the equipment for the new proposed position?
Correct.
Okay. And promotional activities, can you take us through what that is?
Your promotional activities are, it is all of our programs. Our employee recognition program, our wellness program, holiday parties, any type of employee appreciation, flowers, plaques. It's all of that put together.
And that's a exponential increase over previous years, also including this year. What is changing?
Well, it was budgeted the same last year.
I'm going by actual, not budgeted.
Okay. Well, actual, we're not done with the whole year, but it's really what I can, just being a department of one, I haven't been able to do a lot of things that we'd like to with promotional activities. So there are a lot of things, a lot of our programs are funded, it's not getting done.
So is this something that, I mean, it's not a ton of money, but I'm wondering if it's been budgeted every year and it's not getting done, if that's something that you need to go back and pull it out type thing, you know?
Well, I'm hoping if we fund another person in HR, we can start looking at, I mean, just even promotional activities, wellness fairs, anything like that to enhance our open enrollment. All of those things, that's what was budgeted for. And you also see a little in the 2021 activity, COVID was also a part of that, also coming off of all of that.
Any other questions or comments on page 29?
Yeah, the increase in membership was answered that it included a conference on the BSNA software, but yet it shows a decrease. No, I'm on the wrong line. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line.
My memberships increased this year, and that was anticipation of having the other position.
Sorry,
so if that position is not funded, that money would come out.
I was looking at the wrong line. In the explanation in this packet about travel and training, it shows, yes, it's less than last year's budget, but it's almost double the activity. So that would be also with the new assistant if we approve that. It went, you had budgeted 11,000 last year.
Right, and we've dropped it to 7,800.
And you've budgeted 7,800.
That would be training, travel and training also is not only HR training, that is training if there's, like we're talking about going forward with some leadership training and training for different departments. So it's not only HR training.
All right, okay, thank you.
Mr. Spradley.
I just want to say that I do understand and support the increase in budget for promotional activities. And I think it does go hand in hand with being understaffed on the top end. And, you know, things like wellness fairs and whatnot for 106 employees. I mean, I think it's critical. Plus, as the chair said, it's not a great amount, but I know it all adds up, but I think it's money well budgeted.
Any other comments?
Get more of them to cross the bridge on Wednesday mornings.
Some of her, Jane, you mentioned her activity for this year in that as well. She just returned from her conference not too long ago.
No, I'm going this week.
Okay, so she's going, so it hasn't hit the books yet.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, are we done on 29?
Yes.
All right. I don't believe HR has any capital.
Nope.
Okay, let's go to decision modules.
Page 6.
It's the new assistant.
All right. Human resource assistant. Conversations or questions about this decision module?
I have no issues with it. I have no issues with it. I think it's be able to do some things that you haven't been able to do, including employee evaluations and putting something together about being able to keep your staff accountable throughout the whole gamut from top to bottom. So I think it'll be helpful to the city as a whole, for sure, and you. Absolutely. But I have no issues with it.
I did not see under the areas of places that are going to change that employee evaluations are going to be in there. Is that tied to the position?
Yeah,
it was in one of her
Well, it's, I think one of the objectives is to kind of, in the last few years, we've gotten away from the whole employee evaluation program and kind of re-looking at all of that and going forward with the new city manager, putting together a program.
Yeah, I remember reading that and thinking, why is that your job to develop that? Why is it not the city manager's job? Usually it's the boss that, and maybe you can explain this. Usually it's the boss that says this is how evaluations will be done.
Well, it's ultimately going to be both. The city manager's going to have to approve the evaluation form, and we'll work with HR to design a form, find a form, and put it into place. But it's like we've done on the compensation. Ultimately, I make a recommendation to the commission, but Liz and HR has been, we've been joined to get this done. So it's one or the other, and there's going to be responsibilities that Liz is going to have, of which ultimately the city manager is going to have to make the decision what direction to go.
Okay.
Does that explain it?
Yeah.
My thought is, should we wait until we have the new city manager in place to decide if this position is one that he wants to fill? It's a full-time $64,000 position. He might want to do some internal switching, changing type of thing and wait, and then we could always do a budget amendment down the road.
Well, I feel pretty comfortable with this statement, is that I think you will need to move forward with this. HR is so short right now of personnel and the ability to get accomplished basic HR functions that I think the ultimate decision that I saw is going to be replicated by the new manager, and is going to see it necessary to do this quick. It's going to take, remember, we're going to have to do recruitment in order to bring a person on. So it's going to be probably, I'm guessing, 2 to 3 months before you're able to do that if we start at this point. So Mayor, I recommend you move forward. The need is absolutely overwhelming.
And she's been asking this for how many years?
Well, I've been asked, I did have a part-time, that shared position for a little while that was approved, and then that went away, but it's been a couple of years.
My thoughts on the module is, if I'm reading employee incentive programs as equating to an evaluation program, then I would be okay with that. But with this, I would not be okay with this position if it did not come with employee evaluation programs in place. There's just no way. It's that critical. And if we had that position and we did not have employee evaluations that came with it, it would be a huge miss for the city. Agreed.
Yeah, I didn't know this is where we would put it, but I was very upset that when I found out that we have not done evaluations.
Well, and it also depends on
the city
manager.
Right.
Also.
No, I wasn't mad at you. I just,
well,
what do you mean we haven't done evaluations?
Well, and also evaluations depends on this body as well, because you can't budget increases if you don't have an evaluation system in place other than COLA. So it affects every single aspect of local government.
And now's the time to do it, now that we supposedly have everybody on equal ground.
Yeah.
And be able to track it going forward.
So just for the record, would that position include this or no?
I mean, yes, we would work with the city manager and get that program back in place. But it would have to also have the support of the city manager that they wanted to have an evaluation program.
I mean,
I'm all for it, but
my thought is that this is a high priority item, separate and apart from evaluation. And from what I'm hearing, I also gather that by having an increase to your staff, it'll put you in a position where it can be done. And I can't imagine that with everything that's happened internally, that there won't be a push to have a formal valuation system in place. And the flip side is, if you don't have help, we're going to be back here again. But it seems like there's a need separate and apart from evaluation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the new guy is sitting here, and I think, he probably heard the message.
Let's just, do we have from our point of view, do we have a consensus as a body that evaluations are of utmost importance going into the next fiscal year along with this budget? Would we have a consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay. So that way there's no question about where at least this body stands. Because with the fact that it's not in here, just kind of bothers me.
Well, this is not a job description.
Right.
Formal job description, so.
We just want to make sure that that's one of the benefits, or at least I would.
As I said, the new guy is sitting here. I'm sure he heard the message.
He hasn't heard anything until he's getting paid. Once he is paid, then I'll start listening. Any other questions on this decision module? Do we have any other decision modules? I don't think we do under this.
Yeah, there was.
ClearGov. Okay, what page is that?
no, ClearGov, I think, is Rhonda's. There is human resource software, page 42, and LifeScan on 43.
Okay, let's get 42 out of the way. Human resource software. Questions on this particular
I have a
decision?
question about a lot of these new softwares. Not that they wouldn't make people's jobs easier, but we have this BSNA is the do-all and end-all of all softwares. And we kept hearing that over and over again. So is that not true anymore? Or are there modules that could be added to it? Because we've got, I think, 3 softwares in different departments that, yes, the explanations look great.
Well,
but
as far as HR, I would still be using the same BSNA software system, which integrates with payroll, with all the other modules. That's not the issue. The overall system is in place. What the problem is, their online applications, applicant tracking, all of that, I'm not able to customize a job application. It doesn't give me mandatory, like a person could submit an application with just their name on it. Fields are not mandatory. I've worked with them a little, and they are not able to provide what we're really looking for in an online application. Actually, there's a conference coming up, so I've kind of held back on really going with a different software for applicant software. I wanted to see if they had any updates coming out with their new software release and their conference coming up. But the overall system, we'd still be using BSNA.
So if we give you this assistant, could he or she help out with applications?
Definitely.
And then we might not need this software as much. I know it would be great to have it. I'm not
No,
questioning
definitely. I mean, this is something that we can even look forward, if there's some changes, but if we're getting additional person, can reevaluate what our needs are. And it might be easier to manage a system that doesn't work as well if it's not just me trying to contact the person, oh, you didn't fill this out, or this got sent in. So it's something that we could, if if additional person is funded, go back and look at it next year. So that is a possibility.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? Mayor?
Just real short, not in HR, but I don't really see a straight purpose for this program, because a lot of the recruitment programs that we discussed in past meetings were like using Indeed, different things like that, and those websites have back-end software to help with sorting of applications and also making sure that all fields are full and filled out correctly. So I think it would be a little redundant, and having the HR assistant would help cover up that gap.
Mayor, we do have different records retention also. And some of those, there is not mandatory fields on a lot of them. There are some, but the records retention in keeping up with that is also a challenge.
What program is this?
Well, I was looking at, actually, there's a few. This would be looking at NeoGov and also looking at Civic Plus, which runs our website. So kind of looking at both of those. But for any of the, lack of a better word, the modules that I was looking at, nothing would exceed 12,000.
Any other thoughts, Commissioner Spradley?
I mean, my thought is, I rely heavily on our department heads. We always talk about how we have just the biggest strength of the city, or biggest asset is our people. So Liz feels it's important, but Liz also says it can wait till next year. So I'm for waiting till next year.
Me too.
Well, I'm of the thought process that there's not even a program identified in the decision module. And we would need to, the other ones have specific benefits. And right now we are only talking about hypothetical benefits because no software program has been identified. And it's really hard to authorize up to $12,000 without knowing exactly what the benefit would be, other than it helps. And it makes things better, maybe, according to their marketing. I would be of the thought process that it absolutely needs to have a evaluation database in it. I don't know if those don't, because there's nothing identified. So I think.
Well, this was not looking at evaluation programs.
And that's my problem.
Okay.
Is I wouldn't want to spend the money if it didn't. That's just my thoughts, though. Because it's that big a deal. If we're going to buy software, better include something. So
Liz said herself she hadn't really identified for sure what she might get.
Yeah, if that is, so how, I mean, I'm not comfortable with having a $12,000 blank check for something we don't know what it'll be.
I agree.
Yeah, getting back to, I'd like to see how much help you think you need after we have the assistant, and does that make it work out better?
Sure.
Okay, any other comments on the software? And we have another one. Are we doing life scans as part of this?
Yes.
Okay, so page 43, life scans. Thoughts on this?
I think we can wait a year. We're adding a lot of other stuff, and I mean, I, again, see the value to it, but I think this is one of the things I think we can wait. I think we can wait.
Liz, would you think that's something you could wait and look at after you have if you have a new staff person, then take a look at your needs again, including
We can definitely look at it. This was an initiative. This was, the commission brought this. It was one of something you had consensus. So that's, I felt the need to put it in as a decision module in this budget. But there are different factors depending on what company, what type of tests, that kind of information needed on that.
Yeah, that was part of what bothered me is, and I understood why, but to have a $15,000 to almost $50,000 spread, it's kind of hard to budget that.
Well, I wasn't sure since the commission had asked you maybe about 6 months ago. It was in a meeting, and you kind of almost reached a consensus that life scan or a type of scan going forward would be a great idea. So just to kind of get an idea, there's a lot of different options in there, but not knowing all of your feelings.
Yeah, and I still think it's a great idea, but not this year.
Okay.
And if you could, next year, if you still think we
Keep
should
it on
do
your list, Liz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on life scans? No. Okay, do we have any other decision modules for HR? Okay, that wraps that up. And we'll go to legal, page 30.
Just want to let you know your,
We just
Legal's
got
easy.
started.
Legal's easy, we can do
Yeah,
this
let's
real
go for
quick.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Any questions on page
No
30?
issues.
Commissioner Spradley, you're a legal expert.
Give him more money. No, it's good. I think it's having questions.
I did have one, but it got answered in the ever wonderful packet.
Okay, and we have no capital, Drew's not building anything.
He's not building anything.
And we have no decision modules. Do we want to tackle finance? While Rhonda's in the hot seat.
Any questions?
All right, questions on page 32. While they're thinking, Rhonda, I noticed that we have a large increase in travel training. Can you explain that?
So we haven't, due to being shorthanded, we haven't really been able to participate in all the training that is available out there. So Chris and I just recently went to the FGFOA conference, so we did that this year. It was not attended to last year. And then going forward, once I get a new assistant, the expectation is that we will continue to go back every year so that we can learn all the new rules and regulations and as far as GASB and all the items that are currently going on. And then as far as training, I know that I personally need more training in the government. I mean, my background is consumer goods, so the more training I can get in governmental finance, the better off that I will be, so that's been included in there
Now that
as
you're
well.
changing the GASB rules. And
Yes.
back in May, when we had the all-day meeting, you talked about different softwares and ClearGov software, project tracking.
Yeah, that'll be included in general government because that cost will be spread across all funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on page 32, finance? We have no capital.
No.
Finance does have a decision module, which is...
Page 13.
Page 13.
Oh, that's actually budgeted in general government, so we can address it once we get to that department, or I can do it now. It's totally up to you.
You want to just knock this out?
Absolutely. Yep.
Page 13 of decision modules.
Page 13.
This is a budget software. Might as well
Yes.
do it while we're
Okay.
here.
All right. With this ClearGov, this particular software is multifaceted modules. So it will, part of it is budgeting for operational budgeting, so that's all the expenses that we currently need to budget, as well as personnel budgeting. We budget everything in BS&A, but then we also have an Excel document, right? Because BS&A is kind of limited in what we can do there. So we do a lot of our, like I said, a lot of our budgeting as an Excel document, and the worry is that, well, if you're working in two different systems, you have a tendency to miss something or make an error. So this is an all-in-one tool. We can create the budget there. We can do all the personnel budgeting rather than having 2, 3, 4, 5 files, Excel files. It will all be encompassed in this software. We can do our capital budgeting in there as well. I mean, our capital budget, it definitely needs work. I understand that, so we can incorporate that in this particular software as well. We can plan out capital budgets. We can rank capital projects in this. We can budget by strategy. So it is a very, very useful tool. The other thing that this particular software does is a tracking for projects and capital. It also, so if you were to go in there for a capital project, we can put a scope of work in there, we can put a picture of what the project looks like, and then status along the way, where it is as far as completion, any issues that may arise, it's all in this software. And so with that being said, there's also a module, it's called Clear Plans, and that's where it's basically we can put together a tool that all of you will have access to. You won't have write access, but you will have basically access to see everything that's going on in the background. And then the final module we can put together and share it with the residents. So as a group or a committee or working with the city manager and a certain team, we can put together information that at any point in time through a link on our website, the residents will have the availability to check that project tracking.
Perfect.
So it's just basically an all-encompassing tool that will nuts to bolts budget. And anything that we budget in the software can be directly loaded into BSNA. My biggest sell was the whole project tracking piece of it, because I know that as a commission that's one thing that you have always wanted to see. We don't have an easy system for that. So, I mean, the department heads will get trained on it. It's going to be their responsibility to update status of projects and required fields and all that good stuff. I think it would be very, very beneficial because we will have a whole lot of detail that not only that we can share with the commission, but our residents as well.
So I'm hearing a trend with all the departments. Everybody's wanting to get away from BSNA, which, to Jane's point, just a couple of years ago, was the hottest thing to have. So the first question is, does BSNA have an annual fee? I believe it does, right?
I believe it's $1,200.
Okay, and so is BSNA outdated? Does it need updated? Is it no longer capable of doing what we need? I mean, BSNA was the flagship software, and I'm just struggling to get my head around all the things that we're saying it can't do. Are we missing updates or something, or?
No, the $1,200 is basically an annual for their customer service or their customer support that we subscribe to, which in all the software systems that I've worked with, that customer help is phenomenal. So if we have an issue with BSNA, all we do is like email them or call them, and then they will call us right back if we've got questions. But BSNA doesn't really have the capability to do like capital tracking as well as really getting down into some of the details as far as like the budgeting piece of it. We put it in the system, but then we do a lot of stuff offline in Excel. So with this tool, everything that we do would be doing in ClearGov, all the details, all the specifics. We can even do forecasting in ClearGov, where like in BSNA, we really can't do a whole lot of forecasting because like the projected numbers on our Excel sheet, we had to do manually and then put them into BSNA. So there's not that really great interface between Excel and BSNA, where this in ClearGov would be that easier interface and the detail would be more robust.
Here's my only concern. This is, just want to share this with the commissioners. I worry, so HR has software they're looking at, and finance has software they're looking at, and everybody has different softwares they're looking at. But there is new versions, not necessarily of the brand BSNA, but there is new BSNAs out there that are like these all-in-ones. And I worry if this body was to say, and we kind of said no to the HR, but if we say yes to all these, there might be a larger newish BSNA piece of software that might be a better investment. And I don't know this because I haven't studied this, but it seems to me like those products are out there, and I just worry about all these segmented, 20,000, 15, spending that we don't end up with really the best solution for what the entire office needs. Once we're done, yeah. Well, let us finish this real quick and.
Okay, yeah, before this tired mind forgets what she was going to say. I think it's all very valuable. Same thing that I said to Liz. However, this is a lot of money on top of everything else that we're spending. The part that interests, I think, all of us, I shouldn't speak for everybody, is the project tracking. Are you aware of a project tracking software that wouldn't cost this kind of money, especially it's the annual fee is a lot? Is there, or can we direct staff to see if there's a software in a more reasonable price range that will do the project tracking that we've shown so much interest in?
Yeah, I can.
And then to piggyback on what Eric was saying, I don't know how long it's been. I remember Kathleen going on and on and on about BS&A. And I know that software gets old, and I also know that we get new needs. So maybe to find that all-encompassing thing for next year, or the year after, however long it takes. So that's my thought. But right now, I'm interested in that project tracking thing.
And I can definitely check into that.
I'm sorry?
I'll check into that.
Okay.
Mr. Spradlin?
Yeah, it's similar to that. My thought would be if you have the staff resources to look into it, the global picture, to see if there's something out there that would cover all these pieces of software that we're looking at as add-ons. Thank you.
Yeah, just following on those same lines, I'd written down who else would be using this, meaning who else in the staff would be able to use that same software. And you explained to some degree that you would be getting feedback from staff by using that, but would it be helpful in other ways as well? So, and you were talking about having to carry things over to Excel, and I mean, is that going to eliminate Excel?
Yes.
But following the same thought process as the chair and, well, the three of you, that maybe there's something else out there that's all-encompassing, as Chairman said.
Well, when you were talking about staff, you had some thoughts on this from a staff perspective.
Absolutely. So my background is in operations, and
Is your mic on? I see a green light.
There we go. So my background is in operations and project management and project coordination, as well as accounting. So there's a number of things that this would accomplish. So right now we have a very minimal staff. And in order to gather all the information that we need to do, it's very cumbersome the way we're doing it. There are a lot of softwares out. If you take into consideration to look in an all-inclusive with BS&A to change that whole structure, keep in mind that you're going to go through a huge conversion.
Yeah.
That is going to be very painful, and especially with the small staff. BS&A serves its purpose quite well, and when we were at the Florida Government Accounting, we actually went to BS&A to various different booths, and Ron and I asked a lot of questions. So they have modules that are coming up, but there's a bigger picture in the place from what I hear from the dais. Number one, the website and project reporting from that would allow this software integrating with BS&A, integrating with budget, and all of these things will funnel down to our website, so they would be able to see a project that's put together. It's also going to help to train department heads on how to build a project. They're doing it anyways. when I can help in the back end to build it so that there are required fields that they have to do that will do the tracking while it's happening in real time. And the commission and residents will be able to see that. That is a huge benefit for staff because it is training, it's doing training at the same time, it's giving all of your needs. So it's not just a software that would support finance. It's a software that would support all the departments and help them to manage and report back to the city and staff and help us plan for our capital plan down the road. We, in order to see where we need to go in the next 5 to 10 years, we need data. We need to be able to plan capital projects and build them in advance to plan out for the future. So this is something that wouldn't involve a complete overhaul or conversion, but give us the ability to work towards that right away. So when you think about the cost, think about the labor costs that you have in comparison to having something that's going to help you to do that. Also, I've looked at other softwares for previous companies that I work for, and I actually keep up on those softwares. Whatever it is that we do, there is a lot of building that takes place in the background on our end. So somebody's going to have to do that. There's no perfect fit. We have to tailor it to what our needs are, no matter what it is. So it's just kind of some food for thought.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, further discussion on this module. Penny.
If you were looking for an all-inclusive software that would manage every department, I would just recommend that you do an RFP. Tell them what you're looking for in there, and then let them come to you with their proposals and their demonstrations.
And
That would be something the
also,
city manager can do.
a couple of us, or three, I don't remember how many are going to Orlando next month, like in 3 weeks. That maybe we can see some booths there, and maybe we'll see the same people that you saw, pick up some information there.
All right, further discussion on this decision module. Lee, come on up.
I would just like to add that you're never going to find a piece of software that's going to be a one-size-fits-all, because, I looked through this budget book and I have a request also, and it's very specific for our needs. So I would ask you to keep an open mind that a one-size-fits-all is not really going to work very well for all our needs.
I don't think we were not to interrupt you, Lee, but I don't think we were looking for one that could also include, at least I wasn't, what your request is. But all these financial project tracking, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Different from what you're looking for.
Yeah, maybe I was just being a little
good
proactive.
Good try.
Thanks.
All right. So we're done with that. You all want to tackle another one, or you want to get to lunch?
Mr. Chair, could I make one comment?
City Manager?
Concerning the Finance Department. In my budget message to you, I mentioned that what I saw the organization becoming really addressing issues of the future and some of the complexities that we face. One thing that you approved in a prior budget was an assistant to the finance director. Well, one of the things I've observed, and you're going to have a recommendation at your meeting on the 27th with respect to police and fire, is to take 2 positions, 1 in each, and upgrade them to assistant chiefs. And the reason for that is that what I have seen is we've got a real void in our organization. If one person would, for whatever reason, not be available, then we have no one. An assistant, too, does not provide the support to the department that an assistant director does. And the reason for that is I think we need to have in our critical departments positions where if the lead goes on vacation for a long period or takes another job, we can reach out and say, you are now the director. And we have a qualified person to do that. So in the compensation plan that you will see on the 27th, we are moving the assistant to an assistant director. And I wanted just to make you aware of that and kind of give you a heads up in the rationale for it. And we can talk more about it, but I thought with the finance department being considered, you needed to have that explanation as well.
Okay, do we want to tackle another department or?
How about I think general government might take a while, so how about the library?
You've got warm food back there?
Yes.
Is the library going to take a while?
Well, let's just, so how about this? Let me offer this suggestion. How about we budget a short amount of time for lunch, and then that way we can continue working, and if you all got like, we'll do like 15 minutes, and if you need longer, you can just kind of eat and go at the same time. What?
I can't eat in 15 minutes.
Well, you can kind of eat up here and we can
bring it
work.
up here and
Yeah.
continue eating.
That's what I was trying to say. Are y'all okay with that?
So we're going to take 15 minutes and
And then if you are still working on lunch, you can keep on working and eating.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right, let's do that. 15 minutes.
Here we go.
All right, we're back. We are on general government and page 33. So do we have questions or comments on page 33? I guess I'll start while everybody's looking. So under professional services, 156,200. I noticed the trend just bounces all around. I guess Rhonda or Penny, either one.
So that line item has a budget for our lobbyist. It also has ICMA fees, City Hall space plans, which I think is a decision module, and a grants administrator, which I believe is also a decision module.
Yes.
And those are portioned, so those are portioned out to the different funds. So it has 28.5 as the general fund portion for grants admin.
Okay, good info. That was the only question I had.
My question was there also, but it decreased so much. What are we not doing?
I believe that the internet, the IT fees, were they not under here before? I'd have to, let me look at 22. Hold on. I got it.
The IT fees will be in contractual services. So in the professional service line, there was some ARPA dollars that were spent there for the fiber optic loop, and as well as the money for Flagler Strong for the mini grants. So that's going to be, that was budgeted this year that we won't have next year.
So rather than under wherever you mentioned ARPA before, that's separate?
Correct, and that was, it wasn't in your last year's because that was a budget amendment because it was funds received.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, under workers' comp, there's no salaries, there's no Medicare, and there's no retirement, but there is workers' comp?
That's for volunteer employees. Or no, there's nothing under there for that. Hold on. In your notes, there's nothing, but it listed in the budget. I'll defer to Rhonda.
I need to take that out.
Oh, okay.
So that'll come out.
That was easy. Any other comments, questions? General government. Let's move to capital. And so I guess, Rhonda, which items do you want to cover under general government, or if any, under capital?
Now, let me take a quick look under capital.
A lot of these look like enterprise.
Yeah, I don't think there was really anything under general government.
Okay, move to decision modules. I know you had a couple.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. We had put some money in there for for City Hall for the relocation assessment for $25,000. And that's a decision module. Decision module as well, yes.
Okay, so we'll go to decision modules. Page 3. City Hall Architectural Program. Comments or questions? Mayor?
I'll start. Where did we start to discuss as a commission to start moving City Hall? I thought this was a William thing, and that would have died along with his tenure.
Easy.
It actually goes back to Bernie Murphy. We had a whole plan already kind of outlined. I don't know how far down the line it went, but we were going to build a whole new complex by the police department.
In a flood zone.
Yep.
Though I know it was a flood zone, so we couldn't do it, but we had a whole plan, you know, that it was going
I remember that. but it's like it's been rebirthed and discussed and drawings and plans, and I had seen, or actually hadn't seen, but I'd heard about an invoice where someone already did drawings in New Smyrna and spent right under the threshold of 19,000 on new renderings, and it seems to be like this would be something that would come from more of a commission consensus before it starts getting a lot of
Or a
time and effort.
strategic plan.
Mhm.
This was never in our strategic plan.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd agree with that for sure. I've got written down here, not enough information, but maybe that's something we should have a discussion about. I don't think it's, it's certainly worthy of talking about, but we haven't. So I don't know that we would be would whoever we have doing this study have enough information to complete a full study?
I feel like this is a strategic plan discussion
I
that we
think
haven't
so.
had.
Yeah, and I think also with getting a new city manager and having him evaluate the whole work
Space, right.
situation, I think put it off for a while.
Could I make a comment?
City manager, yes.
I think you have an opportunity now, because of what's happening on downtown redevelopment with the hotel, and Mayor, to kind of address why this came up. It came up because of really what's happening and the opportunity for the commission to analyze where you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years. The hotel, when it is developed, there's been interest about the possibility of expanding into other areas of the downtown, and for an economic development perspective. It's also my observation and some staff members' observation that the current City Hall does not really have the layout such that it is optimum for the way staff is developing and staff needs. So all this does is provide you with an opportunity to build on the study that was done, I think it was done about 2008, 2009 is when it was first done. And it was it was not completed to the point to where there was a conceptual design and ideas of where City Hall could relocate. But what this would do is just really provide you an opportunity to look at how the city should develop and where City Hall should be to maximize productivity for the city and maximize the economic development opportunities downtown. So that's where it came from. It just because of what's already occurring, and it really was something that I saw and put in the budget for a recommendation.
Has Mr. Sinelli been involved in any kind of discussions? Because unless he agrees to sell his part of the property, I don't think it's a viable thing to have us just not be here anymore, to try and sell this part of the property without him being involved.
And that's part of what you would look at. It would be a complete study of what your opportunities are.
Well, we've studied that already, years ago.
In 08, yeah, he talked about that. 2008.
Yeah, and that was the conclusion at that time, that it be one property. So until we can get, we were dealing with the father at that time, the mother at that time, neither of whom are with us any longer. And I don't know how Anthony feels. So.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'd just like to have further discussion about this when maybe at either strategic planning or just even at a workshop or even a agenda item at a commission meeting, that we can discuss this a bit more to see the feasibility and just kind of see what's out there. But I don't think at this time is appropriate.
Any other thoughts? I think that, yeah, I think this would be a strategic plan discussion to have. Okay, what other decision modules do we have under general government? Is that the only one? Civil space? All right, well, let's cover civil space, page 30.
So that's 25,000 ought to be coming out of what's already been.
Because that was already in, okay. Good point. All right, so civil space engagement survey platform. Commissioners, thoughts or questions?
I have, okay, go ahead, Jane.
My first one is, it says attachments, which we don't have.
30.
Were we supposed to get 4 attachments?
Okay, well, while you're waiting on that, mine is, we paid $5,000 for 3 surveys. We only used 2. Obviously, it's a program that we didn't utilize to its optimized ability. So why would we buy it again?
I agree.
I would say if we were to need a survey for anything, we would just a la carte it. Even though it's a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we could.
I would think that'd probably be the most intelligent way to go about it.
Agreed.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts on that? All right, Rhonda, what else do we have decision module under general government?
I didn't know if Mike, you wanted to talk about the assistant city manager during this.
All right, assistant city manager, page 27. We already covered executive, so probably be good to cover this now. Okay. Commissioners, Mayor, any thoughts or comments on this?
I agree with
Do you agree?
What are you agreeing with?
Well, let me finish a sentence. I agree with what Mike said about letting this wait until our new city manager is in place and assesses the staff that he has, and then go from there.
I agree.
I'd just like to see this bookmarked for sure.
City manager, do you have any other thoughts?
No, I don't. I'll answer any questions you have, but I've kind of expressed my thoughts.
All right, sounds like we have a consensus on that.
Oh, yeah.
Rhonda, any others you want to
The grants.
tackle?
Grants administrator.
What page is that on?
That's on page 2.
Okay, commissioners, thoughts or comments or questions?
It's a no-brainer in my mind. I think we can just
Yeah, I agree.
take advantage of it. I think that in the end, they'll pay for themselves. For sure.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, well, I guess my question for you would be, I think it even said in the decision model here, do we bring them on as an employer, or do we bring them in as someone that's a consultant?
I'd like to have an employee get to know the departments and their needs and, kind of be part of the family. I think that would be important.
Agreed.
Yeah, definitely agreed as to the need and that part of it for sure.
I have a question. How many different people do we have working on grants right now? And would it take, if we had a grants administrator, would it take that duty off of all of those people and then they would become more effective in their roles?
No, it won't, is my opinion. You're going to need specialized people working on specialized grants. What this would do is fill a need for example, you brought up at last meeting about going after the county grant. that's available. We just don't have the resource to do that. And we missed it last year because of that, just didn't have the personnel. But this one thing this will do that is, I think, absolutely critical is it will allow us to make sure from a compliance perspective that all the grants coming from all the various different departments, and right now I think you have over 15 of them that are out there, and we can ensure that the compliance issues of those grants are monitored by one individual that will have responsibility for accountability, and that's what we need right now as well, Mayor, I think, as acting as an advisor to those people in the departments writing grants. But we'll still need to have, in my opinion, the people in the departments that have specialized skills and orientation to continue writing grants.
I agree with that.
My thoughts are a little bit different. Yes, I'm all for additional help with grants. I think that I would lean towards contracting. Contracting, you're not dealing with any lag time getting up and running. Your decision to pursue a particular route, you can pivot easy. So if you have let's say an annual contract, if things aren't going the way you thought they would, you're not stuck with that. If you hire a person, you have to deal with, are they performing to the potential that is desired? And if they're not, what do you do? And you have this whole bunch of stuff you got to deal with. If you contract it, I think you have a lot more control.
But you have to go through the RFP process. You have to go through a whole bunch of stuff to get to that contract. And if it doesn't work out, then you still have to go through
get another one. Right. So when you're dealing with contractors, you're dealing with folks that, when you hire them, are going to be trained in the specific areas that you desire your grants to be written in, where you don't know what you're necessarily getting until you go through the hiring process when you finally get somebody. We have struggled with getting highly technical positions like this previously, tremendously, and we have some vacancies that are still open. We haven't even got a planner yet. So there's a lot of potential advantages of going with an administrator versus salary. I definitely think that there's a need. I think part of maybe, the new city manager coming in, I think we also need to look at we're hiring so much in that realm, we need to look at the most intelligent way of getting people in the right spots too, as far as staffing. I'm not involved with staff, so I can't say if we have the right mix, if we're doing the right things or not, or any of that. But I think to bring on yet another position under that general umbrella is that's gonna muddy the water. And then you're dealing with a much bigger commitment of having an employee versus hiring a service. That's just my thoughts. Any other thoughts?
I'd be okay with a contractor.
Question, Mike, didn't you say that in a couple meetings ago, you brought up about a contractor friend that you had mentioned for this type of position?
Yes, it's a consulting firm that does grants. As a matter of fact, that consulting firm is developing your grants management policy right now that you approved. So there is a opportunity that would be available to use that firm for a contract person. If that's the direction you moved in.
Okay, thank you.
I still feel that it would be better to have somebody in-house, not to write grants. And I think, Mike, what you were saying before was Stormwater Lee would still write a grant for that. But then it's a matter of making sure that the grant is being followed the way it's supposed to, and, you know, that we're making all the benchmarks along the way. That's what this person would do. So if we have people at the WIC line, we have people here until maybe some year we change that. There is no communication between people about the grants that they're, I mean, maybe there doesn't need to be, but I think having an in-house person that can actually get to know the people that they're dealing with and the departments and what their needs are, I think that has value.
Commissioner Spriley.
On that note, if I'm understanding, Mike, what you're suggesting, and that is that an in-person, if it were an in-person grant employee or an in-house grant employee, part of their job would be to locating grants, grant opportunities. And to me, that's something that couldn't be replaced by easily by a contractor to do grant by grant. And so in line with what Commissioner Mealy was saying, it just seems like there's some benefits to being in-house, some financial benefits to being in-house as opposed to a contractor. Does that sound right?
Honestly, Commissioner, I think you can do it either way, and you'll get the same results either way you go. It depends on who you have, either as an employee or as a contract. So I think you can do it either way you do it. I do, if I could, I would want to make one area of clarification, because we do have coordination of projects now. You know, that's what our project coordinator does, is ensure that we have...
I didn't mean to intimate that.
Yeah, but it's just that I wanted to make sure that point was clear. What this person would do is would fill holes. If we had for example, if we had a grant that we couldn't do, like we have had, and right now we're putting the CRA director is now our grants writer. So, but you know, that's only a short, short-term fix for that, but we need somebody that can fill those holes on a long-term basis. When we have opportunities for grants and we can't have somebody in the department can do it, then we'd put the grant writer or the grant administrator into that role. And it's very, very, in my opinion, my conclusion, desperately needed to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melheimer.
I agree with several of your points. Do you think we could contract this out for a similar price, similar cost? Have any idea?
To give you a definitive judgment, I could not. Okay. But I think that the way I was structuring it is to leave the manager with the option. If you fund this, then the manager could take a look at the opportunities either through an employee or through a contract and could recommend to you the right way to go.
Okay.
So I think the manager, my idea was to kind of leave it up to the manager. If you fund the idea of concept, it could go either way.
Okay.
I like that idea.
I like that idea too. And it goes to your point that we've had difficulty filling some of these positions. So I like that idea.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
So just for clarity, we have a consensus on basically earmarking that money for that to then be determined by city manager?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be in-house or contract.
Right.
That's us off the hook.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Okay. What else do we have under general government?
That was already in. That was already.
That was already in the budget, but we could have taken it out.
Right.
I'm sorry. We've got the COLA also that would be under general government for.
Okay.
And let's see, what page is that? That's page 5. Okay, cost of living increase, and this is a 2-part module here. Thoughts or questions?
Nope.
In addition to the cost of living increase, employees will receive 2.5% step increase. So is that something that's ongoing, the 2.5%?
Yes, it is. And we do not have the capability of actually implementing the 2.5, because that was, the thought was it's going to be on the anniversary date of the employee. So the concept, the way we'd have to apply it until we can reinforce the HR department, and that's part of one of the deficiencies with not having staff. You can't do that kind of thing. So the thought is we'd go 1.25 and implement it at the beginning of the year, and that way it's the same cost. It's just done all at one time at the beginning of the year. So we built that 1.25 in to doing that. And what that does, it allows employees to ensure they've got progression through the pay plan, and they understand it's a career system, and you move them progressively through the pay plan. And it's a 2.5, roughly a 2.5% step every year.
Any other thoughts or comments? My thoughts are a little bit different. I'm okay with COLA. I would not be okay with a step plan increase until a merit system is put in place, which, based on what we've talked about and decided, that would be this coming year. We just got done doing huge pay adjustments. So I think that affords a buffer to get a merit system in place, and if that happens in the fiscal year coming up, then you go to a step plan. So you do COLA, you get a merit system in place, and then you move to merit-based increases. That would be my suggestion for it. A step plan increase now is you're giving a raise just to give a raise, for whether they did a good job, bad job, or anything. And that's really what COLA was designed to do, not anything else. So that's just my thoughts on that.
That's where I'm at. That's what I was kind of digging at a little bit. So.
Sounds good. Commissioner Spradley, which one sounds good? I'm trying to gauge consensus.
COLA, no step plan.
Yep. Okay.
That's what we're voting on.
Are we not negating everything that we've been talking about? If we don't do the step plan, are we negating everything that we talked about pay raises and stuff?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, but we have talked about the importance of retention of staff. If a step plan costs $70,000 for all of our staff, that's not very much money per person.
Right. Remember, in police and police sergeants, it's negotiable, so they're separate.
Yeah, I understand, but the rest of the staff.
What I understand, the commission's direction is you would retain the idea of the $70,000. You just do it through a merit system, and you'd have to put the merit system into place during the year. And that really doesn't change anything. It's just a different methodology for accomplishing. I believe, the way I understand your direction, you're just taking the step plan and saying to get to the step plan, you have to have a merit, or an evaluation, and you have to have however the evaluation works. So it's just that, what I understand, if I understand it correctly, is it's you're not replacing it, you're just simply changing the methodology.
Correct. The step plan number becomes, we'll call it the pot of money you work from. That's your budget. And then the merit system, so instead of a flat, what is it, like 2.5, instead of a flat 2.5 for everybody, then you have which is standard in the private sector, you have a standard, the merits go 1 to 4% or whatever ends up getting decided when the merit system goes in place. But the budgeted amount for that stays the same. It just gets divided up differently based on job performance. Does that make sense?
So you're just not getting a raise for showing up to work?
Exactly.
What you're telling your staff.
Well, if you're not going to pay you're not going to pay somebody if they're not performing.
I think that is such a negative thing to say to staff.
So if you're not meeting the expectations of your job, why are we going to give you a merit increase?
Well, why are we keeping them?
Well, that's when you put them on a performance plan, and that's what you have performance evaluations for, to then track them. So in order to do that, you have to have a paper trail, and I think what you do is that you have a merit-based system, and that's how we're going to be able to get people, they're going to get their cost of living, but if they, to bring them up, or, to me, it incentivizes, to perform to their best. I'm not saying that our staff doesn't. But
you are. That's what you're saying.
But that's what a merit-based. I don't know. If anybody that works in the private industry, typically that's how, things work. But
it also protects the employee that goes above and beyond, because it's not fair that Bob gets 2.5% and just shows up to work, and Jill gets 2.5%, and she's the one who's carrying the whole weight of the department. I mean, it can go two ways, and that's why merit best is. You've got. Perfect example. Vinny was out in the middle of the hurricane working on generators. There might have been another employee that was doing something else. I mean, it gives an opportunity for that employee to shine and get what they individually deserve.
Well, really any employer outside of select unions and some other places, that's the standard at any work environment, is you get merit-based increases.
In the private sector. We're in the public sector.
And I don't think the public sector should follow anything different as far as how employees are treated in private sector.
We're never going to agree.
Right.
So.
Well, it's because you have a union background.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm not. So what do we have consensus on?
What Mike said.
Yep.
Merit.
COLA and then merit.
So the money's still there, it just goes to job evaluations. This side, okay.
It's up to Liz and her assistant to put it together.
Okay.
Create something.
What else do we have under general government?
I think that may be it. So, parking lot, bike path. I think that's it.
Okay. So we will go to page 35, maintenance.
Library.
Where's library?
39.
We're jumping ahead?
The maintenance.
They're skipping it for some reason.
Library is under general government under your general fund.
All right, page 39. Questions or comments on page 39?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, Melissa, on page 10 of this packet that we got yesterday that explains all the increases, what I did when I got this packet was match it up with stuff in the budget, and I can't match up any of these. So if you could tell me where
In
they
the
are.
operating supplies, it's this
I don't know,
page.
these are all operating supplies?
Is that what it is? It's this page?
The one that says story time supplies, city shirts, blah, blah, okay. So,
Those were all under the line of operating supplies.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was like, where's it go?
Any other questions or comments?
And the improvements is what? I don't see.
That's under capital.
Okay.
All right, no questions on 39. We'll move to capital. And Commissioner Bellhamer, you had a question about that?
Probably not once I see it.
And we were just trying to get the page.
It's on page 75.
75.
All right, questions on capital? The question that well, it's more of a comment. We have $7,000 set aside every single year for shelving. That to me seems, the fact that there's no end to it is kind of odd, and that just seems like, I mean, shelving doesn't really wear out. To spend $7,000 on shelving every single year for the foreseeable future, to me seems out of line. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are on that.
I check with Tameen, she gets more books and so needs more places to put them.
What we have in the library has been a hodgepodge of different types of materials, different types of shelves, different spacing as far as the height of them. So it's just been in order to make it more, basically the bottom line with shelves, the function of the shelves in the library, the function of the way that we organize things is so that people can find things. And currently, a number of our shelves, you can only put things sideways because the shelves aren't tall enough to fit the books. You could fit more books if they were standing up. So it's an ongoing process of just trying to make things look uniform, provide a better space for the materials that are there. We still have some old plywood shelves that the carpenter who put in the shelves each year, he went through and tried to get nails to go back into the wood, and he fixed some of the things that were almost hazardous, I guess is an accurate way to put it. So it is something as far as maintaining the building and making it uniform. I understand your point. So truly, it comes down to your decision, but if it is allowed, he's working within our budget always. He makes it work with his materials. He generally charges more than what he charges us, I believe. And so I'm making the best use of funds that I can. And so I guess ultimately it's your decision whether you want to continue to upgrade what we have.
I guess, wouldn't it be a lot more cost effective to just get pre-made steel shelving? You could almost do the entire library for like 10 grand or maybe even less with that. Am I missing something?
I feel, well, that, again, I always understand your point. You make good points. Aesthetically, I don't feel like a steel shelving kind of place, but that is something that we've been able to provide, which if we decided, wow, we really need some shelves there, and if you prefer that we look into pricing on steel shelving, I will do that.
I don't think I've ever been in a library with other than wood shelving.
Oh, sure you have. The county library, those are all steel shelves.
Who does?
The county.
The Palm Coast Library has steel shelves.
Yeah, I'm actually the opposite. I don't think I've ever been in a library that had wood shelves.
Yeah,
Other than-
university libraries.
Elementary
there are-
school. For sure.
So it probably started from, what we had when things began and the building that we moved into and such like that. But truly, your call.
Thoughts, commissioners or mayor?
Yeah, I have a thought on the wood shelves. I just think how much of it you got done? About half of it, maybe?
Yeah,
Of
probably
new
half.
shelves?
Yeah,
And you're just trying to finish it out and make them all the same, right?
yeah.
Well, if that was the case, then why would we have it budgeted all the way out to 28? $7,000 every year for over halfway done.
Well, we don't get, it doesn't, you know, you're not going to get 3 rows of shelves for $7,000. This year's allotment is replacing shelves in the children's section. So it's a little at a time. For example, last year's was the shelving for the new books. We got 2 large units.
Got it, okay. So these are really expensive shelves.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Now I'm tracking with you. Questions, thoughts? Getting quiet.
I'm struggling with it. $7,000, I get it. Can we maybe do it every other year? Or, because I know that the water intrusion is also a problem.
Yes.
And I think to myself, what would I rather have, new shelves or fixed water intrusion?
Absolutely.
And fix water intrusion correctly?
Correct.
Oh, heck yeah. Can't have
Which
any more
would you
water.
rather have? Because then it becomes the carpet issue, and then it becomes like this snowball effect.
Understood.
That's where my mindset is. If I'm going to put money towards, even extra money towards something, it would be towards that, because that's a long-term fix.
I'm with you.
There's already money set aside for that. That's also under capital, 16,000.
Yeah, I know, I see it, but does that that completes that issue?
Does that complete that job?
As far as my understanding goes, that should
Okay.
be sufficient.
Yep, everybody's
Okay.
shaking their head yes on that.
What?
16,800, no more water.
I'm not too sure of that. I mean, we spent a lot of time and effort supposedly waterproofing that place once before, and obviously it didn't turn out very well. And that's what led to having to replace shelves, because they got waterlogged and soaked. So does this waterproofing project come with a warranty?
Lee, you want to speak to this?
I mean, otherwise I'd say no.
Well, Melissa asked me to take a look, and there's lots of different kinds of water intrusion. This is coming actually from the ground.
Through cracks in the slab.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not
that
necessarily
happens.
cracks in the slab, but cracks where the wall meets the slab. Okay, if that was I think it's a poured slab. So the walls were built on top of that. So I think the water intrusion is coming from that separation right there. So what I suggested was what I would do for any building that has that particular kind of water intrusion, and that is to dig a ditch around the entire foundation wall where it's leaking and waterproof that wall with, a roll-on material, and then backfill it. And that would solve that particular kind of water intrusion. Now, it's not going to do anything about, water coming from the ceiling, from the roofs, the walls, whatever. This is just for the foundational water intrusion.
As best as I remember, that's what they said they did before. They took the water, they took the flower beds out front and sealed the wall, supposedly.
That's what we discussed last year doing.
Well, it's already been done, supposedly. They took the flower beds out. There was a flower bed all the way across the front.
Yeah, that goes back a couple of years.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you have flood waters sitting in there, if the water's if you have groundwater underneath that slab and you have a crack in that slab, it's coming up through the crack. So that's kind of an unknown. So
well,
I don't know. I just don't like the idea of spending a whole bunch of money again and not being sure or have a guarantee that it's going to be fixed.
Well, what I observed when I looked inside, the water appeared not to be coming from cracks in the slab. They appeared to be coming from what I suggested, where the wall meets the slab. And if this project, if the same kind of project was done 2 years ago and it's still failing, then I suggested it was a very poorly done job.
You're talking about across the front, right?
Well, it's
and the east wall.
It's the north wall and the east wall.
East wall.
Yeah, those 2 walls. The other walls are fine.
Right.
And the water, if you go in there and look, you can see where the water has been sitting. And those shelving units are sitting right on top of that area. So eventually, if nothing is done, what's going to happen is that the shelving is going to rot because it's wood sitting on top of that.
So is this provider that's doing the works going to have a guarantee outside of, obviously natural disasters?
We could certainly write the RFP like that.
Yeah, I would assume that would probably be a consensus thing
that would be part
I know,
of the RFP.
It's a common construction practice up north where there are basements that a membrane is put on the exterior of the foundation.
Exactly.
And that blocks all the water out. And I would assume this is probably a similar process.
Very similar. Keep in mind, we don't have basements here, obviously. And, when you have a basement, a good portion of the entire wall has ground on the other side. So there are many areas where if it's concrete, it can crack. If it's block, it can separate. So, what we're dealing with here is a simpler problem, I think.
If we had basements, we'd all have swimming pools.
Yeah. Now, and again, I want to emphasize that I didn't see any signs of water intrusion in the interior of the floor,
Okay. I don't have a problem with fixing or doing the maintenance on the water intrusion, but as long as it has a warranty comes with it.
We'll write it like that.
Okay.
We've done this over and over and bought carpet repeatedly and built shelves before and built them still. So I would hope that fixes it whatever it is. Okay, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts? I hate being the anti-wood shelf guy, but I know that wood and questionable moisture levels is a bad combination. So for what it's worth, anytime you get moisture in there, those wood shelves are going to get ruined. If you have another material, even if there's some new composite material or anything that is not going to get mold or something, that might be something that the city needs to consider, because it sounds like we don't have a great combination of materials in that environment. That's just my thoughts.
Well, for the money we're spending to build shelves, composite would be the material to use. I would guess, because wouldn't want to use steel shelves and something that,
I would hate to change the atmosphere of that library. Part of what keeps people belonging to our library instead of going, God forbid, across the bridge, is the feel of an old-time library that they're paying for. Wood composite, painted the same color as the wood shelves, would that work or not work?
I'm absolutely open to looking into other materials. I think that based on what you all are saying, let's do the water treatment this year, and then we'll approach the shelving next year. So we could take that out this year if you'd like. Okay.
We are talking about a building that's prone to being underwater. Or has been a couple of times. So.
Yeah, but part of that was because it rained inside when we lost the roof after.
That's what happens if you got hurricanes happening around.
That was the last carpet
First
replacement.
it was the front half of the building, and then the next hurricane came from a different direction toward the other half of the roof off.
Well, I'm certainly hoping that we're all right this year, but as Lee said, I also have seen no evidence of any water coming in anywhere other than along the north and the east walls. I've taken multiple pictures every time there's an event. I've gotten in there with the shop vac on my own to clean up the water. So I know very well where it is coming in, and all evidence seems to point to this being the problem, and I sure hope that it solves it.
It's a beast. I have this going on at my house. I've been fighting it for 5 years. So that's why I had a little bit of concern and reservation. So good luck on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on capital? Rhonda, we don't have any decision modules for this? Okay.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to maintenance. That's going to be page 35. Right, and questions or comments on maintenance commissioners?
I didn't have anything jump out at me on this one.
Well, I had a question on repairs and maintenance. Is like half of what you budgeted last year.
And that's mainly due to hurricane expenses that happened this year that we're not going to be budgeting for next year.
And at that May 3rd meeting, Bill, you talked about a new mower, whatever you call that mower.
I gotten with Ron about that and figured out.
Turn your mic on, Bill.
Keeps turning it off.
Is it on?
Now it is.
There you go.
Yeah, I got with Rhonda on that, and I think we figured out where we can buy a new mower without getting, too involved with something. A little bit of repairs and maintenance money, probably a little bit of CRA money. So, because we bought one last year, and
No CRA money.
no CRA money.
So it bills equipment less than $5,000. He needs a new computer for over at his shop, and then he's got money in there for the mower. So that's what makes up the $7,000. 5 for the mower, 2 for computer equipment.
Any other comments? I had, so we have 5,000 budgeted for dune walkover repairs and maintenance. It's probably one of the few times I have under maintenance halfway down.
Yeah.
One of the few times you hear this, is that enough? Do we not want to budget more?
I would like a little more because, if we have to repair a set 10, 12 steps, and the lumber price now is up there, I wouldn't need a lot more, but I think,
Even our good walkovers are not in great shape, especially in the downtown area. So I saw that and it stood out, and I really don't think that that's enough. Bill, did you have a number you're comfortable with recommending, or did you want to talk to city manager about that? Because I really think we're going to end up shortchanging ourselves if we try to get through the year with $5,000 budgeted on dune walkovers.
Well, if we go up another couple thousand, I think I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, because you've got, these handrails don't last a real long time either, so.
No, handrails.
You got replacements.
Handrails, treads, and, stringers going down.
Those handrails aren't cheap either.
This year, you're tracking at $10,800.
And those are expenses related to hurricane, so that's what we're
Those are
seeing.
reimbursable?
Yes, sir.
And we don't, how much of that 10 is hurricane expenses versus regular? All of it? I would assume probably all of it, if we do good FEMA
So we
accounting.
budgeted 5,000 in '22. So that's why you budgeted 5,000 again? Because you're not counting hurricane stuff?
Why don't we call it 7,500, make them happy.
Commissioners, you okay with that?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's good.
Is Bill okay with that?
I'm happy.
Yay!
Commissioner Cooley actually suggested something to increase. Go figure.
Yeah, what happened?
Commissioner, hurricane expenses are $59,301.
So just take away the 5, and that's when you come up with them, okay?
The other question I had is, here recently, we started budgeting for professional services, which we didn't do in years past. Why is that? And what are we doing with professional services? Like, what does that cover?
Be honest with you, I'm not really very sure.
Bill, that's the palm tree.
Oh, okay. That's, my contractor comes in once a year to do all the palm trees. You know, Veterans Park, Wickline, Silver Lake, Pal Parker, all through the CRA area. He does all the palm trees once a year.
And that's the $12,000?
Yeah, he did, I think it was 10,000 last year, but he gave me a really good price. I think he's going to go up in price this year a little bit, you know, per tree. It was $23 a tree, and everybody else was 25 to 30. But, you know.
That's an amazing price per tree.
Well, I told him, I said, you gave me a good price, and maybe we can work something out.
He gives
Start
them
doing the
whole
rest
city.
of the neighborhood at that price.
That's a good quantity discount.
Send them over.
$50 a tree, I just
I
thought.
think he did 450 trees.
Okay.
For under $10,000. But like I say, we added Silver Lake, which we never really did. He did on the west side of the bridge, right there by the Bridgewater. When you come out of Bridgewater Development, those trees along the FDOT bridge, he did those.
Yeah, he did a nice job.
And so, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, we can stay with the same contractor and still get a good, decent price. So, but that's what that with professional is.
Okay, and the other question I got is, listed under improvements is $10,000, but that was not listed on the capital sheet. So I guess, Rhonda, what is that $10,000 for improvements? And that line is all over the place. You got $500,000 and then down at 10. So what is that?
So the $500,000 has to do with the wick line hardening. That's where that was budgeted. So that's what's the $400 and some odd thousand. The $10,000 that we put in there is for any kind of building maintenance that he may have, or not maintenance, but improvements throughout the city.
Because I did use some of that this past year to have the stucco guy come out and re-stucco the building so we can get it painted, City Hall.
Incidental repairs then.
Right. Okay, well, that answers that. Any other questions or comments on page 35?
Under repairs and maintenance. So your repairs and maintenance line is what, for equipment?
Repairs and maintenance is just the daily repairs and maintenance. You know, light bulbs, doors, new toilets.
Okay. So the 10,000 is just for surprises?
Correct, sir.
Gotcha.
That 44,000 could go to restroom improvements, I'm just saying. Okay, anything for 35?
Good job, Bill.
And let's talk about capital. Any questions or concerns? We have 24,000, which is a reserve for air conditioning units. That's the reserve, right, every year?
Yep, that's
That's
correct.
the only thing that's there.
Yep.
So, no.
All right, everybody go with that? Do we have decision module for maintenance? Rhonda, or city manager, any stuff you want to put under that one?
No.
Okay.
She's going forward. No.
Sorry, Mike.
All right, thank you, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move to page 36, roads and streets. Commissioners' comments.
Yeah, comments.
All right, what do you got, Rick?
What about, okay, so I'm looking at repair, maintenance of roadways. And it doesn't say anything about any repaving. Are we repaving anything this year?
So I have it on decision module for the repaving of the, are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking about converting a dirt road into a paved road. I'm talking about our existing roads, repairs. We typically do some paving in town every year,
Yeah, the microsurfacing is what we're normally doing.
right?
You're talking about that or?
Are we doing any this year?
Well, she's budgeted 337,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick, if you look at page 9 of this packet we got yesterday.
The explanation
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So under repairs and maintenance,
Oh, long-term street paving plan, professional services. $20,000, I'm not going to pay much for that.
So I think the question is, and this might help explaining it this way. So can you take us through what that 337,550 is that's listed under repairs and maintenance roadways? What all is under that amount? Or maybe Rhonda, do you have the detail for that?
isn't it these 4 things?
A few items like the alleyway.
Is your mic on, Jen?
Who keeps turning
It is
that thing
now.
off?
I don't know. I know we added the alleyway money, the 20,000, the street signs, I think got put underneath of that GL instead of having it under all these different.
Yeah, on this thing we got yesterday, it says asphalt for road repairs, other repairs and maintenance, signs and alleyway aprons.
Right, I think instead of having all these different line items for all those, I think we kind of just come up with a plan to combine it all in under one line item, if I'm correct.
Okay, so we have $200,000 in there restricted for paving. So of the 337, we've got 200,000 in there for paving. We've got the street lighting FDOT money for 57,550, and then her just general repairs and maintenance at $80,000.
Well, street lighting is above that though. It's 304,400. That's 78,000.
I think that's for regular, is that for, that's not the FDOT, right? That's just for our regular street lighting?
Regular street lighting.
What's that, for electricity?
Yes, that's paying for the lights on the bridge.
The electric bill for that?
The electric bill.
You're talking about you're referring to the street lighting?
Yes.
Is the bridge?
Yeah, 304,400 is the FP&L bill for the lights on the bridge.
So not only do we maintain that, we also pay the
for the
power bill.
electric, yeah.
Yes.
So since we're doing the light project, wouldn't that amount go down quite a bit? Because we're switching to LED from sodium?
Yeah.
We would hope so.
So we should budget for that? I mean, technically, we have a budget increase when we're replacing it with more efficient lights that we're going the wrong direction.
But we don't know what the difference will be.
We know it won't be more.
So to Eric's point, if we went back to the 76,000 from last year, would that cause us a problem?
They calculated the energy savings when we did that contract, though.
Less than half the price.
Remember when we did this contract, they had a formula that they determined and this is how much they give us, and we said, is this equitable? And there was calculations built into that contract that said, here's what you're going to save by switching to all these fixtures. Remember all that?
Mm-hmm. But how does that translate from kilowatt hours to how much money is on this page?
I don't know. It's probably above her pay grade.
That was something that I kind of took on and it was already done, so I didn't have a lot of information on that one. Not on the lighting.
Yeah, I kind of sidetracked this.
All right, so we got 200,000 put away for road repairs.
Yes.
Or repaving, let's call it that. Signs, I have no objections to signs because we certainly need
A ton of
probably
them.
more than half of them. So how many signs you going to be able to take care of?
I have a gentleman coming in next week. There's 2 different companies that I saw that Alan was using last year. And I'm setting up where they can come in and kind of give me a quote of what it would cost. So if it's a large amount, then I'll have to do like a 5-year plan, or they'll be able to come in and install them, or we can install them ourselves. It'll be a lot cheaper.
Right.
But when I've been purchasing some of the signs, just because we've needed them, they're about $30-40 a piece. So.
Well, it might be cheaper.
But material.
Buying them in bulk as well. We got a bunch of no golf carts beyond this point signs.
Yes,
You
there
know,
is.
Instead of buying them one at a time, you get them all done.
We used to buy just the stickers, and we would just resurface them ourselves. So we also have the option to just do it that way.
Does this include the street signs, this
Yes.
3rd Street?
Right.
And stop signs too, or?
Not the
No.
stop signs, just all the bracket hardware, because it corrodes. So when you take the signs, there's really no way of taking the signs apart because it kind of corrodes they're in with set screws. So once that corrodes, there's no backing it out to replace the signs. You kind of.
Who does do the stop signs?
We do.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at the one by CVS. Every time I pull out of there,
I don't know if we're responsible for ones.
because it's on private property?
I don't.
Yeah, it's county.
That's what I thought.
That sign, I think, is hysterical.
So with the signs and the paving, it still doesn't add up to the 337,550. Well, what are we missing, Rhonda?
So there's, we've also have basically $50,000 in there for any other kind of repair and maintenance that needs to be done. We've got the $10,000 in sign and then $20,000 for alleyway aprons.
I'm sorry, can you go over the asphalt, the repairs for the roads?
Okay, so here, let me just move this out of my screen here. So we have $200,000 in funds that are restricted for paving. We've got the actual street lighting FDOT maintenance for $57,550. Then we have another $20,000 for alleyway aprons, the $10,000 for signs, and then $50,000 for just general repairs and maintenance. That should get us where we need to be.
Now, way back in the beginning, we talked about money from the gas tax being set aside for road repairs. How does that end up translating into this particular budget?
That would be part of the restricted funds for the paving.
So that's part of the 200.
Yes, sir.
And there was 2 different gas tax funds, and they added up to about 250,000, I think. So did some of one of those funds go to just general fund, or?
Well, both of them will go to general fund. Everything goes, since roads and street is part of general fund, it will all go to
But
general
wouldn't all
fund.
that get earmarked for road repairs?
That's,
it's all it can be used for.
Correct.
Right, but.
Gas tax, I believe, is
You have
one that's
about,
goes to
you have, you gotta find it here. It was about, back when we covered it, it was about 250,000, I think. So you got 110,000 local option fuel tax, and then the half-cent local government, no, I'm sorry, state revenue sharing municipal fuel tax, 154,000. So you got about 260,000. But we only have 200,000 put aside for paving.
And
See what
then,
I'm talking about?
yeah, and then some of that will be used for overall maintenance.
So the 260, that other 50,000 you had budgeted as an expense under 304-600, that is part of that gas tax? Because you had 200,000 for paving and then you had 50,000 for miscellaneous road repairs, you said, right?
Yes.
I wasn't sure how that ended up, like,
I'll look at that and take a look at it to make sure that everything ties up.
okay. Other comments?
No, because we're getting, is this improvements capital? Operating expenses. What's your
Yes.
25?
Yeah, it's capital.
Okay.
$20,000 set aside for professional services. What is that for?
I believe
'Cause
part
that's
of
something
surveying.
recent too, that we haven't previously budgeted for.
Study and the paving plan.
It's for a long-term street
got
paving
it.
plan.
So we need, let me just play devil's advocate. Do we need a study to come up with a paving plan for $20,000? We can't
It was a,
figure that out?
it's a discussion that we were talking about to say,
One of the areas that I mentioned during my budget introduction was, I think that you probably will want to look at whether or not you're going to do an assessment for those who live on the streets, who are going to get a direct benefit. That takes some money to do that, as well as what is currently taking place is we're getting estimates, I believe, on what an estimate would be for a dirt road. But when you have that estimate, we're going to have to, in my opinion, my recommendation would be, is you take that to an engineering group or firm or person and have it analyzed to determine of all the streets that we have the same consistency as what we're proposing for that, and we come up with a list of specifications for what kind of material you're going to do and what kind of costs you're going to do and where you're going to bid the project, because all that's going to have to be bid out, and that does take some money to do it right.
So we would not be agreeing yet to pave those streets.
No.
We would be agreeing to do a study as to whether that's a good idea or not.
And yeah, and all the particulars of that, not to include the assessment, whether or not you were going to do an assessment for it.
Or whether or not we're going to do it at all.
I'm sorry.
Or whether or not we're going to do it at all.
Yeah, you'd ultimately have to make that decision, whether you do it at all.
Not today. Today, all we would be deciding is to
Just
pay
to do the
somebody
study.
to do a study.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm struggling with what benefit we're going to get from the study. I'm kind of tracking with you. I'm just not, I guess I'm not there.
Is the professional services up here?
Yeah, that's 20.
Okay, well, that's a decision module.
So that's a decision module as
It's a
well?
decision module,
Yes,
right?
it is.
Right. That's
All right.
converting
But it's
dirt
a-
roads to paved roads.
It's a decision module that's built into the budget, so it's funded currently.
All right, so to avoid getting ahead of that, we'll let that wait. Okay, so want to cover capital under
Yeah, 'cause
roads?
I'm curious what this 25 is down
Okay.
to.
So Commissioner Belhamer, you had a question on what the 25,000 is?
Correct.
was it just, I think, a guesstimated price of what it might have cost
For the multimodal?
for the improvements? Is that what he's asking for?
You have a
It
line
says
25?
multimodal sidewalks.
Oh, I think that's the lien. Is that the one that's for, I didn't know about the one-time,
Here, page
or is it just
76.
regular sidewalk repair?
Okay, got it.
there's 25,000, it's set aside every year, so it looks like it's a reserve for multimodal sidewalks, but what is that?
I think it's, the only thing I was thinking of is when we've had to do sidewalk repair, like over by Switherby's, we had 3Bs come in and do some sidewalk repair where it was all cracked and broken up, which I think is already re-cracked and broken again from trucks and stuff driving over it, but I think that's what it is for.
So what is, I guess, what's the multimodal part?
I was never really filled in when I was handed this year.
So, Rhonda,
And it
how
doesn't break
long
it
have
down
you
and
been
tell you
putting
really
the
a whole lot.
25,000 aside for? Was this previous budgets as well?
Let me,
I just went back and looked on how.
I believe
where the
so.
money
Let
came
me take
from.
a look.
Okay.
I wasn't seeing it.
I know we've
Mine
talked
had
about
45,000.
multimodal stuff, but
Right.
I didn't,
I just went back and seen when he's had 3Bs do some concrete work for the sidewalks and where he took the money from out of last year's budget is what I did my own research for. And I thought it came from out of that funding. But I could be wrong.
I think that's part of the 45 that's in this year's budget, but I'm going to confirm.
Thank you.
Well, while you're checking that, the line above it, so reserve for street lighting, bridge lights. I guess I'm confused why we have a reserve set aside when they're all being replaced. And that is a very high reserve for those lights too. More than our contract, I think. I think our contract was only like 50 grand, 50-some thousand dollars.
Wasn't it $30-some thousand for 5 lights?
yeah, I remember Rick commenting, why is it so much money for 3
was the high price.
That's just something we've done over time in anticipation of replacing the lights, but FDOT gives us that money to maintain the system as well, which also includes switching, electrical boxes and relays and wiring and so forth.
Right.
So it's not
Cable
just the light
wire.
itself.
And the light
but
pricing
maintenance
is the same.
of the system. And we're still not done because we've got the lights down under the bridge, the pedestrian lights
on both sides
have not been done yet.
Switched
You got
over.
some over there on Palm Drive, I think, that are included on that light. But I'm still waiting on that list of where the parameters are of these lights that were supposed to be.
It's some on Moody Lane as well.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. So they haven't all been replaced yet,
No.
nor is these 5 that we're talking about going to finish it either, because we got all the ones that are under the bridge to do yet.
Which will be on next year's plan.
But
Not all of them. I don't know.
It's
that
going
we
all
just
of them,
did a
but-
contract with FDOT, and it was only, I want to say like 57,000 or
Well,
something.
they throttled it back. They're only giving us 57.5 this year instead of 60. So that's why that one number is different than the rest.
So Rhonda, this reserve is, we have it listed as capital, but that is also being, that number's getting sent to us by FP&L or FDOT?
The 57,550 is the FDOT
Right.
contract
That's what
for
they
the
give
bridge,
us.
yeah, for the bridge lighting,
Okay.
okay? And then going back to your other question, in this year's budget, we had, of the 45 that's listed, it's $25,000 for the multimodal improvements, and then 20 for alleyway aprons. That makes up the 45 in this year's budget. So it doesn't seem that Jen's going to do anything with the multimodal, which if she doesn't, then that will go back to reserve so that she's re-budgeting it in 23, 24.
Correct. We've been doing the alleyway aprons slowly but surely on our own, in-house. because we couldn't find a company before to do small areas like that. But I found a small company that's actually in Bunnell called CTS. He's the company, he's going to meet with me on Friday. And they do small, from driveways to small roads, because I mentioned the streets with just dirt. And I mentioned the aprons on all the alleyways, and that's what they do, is small jobs. So I actually got a number from them through Halifax. It was very helpful because they don't do nothing smaller than like 13,000 linear feet and bigger. Nothing under that amount they will even touch. So this gentleman is, and there's another company that she gave me a name of who I reached out to that are in DeLand. But this company's in Bunnell, so yes. See what his quote is. I'm going to get a quote from both companies.
So out of that local option fuel tax, we got a reserve fund there being built with $120,000 a year. So that's paving and striping reserve. So is that separate from?
They have it included in 304,600. I guess the question, Ron, is why we have listed in, well, Rick just said under capital, but then it's not listed in the budget under capital. It's listed under 304,600. It's being lumped in there.
That's the same thing?
Well, there's nothing else listed under capital for proposed budget.
Since it's basically a reserve, we have included it on the capital plan as we have in other departments where we have a reserve. That's why we listed it on here.
So we're not using a reserve for paving?
Well, part of it
because we're putting 200 out for paving, right?
So of the 337,550, 120 of that will be covered by this paving and striping reserve.
Okay. Okay.
Well, then that
should be in the capital line, shouldn't it?
Makes it even more money then, because we have these two fuel taxes that are supposed to be set aside for that, and it's not adding up.
Yeah, I'll go back and take a look at that.
Yeah, this is,
It was originally in the capital.
Okay, so there's quite a few questions on that.
And we got a striping reserve. It will help us towards possibly these stop bars, if they're coming out of two different pots of money.
Well, that was going to be a question that I had, is we have a paving and striping reserve for 120, but then we have a decision module on that.
I had a decision module for the striping of the stop bars.
The stop bars?
Yes.
That's all I got on that. Oh, the multimodal sidewalks, we're waiting to figure that one out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the money for paving and stuff. Well, let's get to a decision module. Let's try to get through that. Mayor, what page is it? You're always the page.
7
Stop bars, 47.
and 47. Stop bars, 47.
And then we'll have the paving of
7.
alleyways.
Which I'm still waiting on quotes.
Which one are you doing first?
Let's do stop bar repainting. Thoughts on this decision module? Commissioner Mealy.
Well, about 3 lines up from the bottom of the first paragraph, it says this fiscal year we'd like to consider allocating $10,000 to the stop bar repainting. So I wanted to know if that was $10,000 for this coming year, why is it $69,080 at the top of the page?
the way I think.
So that would be 10,000 this year, 10,000 next year until we.
Well, that's how much I have that I could spend out of this budget line towards starting doing stop bars this year. This quote was just on all the stop bars that needed to be done within the whole entire city.
But why would we, not you at fault, but city manager or finance director, why would we budget $70,000 when we only want 10? And then we would budget another 10 next year and so forth.
Well, I was asked if I had anything to start the project, and that's how much money I could pull away from something to use towards to getting the project started and still, instead of waiting until next year.
I'm lost.
Out of the road paving money
So,
Correct me if
for
I'm
the
wrong.
striping.
Correct me if I'm wrong, 10,000 you're talking about this year, correct? And then the 69,000 would be, once you get that implemented, you do that next year?
Correct.
Okay, so what she did,
If
she's
the
doing a
10,000 is
narrative
correct.
and talking about how she'd stair-step it. So she'd stair-step it by getting going this year, out of this year's budget. And
Right,
then next
so-
year,
so
implement
you
through
could-
the 69,000.
Yes, so you could take off the 10,000 on the 69.
Okay, I guess my head, when I read this, in my head, we're already in next year. So next year was this year. So when you say this fiscal year, that's 22, 23.
Yes.
Would be 10,000 in 22, 23, and the 69 would be 23, 24. Got it. Okay.
Correct.
so why would this be a decision module if the money's already in the budget?
It's not.
69,000.
Minus the 10 that's already in the budget, right?
No, she's pulling this 10,000 out of a $23,000 line in the budget.
Correct. Because there's a lot of stop bars throughout town that are completely gone.
Is
There's
this-
none.
Does this cover all of them, or is it just cover the ones we need?
It's supposedly covering all of them citywide is what this quote is supposed to be based
So
on.
it may be less if you're spending 10 to start with, but then it may not be the same material and stuff. You might as well just do them all.
Right. That's was an
All right.
option to just let you know.
Okay, but we got a bunch of stop bars along Second Street out here. That
Which is part of the CRA, which I'm glad you mentioned, because
Right. Not only that, but at the hotel, so I wouldn't bother with those.
and I didn't know if I had to get special permission to do the CRA stop bar area, or it's just part of our main streets.
Well, so,
She's dancing right there.
so for this decision module, this really seems,
So we were asked, I think it was Mr. Bellhumor mentioned something about having all the stop bars in town being resurfaced because they need to be done, repainted. And it requires a special paint, and it has reflective material inside of it that makes it an FDOT standard. And the price of that has also went up, and that is all included in all of the price of those stop bars.
well,
So when we do it in-house, it doesn't have any of that material in it.
I have some thoughts. Not every stop bar in town needs to get painted.
No,
So, but this contract is to paint every stop bar in town.
that needs to be painted.
What do you mean that needs to be painted?
Well,
How did they even come up with that?
They did all of the stop bars coming off of the entrance of A1A on the south end of town. I believe maybe the north end of town last year or the year before. And so those are still in great condition because they have a pretty good lifespan.
Well, they're
So-
FDOT stop bars, though, aren't they?
We paid to have those redone.
All right, well, let me try to
Not
finish my thought. I keep
that
getting
thought.
interrupted by everybody. I'm not in favor of this module. I think that a set amount of money needs put aside just under the regular budget every year to just do stop bars. I think this is massively overcomplicating it.
I agree.
And, I mean, this is a very simple thing to budget. And it doesn't need to be a decision module. And we don't need to do every stop bar in town in one shot. You just do a phased approach, just like you would do with paving or road repairs or anything else. You tackle the bad spots and you.
Be much easier.
I agree.
Okay.
That's 3 times today.
All right, so do we have a consensus on that?
Yay.
And I mean, and there's a lot of money. There's a 30-some% increase in road repairs that I would think that some of that's going towards fixing stop bars and striping and road repairs, because there's $50,000 unallocated that is set aside for nothing, just road stuff.
Which I think is what we've been trying to do the past couple of years.
Get the ones that are worn out. And next year, get the ones that are worn out next year.
Okay, do we have any other decision modules?
Yeah, we got.
It was just of the dirt
48 too, right?
streets, right? But I'm still waiting on the quotes. It's going to be based on if you can do stormwater. That has to be like at least wide enough to pave the road and have some sort of stormwater, as in swales. Because of course, all through here we have the Miami curbing going to the storm drain system. On some of these dirt roads, you do not have the width, even with the extra right-of-way to do some of the paving. So I have, like on Friday, I'm going to meet with CTS and see what their recommendations are and what we can do. Because this was brought to my attention, so I would try to do some homework and stuff.
We're supposed to be on
Page 7.
paving of
7.
dirt streets, page 7, on decision modules.
You were hoping to see this in the budget, and so I'm trying to get you some information on it.
But this is just a study.
Well, we put that amount in for that because I do not have any quotes for you to tell you this is exactly how much I would be asking for until I get the actual information. So I didn't get the information I needed before today.
All right, I would like to go back to
Because
what
you
Mike
can't.
said before
It's hard to
about let's
find.
approve somebody looking at the streets. Is this going to be beneficial? What else is needed other than paving? And then we'll know a number. And I'll tell you right now, I am against assessing the people on the street. Most of those people love living on the dirt roads. They're going to be upset when we tell them that we're paving.
We may need to do like a survey from them, getting their opinion on what they would like. They may not want their road paved.
A lot of them during the hurricane, they all wanted their road paved.
During the hurricane, probably, but I know the people who live on the north part of Annette Street, they love living in the woods with nobody knows they're there, and leave me alone.
And I get that.
Well, going back to the decision module, this $20,000, I guess you would call it a study.
Which we don't. It doesn't.
I'm not for it.
It doesn't need a study.
I think we need to wait till the new city manager starts and figure it out.
I don't think it needs a study. I think we just need to get pricing on what it would cost and take to actually get the job done. And if it's able to even be.
Well, I think it's more than the
To
cost.
be able to be
but whether
paid.
we need an actual study or not, it's more than the cost. You said it yourself. Is there room for the stormwater?
Yes. Yes.
There's other stuff that goes
Involved
into it than just putting
correct.
down pavement.
Yes.
Do you have any other thoughts on this?
Agreeing with me, I must be saying something right.
Yep, you are 100% correct.
Is there any other thoughts on this decision module?
No.
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay.
Paving dirt roads is expensive.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not going to be cheap. We're going to have to do some sort of stormwater because you're creating impervious ground. Like you said, you don't have the elbow room for that necessarily. And in addition to that, we don't know whether the people living on those streets have the appetite for it.
Exactly.
So as far as
The ones I know.
doing a
that live
study,
down there don't.
That's why I mentioned Brian, because that's
Yeah,
partially.
everybody's interrupting everybody. Can let Rick finish his thoughts.
I'm done.
You didn't finish your thought. You gotta finish.
I just don't think it's feasible without knowing what the people on the streets think of it. And if we don't have room, then why are we even thinking about it? So.
Okay, so you're opposed to the study?
I'm definitely opposed to the
Okay.
study at this point.
Any other thoughts on this decision module?
Is there a way of wording it so we're not paying for a study, but we're not making the issue go away?
I'm sure we can.
How do, you know,
I'm not
Just
okay with
direct
budgeting
staff.
$20,000 for nothing.
I don't want to put 20,000, that's not what I said. Is there a way of making sure the issue doesn't go away? I didn't say we would.
That has nothing to do with the decision module, though. It's a $20,000 decision module, unless, or you want to change the amount?
Just a suggestion, based upon your discussion, what you may want to do, delete the decision module, take it as a reference item during your strategic plan update, and discuss whether or not it should be an objective of the commission as part of your strategic plan. But from just listening to your discussion, I don't think there's the appetite to keep that decision module. So I would recommend that you consider a different way, and that would be incorporated in your discussion during the strategic planning process.
Because that's what we're doing. We're having strategic plan discussions in the middle of a decision module, and it's just not working. All right. Any other decision modules for roads and streets?
Nope.
And there's, I guess, a lot of pending questions that we're going to need answers to, because we don't know what the sidewalks are for. We don't have the breakdown on the money for the paving and, okay.
The good news
Thank you.
is you found somebody to do the alley aprons, right?
Yes. Finally.
Okay, where are we?
All right, so we're going to museum, page 40. Thank you, Jen. Any questions or comments on museum?
It's also not on the agenda.
It's in the book. If there's no questions, we can make this real easy.
No questions.
Jane?
No.
All right.
I know why it went down 10%.
We pay. You already missed your window to ask a question.
No, I asked at the museum yesterday because we had a museum board meeting. And the $2,000 in repairs and maintenance is going to be for the storage unit. You know, where they store stuff they don't have room for. That's it.
I just have a question out of curiosity. Who pays payroll for the museum? Is that the county?
Yes, we don't pay them, if that's your question.
It is my question.
One of the staffers is paid by tourism also.
But, yeah, well, that's Jim Fisk. If he's not,
Yep.
James Fisk, if he's not available, then he's not there. But Kathy, it's not Kathy anymore, Patty. Patty gets paid by the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, page 48, which is water treatment plant. Comments on page 48, commissioners? Nothing? Want to move to capital?
Yeah.
All right, let's move to capital. All right, so capital.
That's where my comments were.
Yep, I think that's where everybody is. Rick, you have yours lined up?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the page.
Jane, you have yours lined up?
Where are we? Water treatment plant.
Scott, you're being too quiet.
I know.
$77 on the bottom. My question would be, replacement vehicles, $75,000 this year. Is that for what vehicles?
That's coming for our main vehicle for the plant that we go out and get
What kind of
sampled.
vehicle?
It's an F-150.
With a special bed on it?
It's going to have a 4x4. We're getting a 4x4.
Why 75,000 then?
Well, that's what they were telling us. It would probably run pretty close to it, getting a 4x4 150 at the time. So we just decided to stick it in there just to be on the safe side. Well, first we were going to try to do the 250 first. But then we found out when we did our own oil changes that we found the front end was starting to rust off pretty bad on the F-150. That's why the 75,000 was there, really for the F-250 we're going to replace. But we need to replace the F-150 because the front end's rusting off pretty bad. The front bumper is about ready to fall off.
And that vehicle's what year?
It's 2016.
Okay. Thoughts?
I know last year we kind of talked about this too, about maybe trying to, work on getting maybe a little bit more fuel efficient vehicles and going to like Rangers and things. Is there any?
That's where we're looking to go to. We're looking to try to get a Ranger.
Okay.
Add a 4x4.
4x4 Ranger.
Yeah.
Hold on,
So we go to the well field.
$75,000 Ranger?
Well, like I said, we budgeted 75,000 because we thought we'd have to do the 250, but when like I said, we do our own oil changes. We looked at the front end of the F-150 and it was in really, really bad shape. That's why that's there.
Commissioner Sherman?
I mean, 75,000 for a truck, or if we go with a Ranger, that seems a little steep, but that's just me.
I agree with that. For a 4x4 vehicle, base model, Ranger, or even that new thing, Maverick, or, but you're talking more in the, and Rob Smith, you can help me out, that's more mid-40s range, right?
Yeah, I mean, I paid 30, my F-250 four-door long bed four-wheel drive in 2021 was $37,000.
Is that brand new? So should we update this number to something?
Well, do you need special equipment on?
Not really, not with this. We don't, we're just going to have it to take, if we need backup for to go in the well field, we've got it with a 4x4. That's the reason why we're going to go with that.
That's
Like
what I was wondering about going out in the well fields.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody here is opposed to the truck.
Right, I understand. We just stuck the price in there because we were planning on doing the 250. And like I said, when we looked at the F-150, the front end was really, really rusting off, and we need to take care of that before. And we really haven't, we've been trying to get a hold of the Ford dealership and the Chevy people, and they haven't gotten back with us with a price.
So is 40 a safe number? Y'all feel comfortable?
I had another question. I know the police and I think fire can buy through state purchasing.
Yeah. That's what we're looking through. Like I said, I've been looking through it, and like I say, we're trying to get hold of the Ford and Chevy dealerships, and they haven't gotten back with us with a price. So we just left that in there.
So if we lowered it to 40, would we be dangerously close?
40, I think 40 would be fine. Like I said, we were planning on doing the 250, and that would be with a box bed and everything. That's why we had left the 75,000 in there.
Is this a road vehicle, or is this one that goes out in the well fields?
It's the one we went out in the well field.
So the four-wheel drive Ranger would service you.
Yeah.
Rob, you think 40 would be all right? Our car expert.
Rick's got his finger up.
I think that's a pretty realistic number.
40?
Yeah.
All right, Rick's got something.
Well, if y'all are going to talk, you got to come up here, but. Rick, what do you have as far as input for water?
I just ordered a new truck for the building department, four-wheel drive, full size, and it was 57. That's a full-size F-250, four-door, the whole 9 yards. So 40 should be adequate.
Okay, so do we have a consensus on that? Everybody's comfortable with that?
If everybody's telling us it'll work.
Okay, what other questions we got on capital?
You need another one next year?
Yes, we'll replace the 250.
Okay.
And what year is that one you're replacing?
That's a 2015.
We can argue that one out next year.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't need to be garbage.
Yeah.
I'm good till we get to the decision modules.
Any other questions about capital? Nothing?
Wellfield? About the Wellfield, about the contract?
Yeah, that's when we get to.
Do that right now? Yeah, we also got, we have a contract with the landowner out on our well field that we
Are you
relocate.
moving us ahead to a decision module?
Yes.
Sounds like it, okay.
I don't think I made a decision module on this one, because this is something we didn't know what the pricing was gonna be. I still haven't known because they finally gave me the parts that we're gonna need for the, we have a contract with the landowner out west of us, and it's in our well field. And they want us to relocate our raw water line, because it's in the middle of their housing development they're gonna be putting in. And we've already done one section. Now there's a second section that they're gonna be doing.
Well, you gotta explain to us, what, are you talking about a capital project or a budget item? What are we talking about?
Ron, but it's an improvement.
So this is a capital improvement? Okay, and so we all can get on the right line, which one are we talking about here?
It's not in here. Didn't have the information because the landowner was dragging his feet saying he didn't want to do the project right away. So I said, and then all of a sudden now he wants to do it. So there's two sections, and I'm getting the price on both of them in the next couple of days on what it's going to charge just for the parts, because we're buying the parts and they're putting them in the ground. Okay, you know, the piping, the fittings, the elbows, all that. It's an agreement we've had with the landowner out there. Drew and one of our city managers made it up with them. And we've already moved one section of our raw water line. Now it's time to move two more sections, the north end and the central part. And like I said, I'm going to get a price in the next couple days on one section, and the other section I should have in the same maybe 3 or 4 days, the price on what it's going to cost just for the parts. But they're going to install it. Their contractors are going to install it.
And that's not something that can come out of this year's budget?
No, we don't have the money for it.
We won't have the money.
No.
Well, you just do a budget amendment.
I'm sorry?
You just do a budget amendment.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, we're discussing capital projects for next year. And, I mean, we can't discuss this. We don't have any amounts. We're talking about another hypothetical. We can't come up with a consensus.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
How do you want to move forward with that?
I would recommend that you defer discussion on this particular item, go to the budget, talk about your capital budget, and then we'll have to bring back a recommendation through a commission action on how this would be treated.
I agree.
It really will have to be incorporated in the budget as an amendment because it's not in the budget at all. So I recommend deferring it.
But that's something that could happen this fiscal year.
It could come back. It'd come back at a commission meeting.
Correct.
Yeah, one section they could probably do in September. I don't know about the other section. They haven't really come back and told me when they're planning on doing it. But the one guy called me today, said they were trying to hopefully get it done in September.
Okay.
So that would be within this fiscal.
Yeah.
Okay, decision modules. Which one you want to tackle first? Rhonda, which one did you want to?
The 1 million gallon.
Okay, so that's page 52.
Shouldn't we do the land purchase first?
That's not going to come through. The guy's not going to sell the property. I tried calling him and everything.
Not going to sell it?
No, he won't sell even a part of it. He won't sell any of it. He's holding on to it.
Okay, so
where are we putting this new well?
This is new. The mailing. We'll try to get on our plant grounds. The problem is now we have to move our telemetry line and power lines that
hold
go.
on, I'm going to ask you all to pause here. So we've now changed decision modules.
No, there's one about land purchase for the 1 million.
You're on capital?
Yeah. Well, it's a decision module
Okay,
that affects the capital.
and you're on the land purchase,
So, yeah, it just made more
which
sense
is
to me
page
to
51.
decide if we're going
Yes,
to buy the
so
land.
to get everybody on the same page, we're going to go to page 51. Okay. And so decision module on page 51, the land acquisition is out. That is
Yeah.
no longer exists.
No, it is.
And we can close that. Okay, and then.
Because the
Commissioner
man
Mealy had a
won't
question.
sell the property.
No.
Okay, so Commissioner Mealy had a question for you.
So my question was, if we can't buy land to put it on, you think we can put it on our own property?
We could put it on our property, but we'd have to move it in, and where we move it in, we'd have to relocate our existing control and power that run to our clear well that run the high service pumps.
And how big, that to me sounds like, wow.
Yeah.
Is that a wow project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, I just found out about the guy not wanting, I finally got a hold of somebody, and he would not budge, so I don't know what it would cost. I have to go back and revisit this, how much it would cost to move the lines and all that on the property.
So does it even pay to talk about a design and all that if we don't even know we're going to have a place to put it?
I mean, I believe we got a place to put it, like I said, but where we have to put it, we have to relocate our lines. The power lines are right there now, and control lines.
City Manager.
Recommendation. This project is funded through a potential grant source. There's, as you notice, there's no money in the budget for this. Based upon what has happened with the landowner saying that they would not sell the property, I would recommend that you defer discussion of this until we can develop the project, which is on the new site. And I think this is going to take more development, and therefore we're going to also have to figure out what grants are applicable for this. So I think a discussion at this point is premature.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
That's kind of where I was going.
So also, yes, so the decision module on page 52 is also out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They were through.
There's a lot. Okay.
Sewer Connect?
That's not me.
The water treatment, the operator.
Yeah, operator. I've got a part-time operator. I'd like to change that into a full-time position when he leaves, when he retires. And also add another operator.
Hold on.
Page 50.
Page 50. Okay. Commissioners, any thoughts on this?
Explain to us why this is good.
Okay, we are in the process, all our well sites now, they've been in the city of Palm Coast. Now with all this land development, they are not surrounded by wooded area where no one can see them. Now they're in subdivisions. And according to Palm Coast rules, their building department, you got to have landscaping around them. So we need manpower to have to man every one of them now. And that means every one of them. Every one of our wells.
Can we charge Palm Coast?
I'd love to. But it's just something I tried to fight, and Rick tried to help me fight for it, and we end up losing, and it's going to we need more manpower to help us to do this, take care of all that out there and keep it up, because the people out there, they're really complaining, saying where it's an eyesore when they come out of their back door and see a well.
It's 12, 13, 14.
All of them, every single one, because they're going to have housing developments in all around each one of them now. They were building out there like, you know, go out there, they're clearing the land like you wouldn't believe.
Commissioner Bellheimer.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. He's telling us we got to put an employee at each well site?
No. I said what we can do, we need an extra, we can turn the part-time one into a full-time position plus hire another operator because of all the work we have to do to keep these wells up and manned and cleaned, and also do work around the plant, you know, because we maintain everything. Everything's now 15 years old, and my mechanic needs help going out there to replace PLCs, BFD drives, stuff like that, electrical parts that break down in this heat that we're expecting having in our well field, in these panels. That's the reason why I'm looking for the more manpower, because I'm gonna need it.
Any other comments? My only thought is, I think we should wait until the city manager gets started so we can evaluate what our needs are and get a really good look at this. That's my thoughts on that.
The 90,000 is you're going from a part-time to a full-time?
Plus one.
Plus one.
Plus one, okay. Oh, right, okay. It's like, wow, that guy's going to make a lot of money.
Yeah. I just think new city manager would be the guy to get that figured out. You know, do we need two full-timers? Do we need a part? Do we need a full? Is there a combination? I just, that's a tough one to evaluate sitting here, and then we have a new city manager coming in. I'm not sure if now's the right time to make that decision, but that's just my thoughts. It's up to you.
Rhonda, this comes out of utility bills, right? This is not part of the general fund.
It's enterprise fund.
I'm sorry?
Utility.
Yeah. And you officially set the utility rates like in October, right?
That is correct.
So we would have some time. All we have to do today is set the mill rate for general
The
fund.
tentative mill.
Okay. So I'm okay with putting it off.
All we have
Any
to
other
do
thoughts?
today is the rest of the book.
Mr. Sherman? No. Mr. Bradley?
No.
Okay. All right, so we'll get that figured out. What do we got next, Rhonda?
T&D. On page 50.
Page 50. We're on page 50.
That's where we were.
No, T&D is on page 50.
No, the operator's on page.
We did all the decision modules? What about all the water
Oh,
conversations and
she's
all that?
this page 50.
That's part of
T&D.
Okay. So we're done with decision modules for that.
Yes. We're on page 50.
Okay, commissioners.
All my questions got answered yesterday.
Rick, you got any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, what you got?
Increased, so in your introduction, it says that we could fund these with grants, this water line.
Possibly. Correct, Mr. Abrams?
Can you tell us what you're talking about?
Professional service. What am I at here? I don't know if I got the right spot.
Oh, well,
Let me
he's
make
figuring
sure.
out, let me
Let me
ask you
figure it
about repairs and maintenance. 50% increase at $200,000. Can you just tell us why the big increase and all?
Asking high. So the amount of meters needing to be purchased with all the extra development going on, well, we have to provide all those for the two housing, the apartments.
Those get paid though, right? That's incoming money that gets paid from hookups and stuff, Rhonda?
It's supposed to be.
Right.
Haven't yet.
That is part of their permit, but we still have to budget the expense of actually, of purchasing the meters themselves.
So we're budgeting the expense of the meters, but we're not budgeting the incoming money. Because remember when we talked about the incoming funds, we decided we were going to budget flat?
Yep.
That's why it says exit only.
I mean, I guess the theory of doing that just to me is kind of perplexing because we're not budgeting that we're getting incoming money, but then we're budgeting the parts that incoming money is paying for in the budget. So, are you tracking with me?
No, I got you. But when they permit, oh, put my mic on here. When they permit, and Rick, you can maybe help me out with this, is they pay for the water connection fee. They don't necessarily pay for the meter itself.
Right.
So there's only a small connection fee itself in order to put the meter out there, but we have to pay for the meters in order to connect them. Am I right in that thinking? Okay.
Yes.
And that's okay. I just found it to be odd that we're not budgeting for all the ones that in this department we think we're going to be doing. That was my point. And that doesn't necessarily affect this number. I'm talking about, we didn't budget any of that incoming money, but we're expending the money assuming that there's going to be a large growth of 50%.
We also have some.
Yeah, talking to the mic, please.
But it's also prices of brass and multiple things, not just meters.
Right, so we're wrapping up the meter replacement citywide project. And I'm waiting to get the final numbers this week because we had some more installed. So our PO from that particular project didn't cover the whole entire city. I think maybe there's like 50 or 60 potentially still left that need to get replaced. So keep that in mind, that those would not have any funding through any other source other than us purchasing additional meters.
When we approved that project, that covered the whole city, did it not?
It covered a large majority of the city, yes, for the most part. But there was some count that was off. I don't know, I didn't put those numbers together. But we pretty much have gotten down to everything except for the last maybe 50, 60 meters. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is when we did all of this, we didn't have any money in the budget last year for meters. We thought that there were money for meters, but they weren't. That was Jennifer's pool of money for her materials. So she had to use that. So we also, too, do not have in the city currently any inventory of meters. So we need to have some inventory of meters that we're going to have to purchase ahead of time so that we can have some there in order to make connections. So that's a little bit of what that is included in that budget.
And the rest is all for materials to make the connections, which is all brass, which is not getting any cheaper. It's went up almost double the amount. So, which is in our policy is what we have to use.
Okay, so going to the next line, R&M machinery equipment with a large increase. One of the things that's listed under that increase is an increase for vac trailer repairs. So my question is, why are we doing that when we are getting a $400,000 vac truck?
Because that small one is what we've been using, and I needed to get that fixed. It was broke down. So when we started the truck rental, that was in for repair services.
This is budgeting for next year.
The reason why it was in such bad shape is because we've never had enough money to put into maintaining it correctly and properly. So just some seals and filters and things like that was like $3,000. So if you had more than just like $1,000 every single year, you could do a little bit more maintenance to that vac trailer that could be used. So if Vinnie, for instance, has the big truck and we have a water leak and we need to have backup, we have to have that trailer. But it has to be serviced, and it never gets properly serviced. There's filters on that thing that it's $1,200 just for one. That needs to be changed out every single year. That does not happen.
So now that we bought the replacement for it, now we're going to take really good care of the trailer, is what I'm hearing.
This is the first time I am here to ask if we can. I didn't have this before, so it never got taken care of properly.
Are there any commissioners?
But it doesn't,
I don't want to monopolize the
I mean, we don't have to
conversation.
have that much.
I mean, one of the things that we've heard over and over is that
We have the
we
same
have all
stuff.
these expenses because we haven't maintained. And so this seems like a solution of the sort that we're looking for.
We've budgeted maintenance every year. And that's what I want to make sure is crystal clear with everybody. There's been money put in the budget for maintenance. And I don't know where it went, but there's been money put in the budget for it. I don't know of any year I've ever sat up here where we said, don't take care of it. It's okay, we'll wait till next year. That's never happened. So that's going back at least 6 years.
I think Rick wanted to say something. That Rick.
Well, let's get our comments first. I don't want this to be like this long drawn out thing.
I don't think it needs to be 10.
Professional services, I got increase for potable water crossing design.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something that, I mean, we're talking about getting grants for all the phases of that water crossing. Would design be part of it?
Right, that's one of the decision modules, is the design for the 150.
Okay. I had the same thoughts about the vacuum trailer as opposed to the vacuum truck.
I don't know.
Not
I
real
don't need
sure
10.
about the vacuum truck, but we're not on that right now, but I think you may want to think of other options. Maybe get a bigger vacuum trailer as opposed to a $400,000 truck.
Is one better for smaller jobs? Smaller, I don't mean.
It is.
A lesser job, I mean it's smaller in size. Sometimes, it's like bringing a sledgehammer to.
No, I understand. That the big truck has actually been able to do the smaller jobs.
I remember you saying that.
Yes.
So the old one is that better for bigger jobs?
No.
Or is it just as a backup?
Backup.
Okay.
But the repairs and maintenance of equipment also includes, we have a backhoe, a Mini-X, a skid steer with attachments, so it covers all of our equipment, not just the vac trailer.
That's all I got.
Okay, any other questions?
But it
or
doesn't
comments
need to
on
be
page 50?
10,000.
Oh, yeah, I do have one more. Sorry. Under improvements, increase for water system to finish the project that Klein did last year on his lateral water lines.
Rick, what
So
line
now
are you on?
we're having to pay for something that wasn't included,
What line are you on?
or they didn't finish it. Well, it's under
They were not able to.
improvements.
They were not able to abandon the lines, cut and cap, and abandon the existing galvanized lines
Well,
for us.
I mean, if we ask them to put new water lines in, aren't we expecting we're going to have to do that?
Well, it was,
why are we
it was
having to pay?
required for them to do it, but we could not shut the water down for them to be able to do it.
So did we get a break on the cost?
I most certainly hope so. It's not been finalized or anything, correct?
Right, it has not been final.
So it hasn't been closed out.
Okay, well, I've been curious about how
Yes.
screwy
That
that
whole
job
thing
was
was a
anyway. but,
disaster.
If we're we're having to pay to do a phase that was supposed to be included, then it should come off that bill that we've already, okay.
You're on capital projects.
Yeah.
I'm looking at improvements, increase for water
Yeah,
system.
that's capital project.
It's under,
Oh, it's already included in the budget, that's
okay.
Well,
It's not capital, I don't think.
yeah, it's right here. 13, 14, 15, lines cut cap.
Okay.
Page 50, so we can wrap this up and get to capital. Do we have any questions or anything on that? Okay, so Commissioner Bellinger, you want to continue what you were talking about with that? It's $125,000 for what you're referring to is the 13, 14, and 15 cap.
Is that?
That's 77 in the middle.
Correct, $125,000. Line item for doing something we thought we already had somebody to do for us.
But due to our infrastructure and our isolation valves, it wasn't possible for them to finish what was required
Is
for
that
them.
something you have to add new valves, or?
And that's why I'm trying to start an infrastructure replacement.
Is that something you can do in-house, or are you going to have to contract that out?
Contract that out.
With Klein? Sorry.
No comment.
Well, so as far as this cap, so there was a job that happened that we paid them to do. And
we haven't paid them yet, I don't think.
Was this capping of these locations part of the original contract? So then why are we budgeting more money?
Because they're not able to cut and cap and abandon our lines that they replace with PVC.
We cannot find the shut off to be able to turn on the water. Yeah.
So we have to shut down those streets for them to be able to abandon. You have to cut the water supply off to be able to cut and cap and abandon those lines. We're not capable of shutting those lines down for them to be able to do that.
So
we
this
have to-
$125,000 project is to be able to shut them off? So then they can finish the work we paid them for?
No, this will be included in this. They will not get paid for that.
So
This will be a totally different.
We know for a fact, because this will have to be, we're not going to pay them for that work because it never got done.
Correct.
City manager, are you in line with that?
Yes.
Okay. What other questions you have about capital?
That was it.
Commissioners, questions about capital? I had some. I'm trying to, these are really decision modules. We'll wait for the decision module because under capital is all these water crossings and designs.
Yeah, those are that.
And those are decision modules. $150,000 for citywide updated GIS.
Yes, for mapping systems.
Yeah, is this, Lee's got his arm. Did you want Lee to help you out with this?
Yes, this is something he's interested in getting started.
Yeah, this is actually my project, because our current maps, our current utility maps, are just in terrible condition. There's missing information, there's information that's in there that's wrong. So I asked Mead and Hunt, who has done a couple of these, to give me a price to take the maps that they had last done in 2020, so they're 7 years outdated, to update those maps with information that Jen and Vinnie have collected as they are out in the field finding things that are wrong or finding things that are missing on our maps, and to concatenate all that information and put that on a GIS format so that that will be compatible with with many of the other layers of GIS mapping that we have. So that's not only updating the maps, but it's also putting it into GIS format. And that will be available for public information where people can go onto the internet and find that information.
This is just for water supply?
No, this is for the entire utility system.
So is this going to be split up amongst departments?
The reason, no, it's not. It's one project, but it's going to be, the reason it's under T&D is because it basically, that's what it entails.
I'm water and sewer.
Does it
It's
include
water, sewer, stormwater.
stormwater? It excludes stormwater. So part of,
That should be split.
we're asking them to redraw some of our maps that they drew to start with
Well, yes,
that are wrong.
there are a lot of,
They don't match the
there's-
current maps that we have.
it's a lot of incorrect information in there.
Who drew the first maps?
Meat Hunt, some of them.
So we're going to ask Mean Hunt to fix
That's
their
my
maps
point.
and then pay them $150,000?
Are some of the maps like really old? I know there have been times where Penny hasn't been able to find information, and Penny's
Some
got
of them.
everything.
From 1953.
Yeah, so this predates.
In 90.
But not the stormwater ones, though.
No, they
They
we
were
didn't do
directly involved in
stormwater in
almost
1950.
all the stormwater.
It's a case in point. We run into this problem all the time. The car wash, there was a 2-inch water line that showed on the plans that they were going to connect to as their water supply. Well, come to find out, they dig down there and it's a dead line.
An older map was correct.
Yeah.
Where the newer one was not. It also said that there was a 6-inch main that ran on that street, which is incorrect. It did not even exist.
So we run into this problem all the time. And this project, the purpose of this project is to update these maps with information we now have that we've been collecting in rough form over the past couple of years. And I'm talking all the utilities, including stormwater. And they will take this, put it into a GIS format, which is a much friendlier, much more usable format. It's all electronic. We don't have to have paper maps anymore. People out in the field can connect into it and use that information while they're out in the field. Instead of searching for valves that don't exist or valves that do exist and they can't use, this will correct all that information. And the previous maps, I can't speak to that. Okay, all I can tell you is the latest version and iteration of our utility maps were done in 2020. And there's just a lot of infrastructure information.
It isn't going to take care of all the information because it's only going to take care of the information that you've acquired information on. You dug and didn't find a 2-inch line, or in the 6-inch line. Well, unless we dig up the whole city, you're not going to be able to be sure that you've got it right.
As I said, I can't speak for the work that's been done in the past, Commissioner Belhumeur, but I can tell you that the effort needs to be made to bring these maps up to date and to put the information that's been collected between Public Works and Vinny, who knows the infrastructure probably better than almost anybody around here. You know.
Okay. So commissioners, thoughts on the updated GIS maps?
I think if we need maps that are updated, we should update them.
We've been updating them.
I know you have.
Let us have a conversation.
No, I know you have. But if it's still not the right thing, like I said, I remember times Penny saying, I don't know where they are.
So Other thoughts?
That's a lot of money for incomplete maps.
Define incomplete, what you're saying.
Well, there's still stuff out there or things that are missing or things they don't know. I mean, we just encountered a bunch of problems with these backflow valves. Nobody knew what size they were. I mean, I don't know. Just, I think that's a lot of money for incomplete. It's going to be incomplete. You're still going to find things that aren't there.
I'm on the same wavelength as Commissioner Bellhumor. I just, we get these fancy maps, but then you're going to find out that, you go and dig up a pipe and it's not functioning, and it was better on the old map. I don't know. I'm struggling to wrap my head around this, and I think the maps were done in 2020. Is that what you said just a minute ago? So
the last iteration.
3 years ago, we had these maps done, and you would think that'd be pretty accurate information, right? I mean, I don't know. Now to spend another $150,000, I mean, I just would hope that these maps are accurate and that, we're not put them on this, fancy thing. You pull out your smartphone and you want to look up a map and, well, the lines aren't functioning still. I mean, I'm kind of struggling with spending this kind of money and not having an accurate depiction of operable water lines, or utility lines, I should say.
Any thoughts, Rear?
Same. I mean, 3 years is not that long ago.
It's 7.
7's not that long ago. So lines don't move. So
3.
I have a couple thoughts. Number one, Mead and Hunt absolutely should not be the company to do it. They didn't do it right the first time. And number two, the cost would need to be split amongst the departments appropriately to account for it. We can mark it as a capital project wherever, but it really needs to be, normally those get split, and then they're marked as capital under whatever departments they are. But, I definitely think we need to have good data. It needs to be consolidated in one place, and I think that Mead and Hunt does not need to be the company to do it, unless we go back to them and they're willing to offer substantial savings to fix what they did wrong. That's where I'm at on it.
Are all the maps we have that are wrong all done by Mead Hunt? Okay. All right, then I agree.
50s. They weren't doing it back then. City manager?
The contemporary maps,
Yeah.
yes.
The $150,000, you don't know what the cost is going to be. We know we have a need to do something to update the maps. We got to get the maps straight. We have a list of engineering firms that potentially can do the project. What would take place is Lee Engineering would put out a RFP, I presume, for giving the specifications for what we desire to have. That's updated maps. Mead and Hunt could bid on it like anybody else. Then there would be a decision analysis of the bids that would come in. We would look at those, bring back, because of the cost, we would bring those back to the commission with a recommendation. The commission would act on that, and then it would go into effect. So it's a process that is going to take place through the normal cycle. And with the money that we're talking about, you're going to have to ultimately approve this. So the bids will come in through quotes and be brought back to you for a recommendation.
But I actually misspoke. Because it's professional services, it's not an RFP. We would do sort of an RFQ.
Well, either way, you're going to have quotes.
Okay, so for the purpose of the capital project, I mean, no matter the process, it's still, we as a body still need to decide if that money is going to be on there, if so, how much, and what stipulations are attached to it. Do we have a consensus the money is to go there, or are we going to put any stipulations on it? I would not be okay with approving that line item if Mead and Hunt's going to do it. That's just my opinion, though.
We already have a vetted list of approved engineers that you have approved as a commission when I put out the RFQ. I do it every couple of years. So we already have a list of prices that you've approved. They've been properly vetted. And you can select from that, because engineers, it's not like a bid. Their services are different, and under statutes, we don't have to bid it the same. So the qualifications we already have them. You can select it because of the amount, because it's over the manager's approval amount, it will come to you, the contract for approval.
Right.
So would you recommend that the city, okay.
Again, are we going to be okay with this line item?
I'm not okay with it because we don't know whether that makes our maps complete even yet.
Okay, so we have one no. Maybe yes or no. We gotta move on.
Yes. No right now.
We got a no and a yes. We need a consensus. Commissioner Spradley?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman? Okay, so we have a consensus to have it on there. Any other questions on capital before we move to decision modules? All right, we'll get into the decision modules. Rhonda, which one you want to cover first? Can you turn your mic on?
Keep forgetting. So we can talk about the vac truck. That is it did not get listed on the capital plan because we thought it was just going to be a decision module, but Mike had instructed that we go ahead and put it in the plan, and that vac truck will be split between T&D, sewer, and stormwater.
Okay, page 8, decision modules.
And that's on page 7.
Page 7?
Is it on?
Okay, yeah, Dirt Streets is 7.
Okay. So page 8.
Comments on decision module? Mayor, do you have something?
I do. From previous meetings and comments coming from that department, it sounds like this truck the rental of this truck has really been beneficial. And it's a big price ticket, but there's still more projects in the pipeline that we can use this truck for. And at the end of the day, I feel better to buy it than continue to rent it.
Other thoughts?
I agree.
Okay.
Buy it.
I agree.
Okay.
I don't agree.
Spent $380,000 in 2 seconds.
All right, we have a consensus on that. Do we want to go to intercoastal crossing design 9? Page 9?
Sure.
So I guess I am confused about these listings, the decision modules, because originally there was discussion about we need to have a second line crossing the waterway to be redundant because we only have one. But then in these decision modules, it appears like we have 2 proposals for 2 different lines, so then we would have 3?
No. Well,
Okay.
what you would do, all right, you got a design for the line to go down Lambert Road, a 16-inch main, to go north to the very end of Lambert Road, and then another, then the construction of that 16-inch main. Then you'd also have a design for the intercoastal waterway to go across the intercoastal and construction of that. So we have a redundant line on the north end.
Okay, because it did sound like they were going to be, I got the part about the 16-inch line down.
Right, down Lambert, and a
then the right
16-inch
turn.
main going across the intercoastal.
I got that, and then it seemed like there was another line going.
No, just design of each one of them, plus construction of each one of them.
So, originally when this got talked about a couple of years ago, it was around, folks were thinking it was going to be around $2 million. We were going to send it across the water somewhere around the bridge area.
3.6 million for all 4.
Right.
All 4 pieces.
And we've somehow managed to double that. So I guess the question is, why are we going across and then all the way down Lambert and all of that?
All right, what you want to do is loop the system, basically. You'll be looping our water system, because right now we're dumping water at the north end of town every day to keep the residual up. So if you have a loop system, you won't have to do as much dumping losing water on the ground, just wasting water. okay? So you run a 16-inch main down Lambert, all the way down the end of Lambert, and then come across. You'll be coming across maybe around 16th Street, 17th Street north, and you go up and hook up the 16-inch main up to the north end on A1A, and it gives you a complete loop system.
But that loop is adding $2 million to the cost.
Yeah, but also, it's also giving you a redundant system on your river crossing. If you put it too close to the river, you put them both next to the bridge, and one gets hit, the other one gets hit, you're out of water, you're done. If you separate them, like we're talking about doing, and looping it, the north end of town, you have a redundant system and a better system.
My biggest question is, under funding source, well, never mind, I'll wait till.
It'll be under resiliency grant.
It says we could acquire funding, so that concerns me quite a bit. Doesn't say we will, it says we could.
Oh, we've already talked to the engineers. There is a redundancy grant that we could.
Well, I'm not saying there isn't, but I don't want to put something in the budget that we could possibly get funding for.
Right, where it would have to be grant funded. Okay, any other?
That's what I wrote down here. I think it's a great idea if we get the resiliency grant. For all four of these pages I wrote down.
These are kind of 4-in-1 decision modules here. So thoughts on this project?
I wrote that on all 4 pages.
I mean, just for me, I'm not okay with adding $2 million to the project. Just not okay. I think that we have one line going across the intercoastal now. If we add a second one, then we will be that much better off. And I mean, could a UFO crash and hit both lines? Possibly.
This is Flagler Beach, remember?
If it's a big UFO, it could also hit the one that goes up Lambert. But it's not something that I personally would be okay with spending $2 million just to have the redundancy of the redundancy. It's just too much money. That's just my opinion.
You lost me on the redundancy.
It's like the backup for the backup.
We currently have one pipe that goes under the river. This would be the second one.
Right. But the concern was if we run it in a cost-efficient manner, which would eliminate running it down Lambert, and we run it straight shot across in a different location than the other line, the argument was brought up both lines could get hit somehow.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. That was the thing about running it down Lambert. Plus, running it down Lambert makes it a loop system.
Yeah, that's the part that.
Yeah, that was also the other benefit to it also.
That was the benefit to it, yeah.
Well, I mean, if what is appetizing is getting it done on the condition of a resiliency grant, is that something that can only be, that application can only be made if we have it in the budget? In other words, what?
That's a them question.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What's the timing of the resiliency grant that's being talked about?
So, city manager, what if this was to, what we're talking about is we wouldn't want to move forward with this project without a grant. So how do you get it?
Where did you find that?
So the question is, because I'm sorry, I just came back in the room, but you're talking about the two water line on Lambert and the crossing, and the fact that it's in for a resiliency grant is what it's identified, and is a question then, what do we do now?
Well, there's a lot of questions. There's what's the share the city would have to pay, and then Commissioner Bellheimer brought up he would only want this to move forward if we got the resiliency grant. So there's all those things. Is the resiliency grant in the pipeline? What are the chances of getting approval for? And what's the split?
I would think your chances are probably pretty healthy, pretty good. The problem goes back to the fact that we really, and that's the reason for having the grants administrator, is we really have no capacity to do a grant like that unless we're going to dedicate one person solely to that position. What you can do for this is, part of the decision modules, the reason you have them is we need to know whether or not the commission is in favor of doing a particular project that's a major project. For example, on this one, why would we want to go after a grant at all if there's no commission policy favorability towards going after it? So if you think it's a good project to go after, then the staff can then start looking at potential grants that can do that. There's going to be a match, probably, I'm guessing 25% typically is what you have with these. And then we'd have to dedicate a revenue in the water department that could be used to provide that 25% match, and then bring that to the commission for a final decision of whether to submit the grant or not. So that's kind of the process that's going to be followed. I would recommend that what you do is, you've got an estimate on what the grant is or what the project is. Do you think from a policy perspective that is a good activity for staff to pursue potential grants in the future to go after it? Or is it something you really don't care about? The recommendation has been from staff that is a necessary infrastructure improvement to ensure protection of the water. You having redundant systems. I don't know, does that answer your question?
It does. Okay, so does this body like the concept of, we'll take it in two parts. Number one, a second water line coming across in one way, shape, or fashion, and then number two would be a loop system. That
I think we have a consensus already on the first. I believe we already had a consensus on that first.
Do we have a consensus on, does everybody think that we need to have a secondary pipe coming across?
Yes.
Okay, so we got that part done. Then
I got one more question for Jim before I make a decision on the loop.
Okay.
How much water do you have to pour in the intercoastal?
We're flushing about 300,000 gallons a month on the ground.
That we would save by doing.
We would save. Yes.
That's considerable.
And that's money that we're just throwing away to keep the residual up in the north end.
I know
it
you
would really help out.
Every report you wrote that you had a.
Yeah, you can see. You can look on my reports, my weekly reports, how much we do a week.
Yeah.
And a month is about 600, 700,000 a month.
So now the discussion is about the loop system and the costs associated with that.
Well, isn't the next thing, would we want the city to pursue this resiliency grant for the costs that we have in front of us?
Well, we have to agree on.
We wouldn't be budgeting we wouldn't be budgeting any money this year. We would just.
It would get earmarked in capital. As a placeholder. City manager?
I think at this point, getting tied into exactly what the cost is going to be, it's an estimate. We don't really know. This is premature at this point. We don't have engineering design for it or estimates or anything. So what we need to know is, do you, from a policy perspective, think this is a good project? We've given you what is potentially an estimate on the cost. But if you say yes, and we've got to start looking for funding sources, and then we would have to take it one step further, and that's getting specific engineering design, which would be cost estimates, and then worry about the bid. So right now, what I would recommend that you do is just give us direction. If you think it's a good policy move for the city to pursue that, then that gives us a direction that allows us to know which way to go. And we'll have to bring further information back to you at a later point.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd
yes
have
to what he said.
Yes.
I'd have to have a lot more information before I would consider the loop idea because of our share of the cost, and what would that be? Where will the water line go? Do we have to tear up the road and repave that as well? And so it's a lot of
But could that
unknowns
be
at
part,
this
I
point.
did have that, could it be part of the grant that whatever we do to Lambert, that part of the grant would be repaving the street?
I would think we would build all the costs into the grant.
Okay.
But that does not mean that the grant would pay for it or allow it. I mean, that's what we would look for, but that's not necessarily what you would get.
It could be part of the grant. Could be.
Possible.
You're not
I mean, you don't
promising.
know till you try. I mean, you got to look for what resources are there, and then from that, ultimately, you make your decision. But from a policy perspective, do you think that it's a good idea to have a redundant system as what's being proposed?
Just as a suggestion, here is just what I would do. I would okay decision modules, page 9 and 10, which is the intercoastal waterway crossing construction, the design and construction. And then I would take out the other two decision modules and just let that get sifted out. Look at potential opportunities for what is the most intelligent way to get the waterway crossing design done and constructed, and just leave it at that. Because nobody knows where that's going to go. So to talk about the Lambert Avenue construction doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best way. This could double the cost of the project. It could even go further than that. But the whole intent of it is to get the waterway across somehow. Does that make sense?
But Jim said it needs to be at the north side of town. So the way to get it.
It doesn't need to be at the north side of
To make it the
town.
most efficient for what he was.
To do a loop system, it would need to be on the north side of town. And that also, according to this, will double the cost of the entire project from $2 million to $4 million.
But it would also save money ultimately, because we're losing 300,000 gallons.
Well, one could argue if you're going to spend an extra $2 million, you can patch our aging water lines that get water to the houses, and you'll save the same amount of money.
But that's not what we're talking about.
That's not part of it, no. But that's why I would not be okay with doubling the cost of it.
Well, I'm still okay with all 4 pages, as long as we get grants.
Okay? So we got one in favor of all 4. Let's hear some thoughts.
I'm okay with 9 and 10.
You're okay with the first 2, okay?
Yes.
So what
Same
else?
here, we don't have enough information for me to approve all of it.
All we're asking them is for them to look into it. We're not asking for any committals. We're just asking them to look into it. So we would get more information than before we make a decision.
Why don't we just have one?
Well, if that's the case, then you would approve 9 and 10.
No, it would be more information if we do all 4 pages.
I'm okay with the water crossing.
Okay.
Yeah. Question for Mike. Is there a financial commitment if we were to say that we are interested in, both? And, for the second project, if you were to then, we would direct you to take a look at logistics, take a look at grant opportunities and that sort of thing. Are we committed to budget something for that, to do that, just for you to collect the information?
Well, there's not a commitment because nothing's being actually approved, but you're committing to go in a direction of this is what we are giving direction to do next fiscal year, if that helps. Is that stating it correctly?
I believe you're both saying the same thing. And it's really, we're doing the planning for a project. and you're not going to commit to a project, the one you got the funds in hand, and then that, my concept of what this project's going to be, it ultimately is going to have to come back to you for approval, because it's going to be way beyond the city manager's approval as far as funding and dedication of revenues, because it's with a 25% grant, this is going to take some city appropriations that you ultimately were going to have to approve. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. I mean, and I'm not sure, I guess I should ask the chair a question. Are you saying or suggesting that the project itself, the loop system, is just not something you want?
Correct. That's what I'm saying. The reason why is just cost prohibitive.
And I think that's a very short-sighted view, because...
I think yours is a very financially irresponsible view. I mean, we can bash each other's views.
If you listen to the man whose job this is.
I listen to him.
And you read his reports every week. You see how much water is wasted, how much has to go into extra chlorination of the water on the north side of town because the system's not working right. And here's a possible way that gets fixed. Yes, it's a lot of money. I agree.
Okay, so we got to come up with a decision. So first two are all 4 modules?
I'm for all 4.
All 4?
All 4.
All 4? First two?
First 2.
And I'm first 2. Okay. What other decision modules do we have?
I believe that's it.
So wasn't there a module on, no, that might have been in the budget, on painting a tank or something like that? I remember seeing.
That might be under him. Cleaning the water tank?
I don't think that was a decision module. I think that was a capital.
Maintenance for the water plant. That's
Okay.
where maintenance went up so high, because we got to redo the whole south tank, sandblast it, prime it, paint it. We do it every 30 years, 20 to 30 years, and it's due, and it's rusting.
Gonna make it tie-dye?
What?
You gonna make it tie-dye?
And hey, you want to add another $300,000, don't make it change the color, but I'm not changing color. I mean, I'd love to, but no, I'd love to put the city emblem on it, but.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What would that add in cost? Any idea?
I have to look it up, I could ask them.
Where's Stan Drescher when you need him?
Yeah. I still got a couple of his license plates.
Honestly,
that he made up
to
for
be
it.
honest with you, it probably wouldn't be a terrible thing to just know, to look at. So, for our
I'll put
own.
on one side the emblem and the city, just say Flagler Beach on the other, or emblem on both sides.
Probably the emblem on both sides.
All right, I'll look into it.
Just for our own
I'll
knowledge.
talk to him. All right.
Okay, so we are on page 52, wastewater treatment plant. Questions or comments on wastewater treatment plant, page 52? Well, while we're waiting, I will ask a question about special and incentive pay.
Yeah, what was that about, Rhonda? We've discussed that once before. I can't remember. I know we don't get call pay. Do you remember what that was for?
Something we've never done before. It's $10,000.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Well,
Okay.
well, she's looking at that. What about rentals and leases for $20,000?
Okay, that's going to be a mobile dewatering unit for this budget year, so we can remove sludge from our digester. We did it last year under emergency. So we're going to budget for one this year, and through the grant, we get another one, so we can get it twice this year, hopefully.
Via a grant?
Well, the second one, we're going to pay for this one out of the budget. Then the grant's going to be for the second one.
The screw press dewatering one, we'll do one of those. It's in the budget for that already.
Right.
What is, I guess, what's the purpose of it? Because we didn't use it in years past.
We used it last year to keep up with the sludge, because we backed up so much on sludge.
Okay,
From there,
so
that's
this is
what
because the drying beds aren't cutting it.
Right, right.
Got it, okay, got it.
Oh, no, no.
They're not getting any better, huh?
No, actually, the rain makes it a lot worse.
That's the rain lately.
Well, I could be doing that right now, but I'm up here, but,
Okay, commissioners? Commissioner Mealy?
No, my questions all got answered.
And, yeah, other than special and incentive pay, that was the only pending one I had. Commissioner Bellheimer, do you have anything?
Yeah, see, under expenses, building construction, in this year's budget of $1 million. So is that design?
that's the office building for the loan. That's the one that's going to be starting this year, operations building, the new one.
So that's starting in this fiscal year?
This fiscal year.
So that's the contract that you approved about 3 months ago. We're at about 70% of the finished design on that. We'll be bringing that, I think, in 3 weeks to the city to review. We'll have Lee look at it and also Rick, and then it will be merged into the treatment plant construction when they start the plant. Correct.
Okay. So we only got, all right, so improvements as opposed to construction. Okay, I got it.
Right.
7.6 million is going to be spent on getting started.
Right.
Building a new facility.
Right.
Okay, I'm good.
Any question on page 52 before we get to capital? All right, Rick's already there, though. All right, capital. Wastewater treatment plant. Replace, I didn't know it says replace ATV. I didn't know the wastewater treatment plant had an ATV?
Yeah.
It's wastewater?
Yeah, we have one. We have an ATV.
We got it from the police department?
Right, right.
Was that the old lifeguard ATV?
I believe so, right. No, it wasn't?
No?
No, it's
Oh, it
police.
wasn't. Police department, right.
The old black and white one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember that thing.
Yeah.
So what, I mean, I'm curious, what do you do with the ATV at the wastewater plant? You don't run it through any of that stuff, do you?
No. I was gonna, sometimes we have.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna let Mr. Abels,
I guess I'm
explain that.
trying to figure out what wastewater does with an ATV.
We're gonna replace it. If we have to, we'll just put it in the budget if we have to replace it. If not, we won't use it.
But what purpose does it serve?
Oh, just to put around the plant. That's all we use it for. We inherited it, so just like some of the other vehicles we inherited.
Usually you'll use it, Eric, to carry sample bottles around so
yeah.
guys aren't walking around,
Yeah, this is
150 yards with very heavy bottles of water. They'll move it around. Usually they use a gator, but that just happened to be available.
Yeah,
But doesn't the new plant design kind of eliminate that need to do all that walking around
That's
stuff?
about
No, we wanted an F-250, but it was too much.
Yeah.
So, no, typically we don't have that in the treatment plant since you already had the ATV.
Yeah.
We just kept it and didn't have you purchase another one.
Well, that's what's being asked, is for us to spend $11,000 purchasing one.
If we need one.
To pay back the police department.
Right.
Well, you want us to give
You
them
need to talk to
$11,000?
Tom. His ATVs are only half that.
I can shed light on it.
Yeah.
Johnny needed a vehicle over there. Larry had us purchase that side-by-side, Kawasaki side-by-side, that we didn't ask for. We had an ATV
The
that we
purple
had for
one or
12
something,
years.
Wasn't it kind of purple color?
It was
Blue?
dark blue. We had it for 12 years. Long and short of it is, it
Got used.
outlasted its life. Johnny needed that. That side-by-side's too big to put on our beach.
The side-by-side what?
It's too big and heavy on that beach. So it didn't do us any good, so we gave that to him. He's actually replacing an ATV, because as of right now, the police department cannot go on the beach. We don't have an ATV.
So the one you got a couple years ago that had all the lights and
Didn't have any lights. It was black and blue.
had the
Didn't have any-
blue, the two-tone seats and all, right?
Didn't have any, didn't have any
it didn't
police
have
lights on it.
It was real fancy looking, right?
Right.
Okay.
And Larry wanted to.
He's getting that one.
Like, he's already got it. He's had it for over a year.
Yeah. We got that back when Larry was here.
Oh, okay. And then, so that $11,000 is to pay the police department for the value of
The
that
ATV.
ATV. So that's just an accounting thing.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions about capital?
How old was that ATV?
That was, Chief, what was that, 5 years?
2019.
Okay.
So, 4 years?
We got money from the, COVID,
Oh, the CARES Act?
CARES Act is what we got.
Okay. So it's not, this is not an expense, this is just an accounting thing.
Right. That should have been taken care of last budget when Mr. Whitson was here, but it didn't get taken care of, so we're taking care of it.
But now, that would need to show as a general fund incoming revenue of $11,000,
Yes.
which we will probably end up needing here soon. Okay, any other questions? Do we have decision module for wastewater treatment plant? What page, Mayor?
Sure.
Maybe not. We already did it.
Okay, so that was it?
Yeah, that was all. It was already approved, yeah.
Man, this is hardly worth you driving up here for.
Oh, yeah, we told him we had a free lunch, so he came up there.
Oh, Olive Garden, that's right.
All right.
That explains it.
Have you met our new city manager yet?
Not yet, but I'm ready to meet with him and work with him. We're ready to go.
Okay, page 53. Yeah, sewer collection, commissioners, comments on line items.
No, not on this one, I don't.
Okay, we need to look at capital.
Wait.
Actually, there is no capital.
No, I'm just,
Got a piece of the back truck. What's that?
under professional services, it says that it was for the sewer main relocate, but it shows as a decrease. I'm lost.
Decrease over last year.
Yeah, did we, we spent more than we had budgeted last year, and now we don't need to spend so much anymore?
Hurricane.
Hurricane. You just like saying that.
She said it quite a few times.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm good.
And I don't think we have any capital at all for this, right?
Just their portion of the vac truck.
Yeah, that's already done.
Yeah.
Okay, we done with 53? 54. Lift stations. Quit throwing stuff, Penny. Commissioners, questions about line items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Repairs and maintenance and operating supplies and vehicle repairs are all up, and I didn't, let me see, page 15 in this book.
There wasn't really an explanation.
Increase of supplies.
All it says is increase in cost of supplies, so is that
All right, so which item are we
adequate?
looking at? Covering repairs first?
Repairs and maintenance.
Okay, so we have 192,000 under repairs and maintenance.
Yes, so it seemed like a big increase with no explanation.
That's actually for the lift station and the wastewater plant. It needs a new control panel, pumps, and reline the whole well. It's deteriorating.
Wouldn't that almost be a capital project? How much is that, that lift station at the wastewater treatment plant?
How much?
Because the entire budget's 192.
He has $54,000 in there for
Yeah.
that.
So what about the other 150,000?
Yeah.
So what, that's, that's a significant increase, 60%. So what all is under there? We're trying to, I guess, why is that so much more than previous years?
Good question. We got to bypass that station. That's one of the main stations in the wastewater plant. The lining we do is probably going to be about 80 grand. It's a fiberglass material. It's a 50-year guarantee on it. And control panels are on 12 grand, I think it was.
That's part of the 54, right?
No.
That's not under the lift station repair?
There's two items under the repairs and maintenance. You already mentioned the lift station, that was the 54.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's explaining the other 138.
Which is the control panels and the special pipe?
Pumps.
Pump?
Yeah.
Did I answer your question?
About that category, yeah.
Okay. What's the next one you got?
That was, it was operating supplies, repairs and maintenance, vehicle repairs and maintenance.
Okay, so operating supplies is next.
Electrical supplies are up. I mean, I have...
We're up 156%?
One of the source stuff, 25th Street alone is $3,000. I mean, we went up to 16, and that's just one station alone, and there's two of them in there. And apparently, I had to upsize because the previous guy before me...
Is y'all's mic on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Green light?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was undersized, so it wasn't properly designed. The source start in there is maxed out at 40, and they got 42 horsepower. So I'm trying to get the right source start in that station, so I'll be replacing it every year. So that went up, and that's $3 grand was for one only.
Wow.
Yeah. So electrical supplies went up, basically.
That's amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the other line you were asking?
Vehicle repair.
I'm doing all the oil change. That actually falls on the generators too. So I take care of all the generators at the shop, oil change, whatever it needs. The bypass pump, I serve it myself. So vehicle repair, that's coming out of there.
That's great that you do that, and thank you.
You're welcome.
But
I got a quote for, to service the bypass pump. It was $2 grand. It cost us under $200 by me doing it.
wow.
Yeah.
And again, that's great, but I'm looking at the numbers here.
Which one?
Last year, we had budgeted 2,500, you only spent 1,000, and we're budgeting 4,000. So that was my question.
As prices of tires went up, prices of oil's up too.
So even though you're doing it
Yeah,
yourself,
it still costs.
okay. Okay, those were my questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments?
No, I have total faith in whatever Vinny does. So
I got partial faith in Vinny.
No.
good.
Vinny, what is, and I know it's down, but I guess for what is under professional services? It's 182,000, but what is that paid for? Like, what is that?
I think that's professional, isn't that?
It's the manhole project?
Okay. Hey, goodness.
They would like to do another set of 50 manholes for next year. They did some this year, and they want to do another 50 for next year. So the 182 is for the installation.
Okay, and then the numbers we're seeing under projected and amended, that's for the projects with the manhole covers also in the current year we're in? Yeah, so that's what that new item is that I'm seeing. All right. And a huge increase in overtime. Is that
storms?
The
2 storms we had.
The 2 what?
The 2 hurricanes. That ate up a lot of my budget because we were out there.
But we don't budget for the hurricanes though, because that's all reimbursable. Is it staffing that's causing the big increase, or?
It's water main breaks, sewer line breaks.
Yeah. That's only next week.
Yeah, they're also their call-outs, nights and weekends.
Yeah, they do seem to happen at inopportune times.
Storms?
Typically.
When the afternoon storms roll in, the phone goes off.
Any other questions or comments before we go to capital? All right, let's talk capital. Okay, any questions or comments on capital projects for lift stations?
Nope.
All right, do we have any decision modules for lift stations? I don't think we do we, Rhonda? Okay.
Sewer Connect Oak Street, is that?
That's Jeff.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we got off easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vinnie.
Yo.
All right.
Give us 10 minutes anytime soon.
After this one, maybe.
Wonderful.
We've only done 7 of them since lunch.
We gotta keep rolling.
We've done more than 7.
All right, utility expenditures, page 55. Commissioners, call-outs. Jane, you want to go first?
All my questions got answered.
Okay. Any questions or call-outs?
Just what Jane brought out in the very beginning, under salaries, gone up 25%. And we don't know who's what.
Rhonda, do you have any insight on that? Or is that very large corrections from the pay study or something, or?
There's a multitude of employees that are split, like finance people are split, utility people are split. So I think once I put together that salary listing, that will provide you a lot better insight as far as the percentage of the employees that get funded in the various funds.
It would.
Yeah, I'll get that together.
Yeah, we're talking 30% in salary and benefits.
Because we did have some people with the salary study that do get split, like HR gets split into utility, which she was part of the salary study and that kind of a thing. So part of it definitely is that, but like I said, I'll get that list together and then you'll be able to see exactly who gets coded where.
Okay, the question I had is on professional services. It's a large increase.
That's for the grants administrator getting split to to the utility fund.
Okay.
That might be part of the fundings, or
Yeah, the page that Cora.
the salary then
Mayor, you got to turn your mic on.
Oh, I was just pointing out to Rick, the page in the packet that correlates to that says, it has finance, utility fund expense, sanitation, and then
that
here.
page for some
It's in this one, Rick.
I'm not saying
Oh.
I didn't get that one.
Okay, so contractual services.
Okay, thank you.
The contractual services is the increase in the IT costs. There are the utility portion and then the portion of ClearGov. Because ClearGov was spread across funds as well.
So that increase is because of a already placed in decision module?
Yeah, the ClearGov was already put into the budget. That was one of the decision modules that was included in there. And then as far as like our contractual services with the county IT, I believe it was, what percentage it was the cost of living?
It was the COLAs was 4.4, 4.9, I can't remember how much.
Right.
4.4.
For the county got 4.4?
Oh.
Or no, it was more,
The county.
5.3.
5.3 was the, oh, you're talking about the county?
Yeah.
And the only other question I had is why has insurance skyrocketed?
Liz?
We are
Wow.
currently renewing insurance. We're in the process. Property insurance came back at a 65% increase, and they are no longer looking at insuring certain, they will no longer insure dune walkovers. There's some question on some of the other structures, but overall, we're working on trying to get that cost down. But the overall property is driving the huge increases in insurance right now.
Well, this is under utility expenditures. I mean, I guess
No,
I can see
yeah.
that. But now our walkovers are FEMA reimbursable, right?
Well, they're insured first, and then any difference comes from FEMA.
Okay.
So we're exploring the options of self-insurance on that. So we're looking at a lot of different options there.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing I had was operating supplies, the big significant increase there.
That was a part of the, I think Lee, for the $8,000 for the part of the GIS, the split for the mapping software for GIS. That may be redundant now that I think about that.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think that's redundant. I'll
Because you
go-
put that was
Yeah.
supposed to go under one department.
Right.
So the operating supplies is just a number that needs fixed?
Correct. Yes, that'll be, I'll pull, that mapping software was $8,000, so I'll pull that out. 8,000 out of the 13.
Still leaves you with a pretty big increase over what those other numbers are. That brings you down to 5. You're still over doubled.
And then the balance, it was split, there was $8,000 for the mapping software, and then it was, I believe it was $5,000 for operating supplies for engineering, because his salary gets split. But that's where all of his expenses reside, is in utility fund.
Any questions about page 55?
No.
56? Anything there?
Not much.
And I don't think we have any capital or nothing under that, right? Rhonda, there's no capital, right? Under that?
No, not under the fund expense.
Okay, we already covered sanitation revenues.
I don't think there were any decision modules, you know. Okay.
All right, Rob Smith with a new haircut.
Good afternoon, everybody. I really don't have much to ask for, so.
Not according to your paperwork. No, I'm kidding.
I have one decision module, but that's really, I think the only thing in my budget big was the truck that was approved in the long run thing. That's on its way, hopefully.
Commissioners, questions on page 59? The only question that I had was, can you just explain what you have under professional services, under yours? So you have $278,000 budget, but I don't know what that is for.
That is for my temp workers.
Okay, so your top line salary is yourself and your drivers?
Yes, sir.
And I guess anybody you have working back at the shop. And
Right.
then professional services is your temps, your
Yeah.
growers, okay.
So what we did, we lowered that number down to take one person out of that group. And it's pretty much a wash to move that person over to an FTE to help with recycle so that they're able to run the machines, because as a temp worker, they're not legally allowed to run my machines because they're considered just labor. They're not skilled labor. So they're not, if I would have them as a position of skilled labor through a temp service, I would have to pay them a lot more money.
Yeah,
So
they're not certified equipment operators.
Right, so what I did is took one person out of the labor, pulled them out of that budget, that part of the budget, and then that's what I'm asking for, to move that person or a person over to as an FTE, that they can run the baler, the glass machine, other equipment in the yard.
Okay, and the only other question I had is, I'm just curious, what does sanitation do for promotional activities?
I'd like to do a lot more if I had time, but right now I have a driver out long-term, so I'm going to be in a truck the next umpteen weeks, I guess, so I'd like
you all
to
have money
push.
set aside for it, but I just wasn't sure what sanitation did for promotional activities.
I don't think there's that much there.
No, there's not.
Maybe T-shirts for my guys, or pamphlets for recycle, stuff like that. Just nickel dime stuff. What is it, a few $100?
1,500.
Actually, yeah, it's 1,500.
Yeah, small. Commissioners, any other comments, questions?
Just improvements.
So we'll go to capital.
Okay, so I think we have 33,000 for improvements. I think we put that in there for building improvements, right? Yeah, the awning over Big Blue.
These are capital projects.
And it's like to help with shade when the guys are working out there, hand picking through aluminum and glass to get. The way we do now, I bought a couple cheap $60 canopies, or we park a garbage truck in the way in the mornings before the sun gets too high and blocks. I can't put a shade right directly over top of them because we use the grapple truck, the old grapple truck, to move the glass into the hopper for Big Blue. So that would have to be moved around all the time. So a canopy that possibly is able to be moved around, or we could attach another, like those sunshades, the solar shades, we can move that around when we're processing material and then move it out of the way when they load the machine. And then the other, of course, the 250 is for the garbage truck that was budgeted before.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around a $30,000 awning. I guess, how big is it? What's the lifespan of it?
Well, it would be a permanent structure. It would be aluminum, basically aluminum roof over the whole.
So it's like a pole barn?
Basically, yeah, that's open.
All right, I was thinking awning.
No. It would be like if you're familiar, like a hay shed or a hay built, we're just a big roof over top of the machine, both to help with rain when it rains, because we're outdoors out there working in the rain, and we have to work in the rain because it's got to
So this is a structure?
Yes, sir.
Questions on capital? Commissioner Bellhammer?
No.
All right, and then we have a decision module.
One thing I do want to mention real quick, I want to work towards possibly adding some recycling fees to the commercial side, because we do get a bulk of our material from them. I think they should probably kick in on that a little bit more than what they are now, as far as the percentage goes, like the residents are paying. We pick up cardboard, glass, and aluminum 3 times a week from some of the businesses. Cardboard is 4 times a week. So right now we're averaging about 5 to 6 tons of cardboard a week. We've got about 30, after today, I think we've got about 32 bales of cardboard on the ground over there. When I get to 36, I'll call a flatbed and they'll come haul that away. So obviously the more cardboard I can get from commercial, the quicker I can get a truck there to recycle it, because my cost in that is trucking to move it to Jacksonville to the mill. So this will be our first load of cardboard that we're actually taking to market. So the quicker I can get more cardboard, the quicker I can move the truck, the quicker the income comes in for that material.
That's not part of this.
No, I was just mentioning
The next
that.
time we discuss it.
Yeah.
But the question is, why would recycle fees increase for people who are recycling to save, which saves money? It's like they're being punished by doing something that benefits your department. Because if they just put it in the trash, they're not recycling.
Or I could charge them more to haul it to the dump, because at the end of the day, it's costing me way more to dump it than it is to recycle it.
But you're talking about overall sanitation fees. Or are you talking about, you just want to change fees for businesses?
We already charge residents just around $2, I think, a month. So.
Can we talk about that one?
Yeah, we can talk about this another day. I mean, probably shouldn't even brought it up.
Yes. Decision modules.
Just one, page 49.
Thank you. All right, comments on decision module for recycling operator. And is this 2 people or 1 person?
That'd be 1 person at a base rate, starting wage for the city, I think is $16 an hour. So that would be a person that's trained to run all the equipment, and be able to I can use them sitting through the whole department for whatever we need him for, but mainly his job would be to run all the machines, and obviously help separate material.
I have a question.
Mayor.
Is this one already part-time using the labor source at $19.81 an hour? Actually, which will be $21 an hour, and you just want to bring them over full-time at $16 an hour?
Yeah, I just want to pull that person or pull a person from temp.
Okay.
So it's basically a wash, but I'm making him a full-time employee. That way I can utilize him 100% instead of having to stand over their shoulder and watch what they're doing and make sure they're not doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Commissioner Bellhammer.
So that was where professional services went down a little bit because you.
Right, we figured 2,080 hours or whatever to pull 1 person out of that fund and move them over to full-time status.
So this is already in your budget, this module?
It basically is. We're just taking money out of professional services and putting it over to a full-time employee.
Right. But your budget reflects this particular decision module being approved?
No, it does not.
It doesn't. It's not supposed to.
So if this was to get approved, the salary would go higher in professional services, which is already scheduled lighter, will go lower if this gets approved?
We already pulled, I believe if I speak out of turn, Rhonda, we already pulled the money out of professional services, so that money's already pulled out. So basically part of it's already there. So the money, we pulled back almost this dollar amount out of professional services to reflect hiring a full-time employee.
That's why you're showing down 30% in professional services.
Right.
So if we don't approve this, then your professional services.
Put that number back up. So I guess in actual.
But you didn't put it under salary. for some reason. Just whatever.
I mean, so it's actually there, it's just not, I mean, it's not there, but it is. We pulled the money out of professional services. We just didn't reflect that number on salary. So it's kind of there, but.
I like that. It's government accounting. It's not there, but it is.
Yeah.
Kind of there, as he says.
I mean, we pulled the money out of professional services, so that's reflecting in that part of the budget on professional services that we pulled out that money for an FTE.
Commissioner Bellinger?
Yeah. At what point do you think you're going to start seeing more of your recycle money for glass and of course you haven't hauled a load of cardboard out yet, but
I'm working on
cardboard's going to be relatively lucrative, right?
Yeah, cardboard and aluminum. I'm really working hard to try to find a baler for aluminum. Obviously not a new one, don't need a new one. We bought a used baler for the cardboard and it hasn't missed a beat yet.
Producing enough glass to at some point soon start making more money on
the glass. The glass that we do sell in the bags. I know there's some comments made earlier about the expense of it. That glass actually will sell more if I can really go out and promote it and talk to some other landscaping companies. We do have some over at in Bunnell. Gospel Gardens. We sell it to them. They sell it for the same price that we sell it for. That can be pushed a lot harder if we have time to go push that. So if I can get out of the yard for a couple hours a day or out of a truck, those numbers could go up quite a bit. The bulk sales of glass, I'm currently working with two different companies. Aero Aggregates, which is the company that did the bridge up in Pennsylvania. They have a plant in Denellen, and also the folks down that are doing the research down at NASA. So between those two, I'm hoping either both of them or one of them will come to fruition in the next couple of months. It's a process.
Did our glass go in that fix on the bridge?
No.
It's too late?
No.
I called them up. I heard about how they were fixing that bridge in Philly
And
with glass.
we met those
Rob,
folks
you
down.
gotta call them.
We met those folks down at the.
It's a
at the
different
conference.
product. These guys will buy it and turn it into turns into more
But
kind of like.
to answer your question, the numbers have gone up every month religiously as far as the aluminum that I'm selling right now to John's for about half of what I could get for it if I was baling it. The cardboard tonnage goes up weekly, and that's just all a matter of getting it out of the businesses and residents. Or every week the numbers go up. So as they rise, yeah, it's time consuming. It's not an overnight thing, but it's a lot of work. I'm questioning myself for even doing what I did, but I mean, it's a lot of work. It's way more work than I thought it was going to be. But we're doing it now.
Idea.
So I know. So we're doing it. We have to keep doing it and push forward. But
All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Now, I will say this, the glass would not need to go to Vertigo or bulk suppliers or any of that if our citizens realized the value of it. I think there would be I think that you would watch the demand skyrocket if the value was there. And I don't know what movements, if any, have been made recently, but that, it's typical capitalism market. Folks will buy it if it's a good value. And then folks will not buy it if it's not. And then that you end up in the situation of having to find other ways to sell it.
And our price is actually in line with what other places around the country sell it for. You got to remember that the glass that we put in sandbags to sell is touched and processed and cleaned, and so there is work that goes involved. I'm just not filling up a sandbag with material coming out of the machine. It's cleaned. We run a blower through it, so when people do use it for landscaping material, it's ready to go.
And how much is a bag?
$35.
35?
Mm-hmm.
For one bag, which is how many pounds?
25 pounds. And then you get 25 pounds of sand. It covers about 60 square foot, 50, depending on how thick you make it.
You say one bag covers 60 square
feet? I'm sorry. I'd have to look at the numbers again.
Sold.
Well, one bag, I mean, how big is it?
Not 60 square foot, I think it's 16 square foot. But we've sold about 5 or 6 tons to a couple houses on Lambert that did all their landscaping, which is kind of cool. One's Commissioner Mealy's neighbor, Richie Mancuso.
Oh, did he?
He did everything in his yard, and it's pretty crazy looking. I mean, in a good way.
Well,
It's neat.
his
Yeah.
yard's always crazy.
Yeah, it just, it seems high. I know every time this is a consumer here that really wants to buy it. And every time I've ever asked about it is absolutely cost prohibitive.
But I can sell it to you in bulk. We did set up, Michelle and I set up a price structure to sell it in bulk, and I can get you those price sheets to where it's very economical. It's a third of what rock costs.
And if that's the case, then that probably needs to be publicized, because the last time it got highly publicized, everybody wanted it, and then they're like, whoa, wait a second, this is
and I agree.
Crazy.
I agree 1,000%.
Bulk version may not be processed and cleaned to the degree
It's not.
that the
It's
others.
right out of the machine.
Yeah, nobody
So-
gets that clean. It's getting thrown on the ground.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so.
But I do agree with you. I need to work harder on that. So I'm.
When you're not driving the truck.
Yeah.
No, and I'm not using that for an excuse. I do need to work harder on retailing the glass. I mean, that's something that needs to be done.
You got all kinds of spare time.
How are the plastic bag things going?
The plastic thing is going really well. I mean, it's going to take a while to fill a truck up.
I imagine.
But I can tell you, it's coming from an environmental standpoint, the boxes get filled up every 2 days. I mean, Eric's filling up, Commissioner Cooley's filling up a box every 2 days.
Yep.
I think there's a bag over there right now for me to pick up. And the one out front gets filled up every
This
couple
one's,
days.
that's the one I tend to use.
Yeah, and the library, all of them. I've got a couple in Beverly Beach. The couple of the churches have them now, where they're, the Methodist Church fills one up every couple days or 3-4 days with their food pantry bags and all their stuff that they get from
I
the
didn't
grocery store.
realize we had more than,
Yeah, well, some of those are kind of, they're using them themselves. So like the one at the church, I don't advertise that because they don't want people in and out. So they're using that themselves.
own.
Yeah, their parishioners and also the food pantry.
if the women's club wanted.
No, but I'd be glad to take one down there.
Well, we won't be meeting again until September, but
All right.
I'll get with you.
Yeah, just let me know.
And you'll pick.
Okay,
I've got 4 or 5 of them in my truck.
Okay.
we need to come up with a consensus on the labor.
I'm good with it. Yes.
Me too.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other decision modules under sanitation?
No,
I
sir.
don't think so. Okay,
Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, you guys.
thank you.
I know it's a long day, but we all appreciate it.
Just one more? We're going to have a break.
Do y'all need a break? We're getting later and later. 10 minutes?
10 minutes is fine.
Okay, we'll start.
Sanitation, so then Roxanne?
No, I finished sanitation.
Oh, it says sanitation expenses.
There's the fund expense in sanitation on page 60.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So when earlier we were talking about the utility fund expense with the salaries, and then as soon as I saw sanitation, I remembered, we had resplit some of the people that are getting split between the different funds. We looked at their allocations, and it seemed like people that were getting coded to sanitation weren't really working like more sanitation, so that's why we reworked the salaries and the splits. So in this particular fund expense, you can actually see where the salaries are going down in sanitation.
Well, on this page, I'm going to ask again, professional services, it's a new item for $9,500.
Grants administrator, that's split across all funds.
Got it. Any other questions on this page? Okay.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, so we will resume at 25. had a request to move the building department stuff up, because there's some time-sensitive stuff those folks need to get to. Are y'all okay with that? Okay. So we're going to move building stuff up. So we're going to start with page, it looks like 64. So commissioners, call-outs on page 64. I'll start while everybody's getting their stuff together. I had just questions about contractual services versus previous years. There's a pretty significant increase. If you could just tell us what that is for.
Plans review. We've had so many permits coming through, we haven't been able to stay on top of the plans reviews.
So you're outsourcing it?
Yes.
Okay. And you foresee that still being a need this coming year?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next line was travel training. There's a significant increase in that. And I know on a previous budget, there was some travel set aside for code enforcement, but I guess this one is for the new licensing?
Yes, I have 2 inspectors. The one inspector came in riding under my license. The other inspector came in, had 4 licenses from California. Florida does not recognize them unless he has a P&P exam, and he's in process of trying to get that.
Okay. Commissioners, questions on page 64? Okay. And well, we can just get through all these budget ones, and then we'll look at all the capital ones. Is that how you want to do it? Probably be easier. Okay. So we'll go to page 66, building code inspection. Questions on page 66? My question would be repairs and maintenance. What did you have under that? It's $8,000.
We have some older vehicles. As a matter of fact, I'm in the process of trying to get rid of mine because the front end is about to go out, and I want to get rid of it before it does.
The big truck?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Apparently Fords are noted for, and Commissioner Bellhumer may be able to comment on this, Fords are known for their solid front axles. I've had a couple of bumps and a terrible shimmy in the front end. So the new truck has been ordered, just waiting for it to come in for Christmas.
Okay, and then under equipment less than 5,000, there's a big jump in that. So what is that for?
Oh, that is for, they requested that their inspectors get tablets so that they have access to plans right then and there as they're doing the inspections.
In the field, we need either tablets or laptops, and then we have to buy the software. We've had so many times we've been caught in the field and questioned by the contractors or owner builders, which is 10 times as much as contractors. Where in the code does it say that? What does it say? Rather than have to go back to the office, we can take care of it right there on site.
And how many tablets is that for?
It'll be for 3.
How many?
3.
3.
Okay, questions on page 66?
They're getting our laptops.
All right, let's talk about capital. And we're going to
75.
All right, page 75, building code inspection. At the top, we have building inspector vehicle, $50,000. This is for Your truck?
No, my truck is out of this year, the current budget. We have a dilapidated, literally falling apart truck that we need to get rid of. Worse than mine.
So my question will be a lot like how it was for the other department. Is 50,000 seems high. I mean, I know you need to pick up
It probably is. 40,000 would, I just hate to cut it out and then find out about the big increases. Even the vehicles increases have been outrageous. If you can get them.
And what vehicle are you planning to get?
The new inspector, what we're doing right now is we're borrowing Lee's truck for him to drive.
What kind of vehicle are you looking to get this coming year, though, for your building inspector?
We could get a Ford Ranger or what's a small Chevy?
Colorado?
Yeah. Ranger or Colorado.
What truck are you getting rid of?
The F-150.
Okay, the cab and a half?
Yes.
He said that one's in real bad shape.
Okay.
Is there a number that you would be comfortable with? I mean, does it need to be 50? That, to me, just seems high to budget.
Well, in right, wrong, or indifferent, it's out of the enterprise fund. It's not coming out of general fund.
I get that.
If we plug something a little high, it just rolls right back into the enterprise fund. That way I'm covered.
It's a lot of money budget for Ranger Colorado, though. All right, so commissioners.
I just hate to have to come back and say, well, there's been a price increase, now we need, I mean, I'd say 40, and if I have to come back, that's the last thing I want to have to do.
Commissioners, Mayor, any thoughts?
We just made it 40,000 for the water department.
I was looking for that amount.
Yeah,
So,
I'm okay with 40,000.
you all right with that, Rick?
Yes, sir.
Because that was your number. You're the one that came up with it, so.
Well, and here's the I mean, if something happens, you know, you can always do budget amendment if some reason the sky falls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone through years like that, but let's keep the budget really low. And
Yeah.
we end up with 100.
I really, I mean, spending over 40,000 on a base model, small pickup truck, I would have a lot of heartburn on.
Yeah.
I
And
think
this is all through the sheriff's department, so we're not,
it's like using Z-Plan and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so we're good. I'm hearing a consensus on 40. Okay. Okay, and do we have any other capital projects for building department? I'm not seeing any. Am I missing any other capital? Okay.
Nope. We've already taken care of the building.
Okay, and do you have any decision modules?
No.
No decision modules. Well, you're getting off easy.
I try hard.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any other questions for Rick while he's here?
Well, back in May when we had that day-long meeting, you talked about a second building inspector, you talked about, vehicle we just talked about, pay compensation for getting a state inspector license.
Yes.
Is that in here anywhere?
No, as a matter of fact, it is not, and it should, that completely got away from me.
Can you restate what that is? What you just covered?
As the inspectors get their certifications, their licenses, these are mandatory licenses, they should be compensated for those licenses. What we are paying our inspectors now is a lot less than what the surrounding municipalities are paying for those licenses.
That's a whole piece that would have to be built on licensing and values.
Yes.
And that's nothing we can cover right now. City manager, how do you want to approach that?
I would recommend that we put together a plan and bring it back to you, because right now, you're right, that's got to be structured correctly, and we just can't do it right now. So it would be a decision module that we would have to bring back and incorporate that in. It's not going to affect your ad valorem millage. So that's the key for tonight, or for today.
I would almost think maybe that's a good idea to do for the following year budget. I don't know if it's a good idea to try to cram in this year.
Talk about it more in the strategic planning meeting.
With the way the building division is, you're fee-based. So based upon the fees that they have, if we could incorporate it in the budget, we could bring back a budget amendment that you could incorporate, and because it won't affect your ad valorem millage, and that's going to be one of the important decisions of tonight, is what do you want to set. So I would recommend you instruct us to do a decision module. We'll bring it back for the building fund, and you could then do a budget amendment once the budget's set. If we don't, but I don't think we'll have it done in time to incorporate in this year, or the beginning of the year. It's got to be an amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Consensus?
Yeah.
What he said.
Yeah. Okay. Any other things for Rick before he leaves? Okay. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to page 61, stormwater. Any call-outs for page 61? All right, do we have any capital we need to cover for stormwater?
Yes.
Okay.
On page
He's on the
78.
page.
All right, so questions or callouts for stormwater engineering? Well, they're getting that together, so $2 million sea level rise, but you are looking at this as a grant-funded project.
Yes, and these numbers are just placeholders. We have no clue what's going to come out of this resiliency study.
And 35,000 replacement vehicle joists.
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the truck that was purloined by the building department, what we plan to do is trade that in for, because that's one of its last legs too, but it still has some value as a trade-in. What I'd like to get is a small, compact, possibly hybrid to drive. We do not need a truck. Joyce is going to be doing more and more of the site inspections, and she has trouble driving that truck. First of all, she's kind of short. Her legs almost do not reach the pedals. So, and I have a hybrid, and I'm telling you, I drive around town and do 30, 35. It's all EV. It's all EV. I don't use any gas. So it'll be, and you don't have to plug it in or anything. It's a hybrid. So it just still uses a gas engine. But when you're driving below 35 or so, it stays on EV and almost costs nothing. So that's what I would prefer. We don't need any bells and whistles. We just need a vehicle to get around town.
Can you buy an EV for $35,000?
Well, I think, using the discounted police
I know what you're talking about.
buy-through, I'm not sure of the program name or anything like that, but, I think we can. I'd like to think we can. And that, of course, would incorporate any kind of trade-in we get, too, so. I figure 35 was not a bad number for that.
What truck are you trade?
It was Bill's old truck.
Whose old truck?
Bill for maintenance.
Oh, okay.
Any other comments?
That one's been around.
Because I had a fairly new truck, if you recall.
I know you do.
Yeah, and Bill switched it, so.
All right, any other comments? Okay.
Well, yeah, I've got more comments. The dredging of the pond.
Yes, sir.
$200,000.
Yes, sir.
What's it going to do?
Well, it's going to do more than dredge the pond. It's a project that I believe is the second part of the project to help that area along South Flagler. The outflow pipe is clogged. The pipe going to the manhole that leads to the outflow pipe is clogged. That needs to be cleaned out as well. The outflow pipe is completely underwater because the pond is so silted over that the natural water level is higher. So we get at one of those downfall rains, water just overflows the pond onto South Flagler. The next part of it is to fix the spillway into that secondary pond and also to clear a path that was originally meant to be a ditch to carry that overflow water out to the intercoastal. So that incorporates clearing that. It's all overgrown. Brazilian pepper plants are it's all clogged up. And if you go down there, that house that's being built right there, you'll notice that there's sitting water in that ditch right next to there, and it's not going to go anywhere.
It's always there.
Yeah.
It's always there.
Well, that's because
it's groundwater. It's the level of the intercoastal.
Well, it's
so your vision is if you dig out the pond, the water will go down.
You got to do it all. You have to do digging out the pond. You have to fix the spillway, and you have to clear that ditch path so that the water, as it spills over, has somewhere to go. So it's an incorporated project. It counts for all of that.
If you can dig that hole 200 feet deep and it's going to fill up to the same spot.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think it does need to be silted out.
It's groundwater.
In the pond I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the pond.
Well,
that's the level of groundwater.
Well,
I can dig a hole in front of my house 2 feet down and hit water.
Well, I can show you.
It's going to be at the same level as that pond is.
Yeah.
That pond stays at the same level that our groundwater stays at. Granted, as it dries out, it may go down a little bit, next to none. I just think it's a big waste of money.
Okay, so
we got to quit wasting stormwater money. It's too hard to come by.
Okay, so Commissioner Bellheimer's against that. Thoughts?
So in your professional opinion, you think this 200, I hear I'm kind of leaning towards what Commissioner Bellheimer's saying, but in your honest opinion, do you think this is going to help mitigate as we know, that's a pretty susceptible area to flooding?
I do.
Do you think that's going to not be the silver bullet or anything here, but do you think it'll mitigate some of the risks that, where those residents in that area experience right now due to stormwater?
In my opinion, it will.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Is there, so how do we feel? Consensus? Or yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
2 yeses? Commissioner Sherman?
No. You know, we didn't accomplish anything with what we've done there so far, so this isn't going to do any more. It's just throwing more money in the garbage can. You can't get water that's, I mean, when you're dealing with levels that are so minimal in difference, you talked about that, about the pitch and all that, and we're not getting the water out of our ditches into the drains for it to get to the pond. So clearing out the pond isn't going to empty our ditches. Ain't going to happen.
The ditches were put back to the almost 100th of an inch of where they were originally. That was proven. They shot every single one of those. But there's nowhere for it to go. That's why it sits in those ditches. And there's nowhere for it to go because it was designed all to flow into that pond. I have the original drawings of the pond with the topography. And I will bet you that there is at least 3 feet of silt, maybe more, sitting in the bottom of that pond because I can almost see it.
City manager, how would it be, how is it possible to verify that this project would accomplish its intended goal for the money gets spent and the project gets done?
Well, I don't know that you can. I think you've got to, that's what staff is for, to give you their professional judgment on what projects should take place. And I think that Lee has done his analysis. I think you could do another analysis if that's what you choose to do, pay a professional consultant to either confirm or deny what Lee is doing, which that's an option. But I think that Lee has given you his professional judgment on the right thing to do for clearing that pond, and you either accept it or you reject it. And so our recommendation is that our best analysis is you do it. And you clear the pond, and the drainage, according to the best judgment can be made by Lee, it'll work.
Okay, I'm for it. So we have a consensus. All right, so.
We're going forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we had 2 no's. The reason why I'm saying yes is just simply because we have a piece of infrastructure that was put in place for a reason. We didn't maintain it, so it's not functioning at some level of its intended purpose. So we at least need to bring it to right. And if there's still a problem, then we got to figure it out. But we got to at least do our part as a city to maintain it in the way it was intended, and we haven't done that. And this is what will serve that purpose at least.
$200,000 is crazy.
Well, we got a consensus on it.
Yeah.
Any other questions about capital?
Well,
Commissioner Mealy?
yeah, Lee, back when you did this really nice presentation back in May, I don't know if you remember that far back.
Oh, yes, I do. I do. That project's described in there, by the way.
Yeah. And there were a number of other ones. Do you believe that we have covered in this budget plan everything that you had?
Yes, and the reason it doesn't appear here is because when we were going over the budget with Rhonda and Mike, some of the projects that I had as capital were actually other departments, like lift station management.
Right, I see that.
You know, some of it went to Vinnie, some of it went to Jen. I also had, you know, I didn't know this, but Karen and I were both working on the same thing independently, but technically, because they're in the CRA, they're hers, that's parking lots. But I had done an analysis of those parking lots way back when I originally did it. And,
Okay, so yeah, because I was looking over this.
Yeah.
and it seemed like between the various departments that we had covered.
It got moved all over the place. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have any decision modules?
Yes, we do.
Name? What's it called? What do you see, Mayor? Page 48, you said?
Yeah, one of them is page 34. And that is a piece of software that I alluded to earlier.
Hold on. Page 34. Okay, so commissioners, comments on this decision module?
So the mapping one that we talked, the GIS mapping does not.
No, this is something completely different. What this piece of software would do, and it takes these bullet points are the key modules that I pulled off of the software. I mean, I've had the folks who sell this software have offered to give a PowerPoint demonstration of what it can do. The county's using this. Palm Coast has this software. Several other communities that they mentioned in Florida have this software as well. And it's a GIS-based, everything's going to GIS today, by the way. And it's a GIS piece of software that really combines a lot of the information that we need for managing stormwater onto the same one-stop shop, if you will, piece of software. And one thing that I want to point out is that we could earn up to 700 and some points in our CRS rating, and that very well could pull us down to a category 5 just by itself, class 5. And what that results in is 5% additional money saved on NFIP-backed homeowners insurance policies, flood insurance policies, I'm sorry. So if we could get to class 5, which is a goal of ours, our residents who have NFIP-backed insurance would benefit from this too.
City manager, we're under the county's IT umbrella. Wouldn't we just be able to pay for additional licenses? Why do we have to buy the software?
We have an agreement with them that they provide our technical service when we need repairs and manage our network, but that doesn't blanket us into their existing licensing.
Well,
that's separate. They pay for their own. It's not in our agreement. It would be something we could go back and ask for, but I don't see where they would agree to that. Why would they agree to that?
No, because there's also a fee, a yearly fee, and for a license, and this would pay for actually 2 licenses, one for me and one for Joy. My voice is going. One for me and one for Joyce to use.
Commissioners, thoughts on this decision module? Commissioner Sherman.
So you said this would save up to 5% possibly for the NFIP-backed insurances for the people like myself that have to carry that?
That's correct. You already received 20% discount.
This would be an additional.
This would be, yeah.
If.
So every class that you can drop down, you get another 5% discount.
Lee, have you discussed the software with the operators who use it for Palm Coast and for the county?
I have, and they all agree it's phenomenal.
How many years has it been used by those entities?
I believe the county started using it 2 years ago, Palm Coast, perhaps the same amount of time. I don't know that that's exactly right, but I'm pretty sure it is. Another one, just it has a lot of benefits, but I'll give you an example. When we do our CRS, which is the community rating service, that's the whole insurance thing. What they do is, trying to get my train of thought back there. Let me think for a second. Oh, yes. You have to supply them with your elevation certificates that you get for the year. And the elevation certificate form has changed, actually. They're just going into a new one. But if you make a mistake on an elevation certificate, and that's supplied to, the FEMA folks, and they look at them, they look them over, and you have one shot to get them correct. And if you don't get 90% correct, you lose certain points, and it's hard to get, recertified. So this particular one of the modules in here that's very, very attractive is you put the elevation certificates into this module, and it actually checks all the boxes and tells you if there are any errors.
So it prevents that kind of a mistake.
It prevents that kind of mistake, exactly.
All right,
that's just one of many of the things that it could do for us.
Commissioners, thoughts on this decision module?
I think it sounds like we should use it.
I'm not, and I'll just say why. I think our incoming city manager needs to take a big picture look at all of these programs and decide what he thinks is going to be the best steps moving forward. Another decision module is an engineer, and then we have other modules about in-house or external grant writers, and all those parties have different inputs on different things of software, and I think doing all of these steps really gets too far ahead. It's almost like putting the cart before the horse. I think the bodies need to be in place, and then let them decide what the best tools collectively to do it are. I know that this is probably a very good program, and I know it serves a very good function, but what we're going to find if we ever get to discussing mill rate is the and is going to become cost prohibitive, and we're not going to be able to afford all of these things. So we're going to say yes to everything now, and then we're going to have to turn around and figure out how to afford it, which we're not going to be able to do. So that's my thought. I just think that the new incoming manager needs to take a look at all of these requests for, it's almost, I believe almost every department has requests for new software. And at some point, you really got to say, hold on, let's decide what's best. That's just my thought.
Well, and we have said no to some of those softwares as well.
May I say one more thing about that, sir?
I want to make sure we get this. I don't want to. The staff is here to answer questions. We went through an entire day of hearing everybody's rationale behind this. I don't want to do it again. I just want to.
I would like to hear what Lee has to say.
What do you?
He's the expert in this. Let's hear from him.
Okay, but I'm not going to do full sales presentations on every item.
No, this is not a sales presentation. It's a plea by staff to give us the tools so that we can do our jobs better and serve the city better and serve the residents better. This is a tool. That's all it is.
Well, and if you're asking me for that plea, then I'll say bring it to the new city manager. Let him make the best decision.
I will be happy to do that.
But so how are we feeling?
I want it. I'll say yes to the software.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a consensus. So you're good.
2 no's.
Okay. 35 is the next one.
35 is the next one.
As you-
Sidewalk along South Flagler.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners.
As you know,
No, Lee, just answer questions. We want to have the discussion.
excuse me.
Commissioners, thoughts on this decision module?
I've been begging for that, to do something with that sidewalk or that area between that stretch of road. I'm agreeable to the $108,000, but not the additional to take it all the way up to 135.
Huh?
There's two prices here.
Yeah, if you
Anywhere
look,
between
it's
108 and
135.
135.
Right, the range.
So I'm good with doing the, everything but the access road. I do the first 50 feet at 7,500 and do the access road when we get to doing the driveway aprons and all that stuff. Do that all at once. So everything but the additional $35,000 to extend the access road. That's where I'm at.
Any other thoughts on the
I did.
sidewalk?
Didn't we discuss the bike path and the sidewalk being a subject matter for the, for us to bring for the TPO? And this was what we had, it was either this or Lambert or,
We're out of time to make that work
oh, okay.
because we're getting ready to do the driveway aprons right relatively soon. So we're trying to do it in conjunction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We can't use the same bucket of money for this as we are the driveway aprons. So, but time's of the essence to try and make this happen at the same time.
Any other thoughts? My thoughts are, I'm not for it. Our streets don't have sidewalks. I don't know why we would put one here. People walk on South Flagler Avenue on the other side of the park all the time, and probably more so than on this side, is what I observe.
I have to agree with that.
I mean, we had, Central, Daytona, Flagler, all over the city. Now, there's no sidewalks on them. I don't know why we would put one here. That's my thought.
Can I?
Yeah, I agree with Eric. I'm also concerned that it would cause more flooding, even though we put in curb and gutter, because we're making it more impervious by putting in a sidewalk.
Commissioner Spiley or Bill Hammer?
Yeah, just to echo on that, there are so many areas that need this exact improvement, and that sounds to me like something that belongs in a plan for the next city manager to oversee.
Yeah, where are we going to put sidewalks?
Commissioner Bill Hammer?
Well, that stretch of road has a sidewalk on the other side of the road with drainage grates that are that far down. I don't know who ever designed those things, but anybody that's ADA trying to traverse those that sidewalk has to go out into the street to. That was supposed to be part of the CRA improvement back when the roads were redone. That side of the road, Flagler Avenue, is one of the worst flooding roads through there, especially in front of the maintenance building. So people either have to walk through the puddle or way out in the road. So I don't know. It's just.
Side of the road.
Why do you keep interrupting?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I would be convinced that adding a sidewalk is going to keep people from not having to walk through when that area is flooded. I don't know, I just don't, I don't know if I get it or see the value in it.
So we're going to do road improvements with curbing and everything, but no sidewalk. Doesn't make sense. It's not what you do these days.
So
when you're doing road improvements, you incorporate the sidewalk at the same time.
Well, that's almost the same rationale when we did all the swales on South Flagler. Why didn't we add sidewalks? I mean, it's the same, this is the same rationale. We're doing a flood project and we want to add sidewalks. We did swales all over the south side of town. We didn't add sidewalks.
Okay.
I mean, Commissioner Sherman, you got thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm in favor of not putting in the sidewalks at this time. I think that, like, to echo what Commissioner Spradley said, I think it's something that, you know, we look at it like a strategic plan, maybe with the city, you know, our new city manager regarding this matter. Can't talk.
Okay, so we have a consensus against. Okay. Do we have any other decision modules for stormwater? No?
No.
Okay. All right, so we got that. All right, what do we have next? All right, so we have more stormwater. Page 63. You thought you were done, Lee.
Yeah, I thought I was.
I think we kind of covered it without.
Well, did we have any questions on page 63?
Yeah, I have questions.
Okay, go ahead.
How we get from 113,000 in amended budget to 173,000 in salary?
Well, we added a new person. We have Joyce now.
So that was done with a budget amendment, I assume, then?
That was approved last budget year.
Last budget year.
Yes.
So last budget year, the amended budget was 113.
Yeah.
Now we're up to 173. So something's changed.
So this is 60,000 more than when that person was added.
I think it might have been added in between, but I don't know. We don't have
And when
that
she actually
thing that
started.
we're, she was?
Was not.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Was she budgeted at all for the year?
Yes, she was.
So I mean, there's a $60,000 swing in budgeting. While they're looking that up, Lee, so this seems to be the line I end up zeroing in on a lot. So professional services, what, $250,000, what is under that professional services?
Well, the capital plans, that includes the fees for hiring consultants. There's also, I believe I asked for another 100,000 just to cover, see, we got caught this year because we had so many permits come in that we had not really anticipated. So we ran into a hole with covering professional services that weren't budgeted for. But we had to hire them to do the plans and the reviews. So to anticipate continued growth, I asked for an additional 100, I think it was, wasn't it, Rhonda? To cover unforeseen projects that come up that we might need to use. I know a lot of that is passed through, but we still need to cover those.
So this is, so 100,000 of this is pass-through expenses, Rhonda?
28,000 is for the grants administrator.
Okay.
No, not all.
Well, that leaves over 200,000.
Right, not all of it will be passed through, but there are certain projects that we're going to fund internally that's not developer, that we need to hire, for example, Mead and Hunt to do construction review and plan review and.
But if we have additional staff, why would we have to send all this out now? We have a whole nother staff member.
Well, Joyce, are you referring to Joyce?
Well, I'm just referring to, we have additional staff. I didn't know why we would have to sub it out.
Well, the additional, is that a question?
I'm trying to ask Lee.
I'm sorry.
So,
The answer is that Joyce was hired specifically to focus on MS4 and CRS. I'm still doing all the site reviews and so forth and so on, but I'm trying to get Joyce educated and trained to be able to pick up some of that. Okay, she now has a certified site, stormwater site inspection certification. So I'm easing her into those. But her main focus really was to be hired for managing those two programs. But as I said, I'm not going to be here forever. And, I felt that it was a good idea to have some sort of a future succession plan. So when the time comes that I need to retire or leave or get fired or whatever, there's someone that I can say, okay, she can pick up where I took off.
any other questions on page 63?
Yes.
Commissioner Valier?
Repairs and maintenance. We're going from 128 to 290,000.
That is to include a maintenance program for clearing ponds and things that Public Works can't do. Some of that.
Well,
so that's for doing some of the maintenance that we have not been able to do over the years.
We just checked off on 200,000 to clean one.
Well, we have other.
That's in that light item.
In there, along with wet ponds and swale maintenance.
Oh,
Right.
so 200,000 of that line item is the decision model?
Yes.
Okay, well, that'd be a lot easier.
Well, that makes sense, then. Okay.
Right.
That was easy.
Kind of.
Operating supplies, I guess you're going to tell me because you got an extra person, so that kind of makes sense, but it's almost double. And improvements are, I guess,
that's the
flag grant.
That's the grant. That's the big grant that we got from DEP.
Okay.
What is $6,000 for promotional activities for?
MS4 and CRS requires an enormous amount of public outreach. And that, a lot of that is for publications that we can distribute and put on display, that can be put in the library here at City Hall, over in the building department, and mail-outs too.
And the town hall meetings.
And Joyce had also mentioned starting to participate in First Fridays at the city table.
Right.
That doesn't cost anything, unless you.
The flyers that you passed out do, the material.
That's a different line.
Yeah, that stuff.
Town hall meetings, Joyce has one tomorrow night.
Yeah, we have a new $9,000 printing and binding line.
It's not for town meetings, no. But it can be combined with town meetings, town hall meetings, yes.
So
that's promotion.
But she would also like to do outreach outside of, this venue and perhaps talk at schools.
Well, that's what I'm talking. Tomorrow night she'll be at the Women's Club.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Those sorts of things, right.
But there's no cost to that. That's labor.
Well, but she, I believe, is going to be distributing some documentation.
And you have $9,000 set aside for printing and binding. and then another $6,000 for promotional activities.
Mhm. Well, those two things combined are needed to really comply with MS4, which we haven't been doing.
But outside of handouts, I guess I'm struggling to understand what we're doing.
Well, it's exactly what it is. It's promotional activities and printing.
I mean, I can read. I know it says promotional activities.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do with the money?
What are we going to do with the money?
At one point when Kay was doing this, she had pencils, coloring books, things like that she gave away.
Can you guys stop in the back?
I believe those markers that go on our stormwater drains, I think those came from that as well. Talk about keep the drains clean or something, and you see it when you walk by. I can't speak for what Joyce is doing. I'm just telling you in the past what I know has been purchased for promotion.
She gave me a list that I'd be very happy to supply you with. I don't have it with me.
In fact, this year she had no money, and I had some from my printing and binding that I purchased some flyers for, like the poster that's on the side of the refrigerator in your refreshment room right back here. She brought several of those. She couldn't buy as much as she liked because I didn't have a lot of money for her, but I had some.
Okay, any other comments?
No.
I think it's excessive, personally.
I did suggest that she contact, I gave her, what's her name? St. John's Water. She used to work at the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, Gretchen?
I gave her Gretchen's contact information and suggested she contact her to maybe see if they had some material that they would provide her for free to promote people from putting bad stuff down our stormwater system. So I don't know if she was successful with that, but I tried.
All right, we'll go on to capital. Did we get everything? Because we have stuff listed on this page. Okay. All right. All right, I think you're off hook, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Pier. Commissioners, any questions about Pier on page 67?
No questions.
So Pier Rental is 100% Funky Pelican. Okay, well.
Funky Pelican.
A couple $100 he gives us, whatever it is, but, okay. That's all right.
All right, page 68. Question I had is about repairs and maintenance, $8,000. Do we have something planned we're going to do while it's either down or being worked on?
No, that's just, it is just some funds available in case they need to make any kind of repairs to like the restrooms or anything over there.
Is that for the restaurant? Because I know there's some needed repairs that we've been asked to look at, that we're responsible for, the interior.
Oh, I was not aware, so.
Well, we got $8,000 set aside for that.
Right.
Next year, they've been asking for that.
And that is being talked about. He's not here, but Rick's talking to them about that, and what we're going to have to do is we're waiting for 2 estimates to come back on what the repairs that they need. We may do some based upon what the repair sheet comes through maintenance but the thought at this time is we'd have to do an offset against the lease revenues over some period of time for that. So that would not be.
It's not the dumpster pad.
Yeah, that.
No,
Do what?
it's not the dumpster pad.
Oh, no. So that's a plan that's being pursued on those repairs.
Okay, any other questions on 68? All right, we have no capital and no decision modules on that. Okay, CRA. Commissioners, any call-outs on CRA?
I just have one overtime again. I've kind of been keeping a track of all the overtime because it stands out. Is it, again, I guess we brought it up, a salary position with overtime.
No, 30% of 3 employees in Bill's department come out of the CRA. And that overtime is there if they are needed to come and work overtime during the CRA event or whatever may be needed.
Okay.
And 10,000 for professional services?
That is for me if I need it, if I have to apply for a grant, if I need to get engineering involved so that we have a shovel-ready project for the CRA. It's a placehold. If I don't use it, it goes right back into the fund. Can I just excuse myself for 1 second because I forgot my module?
You need that.
Yep.
Yes, I do.
You want your notes. All right, any other questions at all about CRA on page 73? Let's move to capital. I believe, so parking lots is a decision module, and crosswalks, was that a decision module too?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we got crosswalks and Wickline Playground. Any questions about crosswalks or Wickline Playground? Just for clarity, the 340 is a placeholder for whenever that starts moving?
The FERDAP grant for the Wickline Playground, yes, sir. I would like, if with your indulgence, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about the walk.
Thermoplastic?
Yes.
Okay, what you got?
Originally, when I did the research on this, it is going to be over $600,000 if we do all of them. And the more I thought about it and the more I looked, really what they need is repainting. The stoppers. No, you know what I mean? The white lines along each side of the actual crosswalks, most of them are gone, faded. You can't see them. A lot of the crosswalks still have the stamped concrete there, but it's faded. So my thought process was, okay, I can only do 5 crosswalks, because that's how many I can do, with $100,000. Why don't I use the $100,000 to repaint as many as I can? That was my thought process. Again, if the actual crosswalk stamped, it's not concrete, it's stamped asphalt, has fallen apart, then we would have to actually redo that. But I'm gonna say 90% of them, they just need to be refreshed, in my opinion. And I think it would be a better spent dollar than going and thermoplasting everything when I can only do 5 at a time at $100,000.
Mr. Spradley?
I think that hits the nail on the head. I mean, if you just walk around here, like I walk from my office a block down to the post office and back, and I go across a couple of crosswalks that Everything is there except what used to be the lines. And it's just amazing how in a couple of years that changes, people stopping for pedestrians, because now they don't. And I think all it needs is some more paint.
Any idea what the durability of that would be?
Well, look how long it's taken. It's been, what, 12 years since we did it? Originally?
You're talking about painting it with a similar product, whatever that
Whatever,
is?
yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I don't think it'd be anywhere near $100,000.
Probably not, but that's the placeholder.
Well, based on how many you said you have, though, that might, that could get expensive. I don't know. Is there a total count on that?
You would ask me, and right now I don't have it. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I do have a total of all of our crosswalks.
And you know, just every intersection is 4 crosswalks times two sides, so adds up quick.
And paint is expensive.
But realistically, it's possible you could get them all done for that.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Any other thoughts on capital in general?
I do have a question. Parking lots. I thought when the state changed their rules about what we could spend money on as a CRA and what we couldn't, that we couldn't do anything with parking lots?
We can't maintain them.
Oh.
We can improve them.
Oh, okay.
Which is where I'm going.
Okay. Okay.
Which brings
I'm
us
glad
to...
you saved the best for last. I mean, no, I'm
brings
just...
us to module page
Yes.
31.
As Lee had, if I may, or did you want to wait for questions first?
I think we're wrapped up on
I think
capital.
we were good with capital.
Yep, we're in decision modules.
Okay.
Page 31.
As Lee indicated earlier, he and I had been working on the same thing last year without knowing it. And he had actually put together originally a list of how much it would cost for us to do the 5 parking lots, whether we do it with the the concrete blocks like we have right now out here in our parking area, whether we do it with concrete that's pervious. Is that the right word? I always get impervious and pervious screwed, messed up. Anyway, or we do asphalt, or we do nothing at all. So anyhow, that decision module last year was thrown out. So this year, I was like, okay, how much money do I really have in reserves? And how much is it going to cost me to do all of the parking lots in that crossing, that stuff that we have right out there? Thank you. The turf block, thank you. So updating it to today's dollars, in order for me to do all 5 parking lots, it would be $311,000.157, give or take. I put in $300,000. I can put another $11,000 if I want to out of my reserves, but I got to thinking about it, and I know I brought it up to you the last time that I was up here, and you had also mentioned you wanted bathrooms in the parking lots. So the city manager asked me to go ahead and get some ballpark figures as to how much it would cost us to do one single multifamily bathroom at each parking lot. And I got the information. So if we were to go ahead and do the turf block and 1 bathroom in each one, it would cost us $862,000. Our reserves do not have that. I can tell you that right now. So Again, I don't know how we could fund this, but I did bring this up last meeting, I think it was. I don't know what your decision is as far as what you want to go to the TDC for, but we've got to decide, like yesterday, okay? With all the work that's happening between the pier and all of the dune restoration and everything else, we've already been told by the Army Corps, do not touch it, or you're going to lose the money. So doing that boardwalk is not a good idea. Yet there's money out there, and I don't want to lose it.
That's a strategic meeting discussion.
If you, okay.
We can't get into that now. We're on the module.
But yeah, but in order to fund it, the CRA doesn't have the money. But we could go for the TDC money if that's something that you all, I'm putting it back at you, if you all want to do that. Just need to let us know. I can do the parking lots right now, but I can't do the bathrooms. We could do it as a combined grant to the TDC. It's tourism.
You're talking $110,000 a bathroom.
Yes. That's complete.
Commissioner Reilly?
Yeah, if we were to put in bathrooms, they would require maintenance. The plumbing would require
That's something,
maintenance.
yes,
It
that's
would
something that we
require
need to
daily
take into
cleaning,
consideration
the
too.
trouble we go through with the bathrooms at the pier. There's a lot more to it than just putting in a bathroom.
I have a question. Is this something that we could phase? And my thought is as a beach, and we are going to be having pier construction, the pier bathroom is going to be potentially shut down. And now we have no public bathrooms on the beach. And I'm bringing this up because just this weekend I was driving on A1A and I saw people in bathing suits rinsing off with Finn's water. And we've got to kind of get ahead of this one. So maybe it's something we could phase and maybe choose a lot that's got something further away to put a bathroom.
My idea too. I think a phased approach. I mean, a phased approach is definitely, I would think, intelligent. Is there enough money to do the turf block lots in like 2 bathrooms to start?
I could do that, but my reserves are going to go down to 0, and I don't think you want to do that.
So you do one?
Or we put porta potties out there for now.
No.
Which I don't like the idea either.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether we want to do
Trying to make the city
bathrooms.
look better.
Do we want to do bathrooms or put electric out in the park? Redo that.
We have electric in the park?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Oh, the electric here in Veterans, is that? I'm doing that already.
Well, that has nothing to do with this.
Has nothing to do with this.
Here's a thought. Maybe we pay for one bathroom out of the CRA and one bathroom out of reserve from the city. I mean, no one says that the CRA has to be the only person to pay for it.
Well, I'm opposed to bathrooms. I see potential drug problems.
So where do they go to the bathroom though? Like, let's actually ask ourselves and answer this question.
That's the whole thing. What is this city doing for all the people?
Where do they go when they go to Ormond Beach?
The bathrooms at the beach in Ormond Beach.
In their big parking lot, yeah.
Well,
that's actually in every beach but here.
They have that huge parking lot. I don't know. I think they're inviting more trouble than...
So you want to have all the people here with a pier shut down, potentially no bathroom.
So the question was, if we don't have city bathrooms, where do all the people that come here to visit go?
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
My front yard.
Well, it's gotten so bad, 7-Eleven now has closed their bathrooms to the public. And a lot of businesses are following suit.
I just asked Chris if it comes down to it that we have to close the bathrooms under the A-frame, that we could submit to FEMA to pay for one of those portable trailers. Some come air conditioned, depends on how nice you want to go. They have ADA ramps.
That is not a solution, right?
It's temporary, but that would reimburse while the A-frame restrooms were closed.
But that still addresses nothing about the city of Flagler Beach supplying restrooms for all of the people that we are asking to come here and visit us.
Well, what about Karen's suggestion that we maybe use TDC money for something like that?
I don't know how it's
Capital
going to score.
improvement is definitely, well, I mean, it's for the visitors more than it is the residents. They got their own bathrooms.
What about only the parking lots that are really used, the North Fifth and the South?
Like Anchor or something, the Anchor
Well,
parking lot.
that one
Fifth.
would be the first place to put one for sure.
One?
The Anchor.
Fifth and South Sixth.
Yep.
And then you got 2 parking lots that are hardly ever used. So, but that one for sure.
TDC grant doesn't even go for approval till June of '24.
Okay.
I think, and I don't know how well that would score, asking TDC to build restrooms. I can't predict that, but I think that's a huge gamble, and in the meantime, then we would be hanging our hat on a maybe. And then for over a 2-year period, doing nothing to improve the public restroom. Right now, we have one small public restroom for every single visitor that comes to the city.
What did TDC give Palm Coast money for last year?
The big racket center expansion.
Pickleball courts.
I mean,
No, it was a racket center expansion.
okay, racket center. I would think a bathroom is more, I don't know.
But the
I
problem,
think it would
It's supposed
score
to
well.
increase tourism. Are you going to advertise, come to Flagler Beach, we now have bathrooms?
Could you incorporate signage
We're not
that
gonna
you've been
advertise
speaking
every
about to
dome.
direct people to our parking lots? Have a signage program with that that's more attractive, people see it, directing the tourists to the parking lots to have a place to park, and then have a restroom facility at 2 of them as well.
Are they going to digest that, seeing how they're the ones who paid for the signs for the parking lots already?
This, again, we're getting into deep strategic discussions.
I know.
Concerning next year's budget,
Well, let's
how do we want to move forward?
approve the pavers and
Do we
get
have-
that part done.
Do we have a consensus on the turf block pavers as opposed to any of the asphalt?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're good on there.
And as far as the restrooms go, can we get one restroom maybe? Or would that deplete your funds completely if we just did one? 'Cause you said 2, you would be,
Said 2 would deplete it. So
2 would
obviously
deplete it
not.
completely.
so if we did 1, you would be,
I'd have to sit down with Rhonda and really go over the numbers because I'm going by what fund balance is right now.
okay.
By the end of the year, once we close out the books, I may have some more money. And if I do have some more money, maybe I can do, some more. That's the beauty of the CRA is, even though the budget is approved, if we have extra money and we find an opportunity to be able to do it, we can just do it in a budget amendment. But I caution, I've always said this since the day I got here, let's be very careful to make sure that we've got enough funds. We can't have a huge balance, but we can have a smaller balance that if we get another grant or something, we have matching dollars to be able to provide immediately. You follow where I'm coming from? So, and I do have a meeting with Amy, as a matter of fact, from the TDC in a couple of weeks. So, because she called me too. So, if it's okay with y'all, I'll just ask her if it's something that they would even consider.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to help us for 2 years.
right.
Commissioner Spradlin.
And that's part of my comment, which is what Commissioner Cooley said. The TDC is not a solution for now. I mean, the applications aren't even due until nearly a year from now. But I think what Commissioner Sherman said, if financially one restroom facility is available, at least that's something, and that has a shorter time fuse on it.
And just as a general conversation about this TDC grant, I think there's a lot better things that we can do as a city with the potential of $780,000 that will beautify the city, increase tourism, make it a more attractive destination. Yes, restrooms are like necessity, but if, you know, I don't like the idea of using TDC money for restrooms, but it's definitely worth an ask.
Well, I actually filled out the grant, and you have to say why your decision will drive tourism and people into your city. And we failed on question 1, to take a leak.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
I mean, I hate saying it, but if we are going to be a destination, then we as a city have to take on responsibility of providing things like this, whether we like it or not.
All right, well, we'll add it to our strategic topics that we want to talk about.
Right.
So add it to the list that we've been adding to so far today.
I personally think, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think that maybe for right now, I'd like to propose that we go ahead and approve get one bathroom at least this year and get all the parking lots taken care of. And then, as I think it was maybe the mayor mentioned earlier, just to take a phased approach and see where we're at, when we go over CRA again and see if maybe we have the ability to get a second one going. But I'd like to see at least one restroom get in this coming budget year.
Could we make that contingent upon it not really harming the reserves?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, so is there a not to exceed number, or you don't know?
I personally don't think you should go that route, and would recommend just that your direction be, if we can find the money to go ahead and do one bathroom with CRA dollars, that we will incorporate it into the budget. If we don't, and you guys still want to build a bathroom, then maybe you all can come up with where you want to pull the money from, if the CRA can't pay for it. That would be my recommendation.
Come out of reserves. I'm just of the opinion, because I'm on the front lines of dealing with this, it's a legitimate problem, and I'm not the only business. I just was taking a complaint this last week from the owner of Finn's that the mayor was talking about, ironically, where he's at his wit's end. His business is getting trampled from beachgoers. And one of the reasons why he's getting inundated is because of that, what has become known to the folks that come here is the ramp that everybody can use to walk down to the beach, because nobody puts the rope up to block them from doing that. That what used to be the ramp everybody drove down. Nobody puts the rope up. So now all the general public uses that as their main access point to just walk right down the dune to the beach and ruin our dunes. But who's there at the top of the hill? Finn's. And they are just getting run over. I thought I had it bad. He's got it worse. I would be of the mindset to say we do 2 bathrooms and pay for it out of reserves for the other one. That's where I'm at, because I know how bad this problem is. And it's only, with all this building that's happening, it's definitely not going to get better, and I think we're behind on it.
Are you forgetting that we're talking about the CRA? All these,
with this module, yeah.
All the parking lots are in the CRA.
Right, but you can pay for it out of anywhere.
Can you? Can we move funds from?
General can pay for.
General fund can pay for whatever they want to pay for.
Within the CRA?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The CRA cannot fund the general fund, but the general fund can fund the CRA.
All right, so what do we got? Some thoughts here? Build a consensus. What are you thinking?
I'm okay with your proposal.
What is that?
Where you mentioned the two rest. I like one restroom from CRA funds, and then if we, we have enough for the second one through CRA. If not, we'll fund it through the general fund via reserves.
So you're saying parking lot and 1 bathroom or 2 bathrooms?
I'd be okay with 2.
Okay, so you're saying parking lot with 2 bathrooms. Your thoughts?
Well, where would you put the second one? I understand if we did the first one at the Anchor, it's close to the beach. The other ones are kind of inland, so will they really relieve.
It's at the Golden Line parking lot.
That's, yeah.
Or the Fifth Street.
That's not beachgoers in that parking lot.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking Fifth Street. It puts them, the only drawback is it puts two restrooms close to each other. Is there another, because if you have the Fifth Street by the repair center and then Anchor, those are South Fifth.
On the Daytona block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then there's, what was the other parking lot you were talking about, Penny?
another parking lot on the north side.
Yeah, but it's not near the beach.
It is near the beach. It's 2 blocks. In St. Augustine, Jane, it's a 15-minute walk to the bathroom
I
from
know
the
that.
beach.
But if the argument was to help Finns, and they're walking up that ramp that they shouldn't be walking up,
Parking lot by.
they're not going to walk to North 4th Street and Central. They're going to go to Finns.
Well, hopefully they parked their car at 4th Street, and when they come back to their car, they're going to rinse off and go to the bathroom at the parking lot where they parked their car.
I mean, if you do Anchor in Fourth, I guess,
You'd have to
at least you're balanced. You got one on each side of the city.
And then
It's
you have
not-
a pier in the middle to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Fourth or Fifth?
I don't know about
Fifth
North.
is one close to
Fifth is by the Golden.
by a Golden Line. Fourth is one block.
I would say Fourth. Fifth is, that's like
Two
restaurant parking.
Okay.
So what was your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
You're saying parking lot and how many bathrooms?
At least one. I'll call it 2. Go ahead. I'm good.
0.
All right.
I'm in favor of
The pavers.
The pavers.
Okay. Pavers, no bathrooms, and I think everybody else, I'm paver and 2 bathrooms. And if it can't be done, then you just do 1 and 1 and 1 with the way the money works.
If I find I've got enough money in the CRA to do at least one, I will most certainly do it. If not, then I'll have to come back to you and tell you I can't do it, and you guys can take it out of reserves or whatever you decide to do.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question. We just made some decisions about CRA.
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't the CRA board have to make these decisions?
You will have to have a meeting to approve the CRA board budget. In the past, yes, ma'am, you're correct. The CRA board met separately and discussed their own budget separately from the entire commission meeting. This time, I guess we forgot that was the way we could have adjourned and gone, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. That would have been the logical way to do it, but
All right, so now what do we have to do then?
now the only thing you have to do is once we go to approval for the first reading of the budget,
Adjourn, meet.
adjourn, meet,
Okay.
and then approve the CRA budget as the CRA board. Okay, and then you guys approve the budget as a whole city budget, which is including the CRA anyway, so.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other decision modules under CRA? Is that the only one?
That's it.
All right, so we are done capital, we're done decision modules, and we're done our budget. So
Can I
now,
make one? I missed civil engineer and sewer connect on Oak Street. Did I just?
we all missed it.
Okay.
All right, let's get those done.
Looks like we didn't get all the decision modules yet.
All right, so civil engineer, page 28. Thank you, Karen. Okay, thoughts on this decision module?
Not at this time.
Agreed. I know. It happens.
Okay.
What we do
Rarely.
four times,
We're
4 or 5.
kind of agreeing, yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay. Thoughts?
I agree with Mike next time. Let the next city manager look at that.
Okay. That's, I'm hearing consensus on that. All right. So what's our next decision module?
Page 48, sewer connect Oak Street.
City manager.
I
just want to make sure I understand what was decided is you agree with my recommendation to defer to the new city manager and let him bring a recommendation back to you, but it would still be within the next budget year. Is that correct?
That's not where I'm.
Or not.
That was like next
That's not
year.
where I'm at.
I'd like the next city manager to make the recommendation to us, but not necessarily within the next budget.
Or even this budget year is what you're saying?
No. We're spending enough.
So it would not be for...
Until the 24, 25.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Is that,
At least that's where I'm coming from.
I just think some of these things, there needs to be strategic conversations about all of this long term. That would probably not make next year's budget.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out.
Okay, so next we have page 48, street or sewer connect on Oak Street. Commissioners, thoughts on this?
I have a question, just general question. In any municipality, is this a cost that the municipality would absorb, or is it something that the individual homeowner would absorb to go from septic to sewer?
I have assessment cards going back for every subdivision unless it was a PUD and the developer installed it. It has always been charged to the resident for front footage cost, the entire project cost. We do the assessment. It's several readings, resolution readings, public hearings, through engineering, advertising, actual construction. All the costs are combined, and then it's assessed at a front foot, however, the front footage of their lot. And it can be for Morningside, they could pay a lump sum, and we also put a clause in there if that their property sold, the entire amount was due at that time. That's been good. We've collected a lot that way. The one drawback from that is finance found out that there's also something in our code that allows a resident to make their impact fee in payments. And that's been something that finance has had to track. It's a little, you just have to stay on top of it. But yeah, it's a process, but we've done it to every resident unless it was a PUD that the developer installed and then turned that over to the city.
So what is the $80,000 for them?
Connecting it.
That's our end of the thing that would not be covered by the assessment?
Yeah. The graphics or the different, but you still would assess the same process.
So this is not an impact to general fund, or is it, what expenses do we have as a city?
The city will have to make a decision, one, on doing the design, and then how to do the assessment. To do the assessment, if that's what you're going to do, that costs money, just to set that assessment up. So the assessment is not going to go necessarily totally into your upfront costs. It's going to go into the installation of the sewer. So, but you do have upfront cost in making the decision to find out, getting to the final point where you go to bid, because you're going to have to get the assessment determined.
But what is this 80,000 that's in this decision module for?
That's going to be your engineering cost, and it's going to be your getting the assessment set up.
These are our costs?
Yes, those are your costs.
Okay. Commissioners, thoughts on this?
Question. Do the residents know before we go down this route that they would have an assessment on this?
If that's what you choose.
I just want to make sure before we say we'd spend 80,000, they know that they have a cost too, and it's not going to be free.
I would presume that what you would do is if you decide you want to explore this, and that's where I think you're at.
There needs to be meetings.
Yeah, you'd have to notify the residents that if you make the decision, you want to do it through an assessment, that you would first poll the people that live on the street to find out if there's even any interest in their part in going along with it, to determine what amount of money they would pay. So that would be your first step, I would think.
Is it? Oh, it's all the way down Palm Drive. It's not just Oak Street.
That's that little hook one?
This is Oak Street near me.
Yes, ma'am.
So it'll have to go all the way down Palm Drive from wherever the sewage stops now.
I'm sure there's a tap. I mean, Jen would be the better person, or Vinny if here. I just know enough to be dangerous here. I know about the assessment process.
All right.
I don't know how they, I assume
Okay.
there's a tap they would connect to. It's a PEP system, it's a pump internal in a plastic tank.
Right. Which most of Palm Coast does.
But I have it in my head.
Okay, so are we okay with moving forward with this or
Yes.
against? I'm seeing
I
some
think we
heads.
should say yes.
So you want
Well-
to contact the residents first, letter to the residents?
Well,
If
we're-
you're interested? Or
At this point right now, we're just approving a decision module to get it in the budget.
Well, I don't know, we're talking about doing the same thing as we did with the paving the alley, is getting a consensus from the people that would be, along that alley. So wouldn't this be the same?
So are you suggesting get the consensus first and then
Yes.
put it in a,
I think we already have it from them. They've been asking us for this for a while.
It'd be nice to know when we're here having to make this decision.
well, this, if there isn't a consensus, just goes away. It's all in, these are all enterprise funds, so it just wouldn't move forward.
Mr. Chair, could I make a recommendation? I think you're getting a consensus would have two phases. The first phase would be is to let people know that you're thinking of an assessment in order to take care of the sewer line on the street, and with probably very little engineering analysis to it, except maybe an estimated cost. Ask them if they're interested. If they're interested, then you'd have to go through the process of determining, really how you would design and how you would assess the sewer. At both stages, I think you may back down, because my experience has been on these, it's pretty expensive. And people like the idea until they find out what the final bill is going to be. And then it doesn't become such a desirable project anymore. So I think you may want to do it in two phases. So the first phase would be a citizen contact to determine if there's any interest at all.
So to Commissioner Bellingham's point, we say no to this module, and then staff or city manager can pursue whether or not there's a consensus and then cross that bridge when we get there.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'm hearing consensus for no to this
There
agenda.
has to be 100% consensus, agreement among the residents, if I remember from the Morningside thing. Is that correct? No, it wasn't 100%?
No.
So those who were against it got it anyway? Got stuck with it anyway? I mean, did we skip houses?
no, we didn't skip houses. It's mandatory to connect. Put away from your residence.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eventually, EPA's going to make them do it anyways. Eventually, the EPA's going to make them do it anyways.
Yeah. I know.
That's what's going.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any decision modules that we missed?
Nope.
There's grant money for, okay,
To sewer,
well, that,
septic to sewer.
sewer to septic.
Yes, you can get grant money for it. There's grants out there now, and it's out there until August 31st. We can apply for it right now.
Holy moly.
Wow.
Does that include pep tank? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Why are you just now bringing this up?
He was
I just
saving
woke
it.
up.
Well, that changes the discussion now. So do we say yes on the module and then get things at least rolling, get a consensus, find out what money's available and all that? I mean, keep in mind, this basically functions as a placeholder, is all this does.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Bellinger?
I'm okay if there's money out there for it. What's that, St. John's?
No, it's DEP money.
Okay.
So we can think through this. You have to submit by August 31st. They'll make a decision within 30 days. So probably the first week of October, they'll know who they're going to give money out to. So you would know by that point in time, and then maybe you make a decision on, whether we get the money or we don't get the money. It's out there every year. There's more of it happening because they're trying, as you had said, there's more people trying to get rid of the septic tanks.
And they're close to water, and that leaches out into water.
And with the issues we've been having here with the flooding and all that stuff, I think you got a good chance to get some of that money.
Who's going to write the grant?
And
Yeah, 100%.
Wonder who's going to write the grant?
Yes, in some instances, yes, depending upon your standard household median income.
is that something you're willing to help the city with?
Yeah, we're meeting on Monday at Wickline to talk about grants we're going to put in for before August 31st, so we can throw that in if that's something you would like us to do.
All right, well, we already have a consensus on that module.
Yep.
Okay.
All right,
So it was a no, now it's a yes.
Thank you,
All right.
Ben.
Appreciate you bringing that up at the very, very end.
Your thoughts, that's for last. I said, I got to get in there something.
All right. I think at this point, it's in our best interest to open this up public comment. You good with that?
Yep.
We'll open this up to public comment. So,
Or one of you.
well, okay, you said you had comments. I'm going to hold you to it.
You have made consensus decisions on things that I had comments about that have you already made consensus.
All right, so you don't want to share your thoughts? Okay. Would you like to share any thoughts? No? Dale doesn't want to share? You're a member of the public, you can share thoughts. It's fair game. When you're on payroll, then you can't talk anymore. Lee, did you have something you wanted to share?
I would just want to bring to your attention to keep in mind that adding staff members typically requires having a place to put them. So just keep that in mind.
I mean, what are you trying to say? There's no room in these buildings?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. We have no more space at Wickline. We have no more space in this building.
So if that's the case, how would we possibly be able to rent rooms out over at Wickline?
Oh, I'm talking about office space. Permanent office space.
Right?
It's an architectural programming issue. People want to add people, but they have no place to put them and they forget about that.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak under public comment? All right, Bob, I think it was a miss because we already changed one. Huh?
Now comes the real fun part.
All right, so discuss and determine consensus regarding FY23-24 tentative mill rate, which happens from 4 to 5 p.m.
Not that far.
I have a couple of questions before we get to that point.
We're at that point.
I know. But I just want to make sure that I have everything correct as far as the decision modules, because some of it was not too clear whether you had approved them or not, to me anyway. And especially those that definitely affect the general fund. So if we could just go down the list really fast, we're okay with the grants administrator. The city hall space plans are out. The compensation COLA is fine. Human resource assistant is fine. The paving of the dirt streets we're going to take out because that was for the study, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's out. The ClearGov.
You just jumped away.
I know.
I'm just talking about items in the general fund because that's going to affect the,
I wrote it down as no.
I wrote it down as no.
okay, so then I've got to make that adjustment as well. Okay. So ClearGov is a no. Okay, and the cell phone initiative for the police department and the less lethal shotguns, those were approved?
Correct.
Correct, okay. 4th of July is approved? The
Correct.
20,000, okay. So that I've got to adjust for. The sand fencing for 230,000, because is not in the plan, but I would need to add that money in the budget.
That was coming out of the reserve when we made the consensus.
Okay, so out of reserve, so that will, okay.
That should not even be on next fiscal year. That should be on this fiscal year, is my understanding.
You skipped the assistant city manager.
Yeah, they said no on those, yeah. And the civil engineer was no.
Is no, and the civil engineer is no. Right?
I don't want to belabor the issue on the sand fencing, but I think I do need to make sure I'm clear. My concern is we put it in right now. If we go on south of 7th North, it's going to be pulled out within about 6 months, 6, 7 months. Is that, if there's any strips down there, or we could concentrate on 7th North? I just need to make sure I understand your direction, because I'm concerned that we're going to.
I thought we already had this conversation.
Well, I want to make sure I'm clear, because it's going to be a lot of fencing coming back out just after we install it, from the south. And I am clear on what your direction was.
Well, how the conversation was left is we were going, what's happening in 6 to 7 months, by the way?
That's when the renourishment's going to start. Potentially middle of next year in 24. That's when it starts.
In 6 to 7 months. That's not the dates I heard.
Mid of next of 24.
All right, so when you say mid 24, can you give me a month idea of what you're referring to?
March to June.
Okay, so a year from now, right?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. How the discussion was left is it was going to go city limit to city limit.
North of 5th and south of 7th.
Right, and what I recorded for my notes for your minutes was, comes from reserve, yes, all of town except where it would do more damage to vegetation, where it's thick.
Is there any deviation from that direction, or do we need to have any more discussion on it?
As long as Mike understands. That
I think he wants
Was
to
I correct? North of 5th and south of 7th? There's no real need to have it where the boardwalk is.
That was, yeah, the boardwalk was accepted.
My thought is go from the north boardwalk to the end of the city limits in the north. Then let's see how long, we could hypothetically see how long this takes, see where the Army Corps is, because that target keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed for reasons. And then come and say, all right, we're ready to start the south side. It's only 6,000 feet, linear feet. We pulled that up. And then start the south side. If they say, nope, we're starting in 6 weeks, then we can reevaluate. But if we're not, push through the project. The rate we're going, we're not going to have dunes left by the time the project even gets here.
Okay.
Well, that changes things. Now you're phasing it.
No, I don't want, just then do the whole thing. I mean, it needs done, but.
It won't take long to put in. They put in miles of it in like 3 weeks.
Oh, I was picturing it taking forever.
Not the company that did it, which was what a long time ago we agreed on even using that company to put it in.
Right.
I thought there was wasn't there a signed contract on that too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a signed contract. We have an estimate.
So just so I'm clear, is what the mayor suggesting that we do it in one shot, but that we start with the north side?
Mm-hmm.
And then when the north side's completed, whether it's 3 months or 3 days, we then check to see where the project is coming along on the south side with the Army Corps.
But there
We'll
is
make the
no
decision then.
budgeted, we have the money there and it's going to go through. We just maybe do what you would essentially call just a check-in and say, all right, we're ready to start south side.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Did that get you? You good? Okay. All right. So we left off at,
So how does that affect the budget?
It should not affect the budget.
No, because if that's going to, if we're going to do it all this year, then it won't have any effect on anything for next. And then for the civil space, we're not going to do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the bike path and the sidewalk?
No.
No? Okay. All right, and then the paramedic incentive?
That's the one that go ahead.
We didn't determine that one. That was one that we had said this is decision modules
Yeah.
and we would come back to it.
well, that needed, didn't that need worked into something? There was a, yeah.
Bobby's still here. So.
I don't have any notes on it.
I don't have
No decision.
Bellhumeur cannot afford an ALS designation. Bobby, we need the level of training to become paramedic. This is Kate's notes. I'm sorry I left the meeting for that. Paying for a level of training, which is other options compared to other municipalities, and then she doesn't have anything.
Stop her.
Okay, so let's make that decision now. We've already reviewed it.
Bobby, do you remember how we left?
Well, the only point I wanted to make was it's just shy of $17,000 for the 4 current paramedics, full-time paramedics right now. It's like $16,882. In essence, it's like $4,200 per medic. And one of the things I had told the board was if you look at it from 3 options, is you could choose to award the incentive at $4,200 a paramedic, phase it in at $2,100 per paramedic, and maybe make them whole next year, or do nothing at all.
Okay, let's make a decision on this one. Here's my thoughts, since we're being quiet. This is a benefit that all surrounding municipalities supply their staff with that we do not. We're the odd man out in this one. The amount is nominal. We are going to need to see how that plays into the rate study, if at all. But as far as the actual benefit of having that additional education, I don't think it's a wise decision for us to be the only municipality that doesn't have that. That's my thoughts.
And I agree.
I agree. Okay, we got consensus on that. All right, so the incentive is yes.
Thank you.
So next we have human resource software.
Yeah, I know that was a no.
Okay, life scans, that
Scans was a no.
no.
And then the police staff increases.
That was a wait.
Yep, that was a wait. And then the final one for general fund was the citywide stop bar.
I had that as a
That was
no.
citywide stop bar.
Oh,
That was a no, because that was going to
was
get
a
worked
no?
into the regular repairs
Painting.
and stuff. And
Yeah, painting, that was it.
because the module was to do all of them.
Yep, I had that as a no.
Okay,
Okay, so that answered that, right?
yes, thank you.
We said no as a decision module, but did we not say that it should be part of maintenance? And so would that increase the maintenance budget?
Well, my thought on that was, if you remember the discussion, there was $50,000, well, there's $200,000 for paving, striping, then there was $50,000 in that was unallocated for anything, just generally repairs. And what I suggested is that, yeah, it comes out of that. And then you kind of do it on an as needed.
He's going to try and expend $10,000 towards it, if I remember
Yes, that is what I have in my notes as well.
Okay, let's please get on the tentative millage rate discussion. Yep. Should we do, Rhonda, do you need us to take a 5-minute, 10-minute?
Well, I mean, based on the notes and going through this, we really don't have a whole lot of adjustments. This is what I have listed as far as uses and putting funds back in. I've got the $25,000 for the public safety pay that Mike had mentioned early on in the meeting, an additional $2,500 in dune walk repairs. We are taking out the paving study of 20. We're taking out the ClearGov that was reported in the general fund of 21,387. 4th of July, we're adding in at 20, as well as the paramedic incentive. So all that netted together was like $23,000.
There was something else that was supposed to come out too that was duplicate. There was actually 2 duplications that we found in there as well.
But that wasn't part of the general fund. It was like in utility and stormwater.
And then do we need to factor in the $10,000 from Penny? Wasn't there something for Penny that we need to factor?
That's capital, which won't
Okay,
be
we're good.
affected by this.
Okay.
And
Did I miss anything?
how much of the 335 are we getting to put towards?
Right, is there any other projects that we haven't considered that we need to discuss in that regard?
No, we've covered more than enough.
So how much of that 335 did we deduct then?
$23,000. That's it.
300,000, we're talking 3 cents per mil, we could.
Well, what we could, because this is just for like a tentative mill rate, if we, and so that the 335 was based on the 5.6.
Right.
So if we do that for a tentative mill rate, we can go in at the same rate as we were at last year. So that would bring it down, just like I said, then that would be the max that we could designate as a tentative mill. So we can't go above that, but we can always go lower.
5.45.
5.45.
Which is the same rate that
That's how much we charged last year, remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if we're using that 335, why don't we just go to 5.3?
Again, this is the tentative mill rate that is the highest it can be. That's cutting it too close. I feel safer leaving it as the 5.6, and then what great people we will be by the time we, I don't know.
Well, let's let our residents think we didn't waste the
I
last.
know, I was thinking they'd sharpen their pitchforks.
We didn't.
5.6.
But by giving them a break from the 5.6 at least. So 5.45, I'm okay with that.
Are you making a motion?
Oh, wait a
I'll make
minute.
a motion that we make.
Right, it's a workshop.
Well, okay.
So 545, we would not,
Would not exceed the 5.451, and that's going to be on the agenda for next meeting, where we will set that 5.45 as the tentative mill rate, and then set the budget hearings, the two hearings, but to set the dates for those. So that's going to be on the agenda for next week.
All right, so how do we feel on that particular number's
as long
consensus?
as promise that's a safe number.
Yeah, I like the number.
Me too.
I like 5.45.
You have a consensus?
Yeah, I'm good.
5.45.
No way, we are done?
Mike,
It's not
you
10
proved
o'clock
me
tonight.
wrong.
Because we started at 8.
Yeah, it's been done.
Wow, all right.
For a while.
I want to personally thank everyone. I have 15 interviews tomorrow for my staff position, so thank you for not having me come back over here.
And somebody else has, Rick,
Yes, some going on, I have some going on.
Ursula's having.
I gotta have Ursula at the hospital at 5:15 in the morning.
All right. So we're
All right, good job, everybody.